or technically this is my first video of Elden Ring, and this will be kind of a cornerstone, right? This will be a cornerstone for content in my channel. I'm going to focus more on videos, informative videos, to tell you guys about how the game works and such, and as you could probably see based on the title, this is going to be an Elden Ring tier list of all of the videos. Just all of the weapons in the game, and it will be all of the videos of me using the weapons in some scenarios. I'm going to take time for each weapon and kind of break them all down. This is going to be like a 3-hour long video probably, but I've been playing the game for more than 300 hours now. And I've got a pretty good idea of how all the weapons are used and how they work and what they can do, so I want to get into this pretty quickly because you guys came here for this, not me, but I will say, if you like this video, please do like, comment, and subscribe. I usually make skill trees or weapon analysis videos, so if you like those, you'll like my channel. I'm also a VTuber, and I do stream on Twitch at Shin_WM VTuber on Twitch. And YouTube, of course. So, let's begin with the Jar Cannon. The Jar Cannon and the Ballista are very similar. They have this really weird ability, which I believe is shared by some other ranged weapons, where they don't actually add any of your stats to their damage. The Jar Cannon, in particular, is an F tier. It's not very powerful. I mean, it doesn't need a buff, because at plus 25, it does 624 damage per shot, not including the arrow damage, so it does good damage at everything that isn't new game plus 3 and above, so most people aren't gonna use it that high anyways, so it doesn't matter. But just do keep in mind that this little puppy can be a little bit of a nuisance to use, because it is a slow reload. As far as PvE goes, it's very good in PvE, especially if you use elemental ballista bolts, which there are some of in the game, not too many. And PvP, this is useless. In fact, it's more than useless. You can't even use it while jumping, which most ranged weapons benefit from. And it doesn't have any scaling, but it does have a strength requirement, which means it's absolutely garbage. It does have high damage, though. Higher damage than even the Ballista. So, yeah, there's no real point to use a Jar Cannon, unless you just want, like, a big smacka, bam, boom, explosion attack that hits really hard, does good damage from a very far distance, because that arrow travels very far. There's no reason to use the Jar Cannon in PvP. Especially with the map being as small as it is. Because if the map was like, you know, the size of... If you were just fighting in Stormvale Castle, I could see this being useful. But it's not. The map is actually somewhat medium-sized. It's not too big, not too small, and it's round, so it's hard to hit targets with anything. So, Jar Cannon is not very good. As you can probably see on the screen right now, I've probably got video up, the arrow travels very far. So does it. So it also travels that far for the Ballista as well, so keep that in mind. Alright, next up is the Ballista. This needs a buff. Desperately does it need a buff. It is literally just Jar Cannon, but worse. It does not have an identity. There are some ideas that it may have a faster reload speed. That might be true. But it's just everything I said about the Jar Cannon, but instead of 624 damage, it does, I believe, 450 damage or so when maxed out, with no leveling, no scaling at all. And I believe it still has a requirement, so yeah, this thing really sucks. It really, really needs a buff. Desperately does it need a buff, and I would suggest, it's hard to say, really. Maybe give it an advanced, like, headshot or weak point multiplier, and give the Jar Cannon, like, an absurd amount of range. But that's all I can really think of. There's not a whole lot you can do here. For PvE, it can be useful early game, especially for catching treasure scarabs. For PvP, it's useless. It is really, really, really slow. And I, once again, do not believe you can use it while jumping, which is a very big debuff for ranged weapons. They are crucial. It is crucial that you can jump while using a ranged weapon. If you don't do that, you're kinda dead, really. You're just kinda dead. That's about it. Ranged weapons are very weak in the game in total, so it's very difficult to use them. Alright, next up is the Serpent Bow. This is a D tier. It's an okay weapon. It's actually alright. It's kind of below average. For PvE, it can be useful. The extra poison effect you gain on poisonous arrows with the Serpent Bow can be very good. The Serpent Bow also has scaling that most other bows do not. For PvP, it can be alright, although there is a much better alternative we'll get to very soon if you want damage. If you want to be an archer build, the Serpent Bow is probably not the best idea. I would not use it, although its scaling is okay, as it scales in stats that most bows do not. Time for the big heavy hitter of the group, which I do actually consider a alright weapon. Keep in mind, this tier list is up and left. So things further this side of the tier list are worse, and things further on this side are better. So, the black bow is actually really powerful. It's kinda good. It's not the best bow in the game. Don't get me wrong. It is not the best bow in the game. The best bow in the game is the next one up, the Erdtree bow, simply for the damage it can provide. But the black bow actually has really good scaling when maxed out in dexterity, especially. It can be the perfect cherry on top of a really powerful dex build that you build. And it's somewhat early game. It's more mid-game, but you get it in the capital city. You get it in, I believe you get it in the village section on one of the rooftops of the capital city on the lower section right in front of the dead dragon. That's where you get it. And it's somewhat early. That's more mid-game, but it's early mid-game. So yeah, it can be gotten. It has good scaling. You can actually jump while using it. Same with the Serpent Bow. It can be very good to finish off enemies from afar, or throw in some damage as you close the gap on an enemy and switch real quick. PvP, it's not very good. It doesn't have any special ability, so I wouldn't use it in PvP, but just because of its use in PvE, I'm giving it a B tier, a low B tier. Erdtree bow is in the same boat. Come on now. Erdtree bow is in the same boat. The Erdtree bow is okay. It's alright. It's the highest damaging bow in the game, technically. With the arrows and the faith scaling it has. It has additional faith damage. It has split holy damage, specifically. It's not very good for PvE, because late game holy damage falls off really hard. Holy damage falls off incredibly hard. I mean, it's not as bad as fire damage, but it's useless late game. So, yeah, the Erdtree bow may be the best bow in the game, but the best bow in the game is supporting the worst damage type in the game. That's how bad bows are in the game usually. But as far as the Erdtree bow, it has split damage for holy damage, mostly leaning on holy damage, and it will scale with faith mostly. It does have a bonus to holy arrows, I do believe. That might just be a myth, but I do believe it has a bonus to holy arrows. And it is pretty quick. And it has somewhat good scaling with other stats other than faith, but faith is its main stat. Next up is the pulley bow. This is a C tier. It's better than the Serpent Bow, because the Serpent Bow, other than poisoning, it doesn't really do much. But the pulley bow is in this really in-between state. The pulley bow mainly scales with dexterity, and it's in this really weird state where PvE is actually somewhat good because of where you get it in the game. Where you get it in the game, most of the enemies are somewhat vulnerable to ranged attacks. However, big however here, it's not a very good bow overall. It's only good for that section of the game, and once you get through it, it falls off in PvE. In PvP, it's pretty useless. It doesn't have anything like the black bow or the Erdtree bow, where they have actually good damage. Although the Ash of War that is on it can be useful in PvP if you time it correctly, but that's about it. I would not use it. Longbow. It's going into D tier. It's lower than the Serpent Bow, but the Longbow is early game, and it's just meant to be a filler weapon, basically. While it can have good scaling, I wouldn't pick it up. It's not really worth it. Its damage is kind of lackluster as well. It can be useful. All the weapons on this list technically can be useful, but it's just not really worth it. The moveset on bows is really hard to work with in general because your quick firing options are very, very hard to use because they slow down your speed. That's why most people jump when they fire a bow. The Alboneric Bow. It's actually slightly above the Serpent Bow. I would put it slightly above the Serpent Bow simply because it's an alright bow. So, I mean, it's at least better than a longbow. You get it from enemies which are somewhat difficult to kill. For PvE, it's very useful. Very useful. Has a long range to it. Hit it pretty hard. Although, I do believe the range in comparison to something like great bows and other bows is somewhat lackluster by the tests I've done. But yeah, ain't the best in the long run because it is overshadowed by something like the black bow or the Erdtree bow. The Alboneric Bow is perfectly average, similar to the longbow, but it's slightly above average. Next up, the horn bow, the last bow. Horn bow is actually lower D tier. Lower than the longbow, but not as low as the serpent bow. The horn bow is okay. It does somewhat good damage. It has a somewhat good Ash of War on it for PvE. PvP, it is useless because it, once again, is just overshadowed by the power that is the black bow and the Erdtree bow. So much so that honestly, I really doubt that much can be done about it. Like, the power of these two bows up here is so intense and so insane that there's hardly a point to using any other bows except for these two, unless you just want to use one of them for their ability, like the serpent bow. That's it. That's all there is to it. Alright, now we're getting into the claws. First up, Bloodhound Claws. These are a C tier. They have a very good Ash of War on them immediately, and you would think they have more range, but their range is actually shorter than you think it is. They have a very strange hitbox. As far as claws go, they're pretty meh. They're pretty meh. They're average. They got a good Ash of War, though, so that makes up for it. They do alright damage. It's okay. Honestly, that's all I can really say about these claws. It's okay. It's alright. Next up, Hook Claws. They're even more average than the Bloodhound Claws. Something I will say overall for the claws is that claws actually have a potentially a true combo with their running R2 into standard R2. They technically have a true combo. This is a really big thing in this community right now, and it's really well known. But yeah, a true combo, if you don't know, is something that can be pulled off outside of a standard just button mash. It's a combo that's guaranteed. Basically, you can't roll from it. So claws are really good in general, but these claws in particular are not the best. Bloodhound Claws, on the other hand, are alright, while Hook Claws are pretty useless. They have low damage compared to the other, low potential damage compared to the other claws, and they really don't do much. If you're using them, there's just better options like the Raptor Talons, which are found really early in game. Well, technically, you can find them really early in game. So I would not use the Hook Claws. They can be alright if this is the only thing you want and you need a claw build. Also, rapid attacks with these, with the prosthetic hand talisman, can be okay, but that's the case for any claw. Alright. Venomous Fang is a high D tier. It's just as bad as the Hook Claws, but at least it has poison damage. It procs poison, and not only that, it does have slightly lower damage potential, but at least it has a true combo, so you can easily poison people. There's not much to say about the Venomous Fangs other than their Ash of War is alright. Be useful in PvE. I'm gonna kind of sum up the claws in PvP and PvE once we do the Raptor Talons because of how controversial these weapons are. But the Venomous Fang can be okay. It's not the best for its job. It's overshadowed massively by the Raptor Talons in a huge way. Huge way. Not even funny. So, there you go. But at least it has poison damage. And for the Raptor Claws, these are an S tier. Raptor Talons, sorry. So, let me go over and review claws in general and tell you why Raptor Talons are so high above everything else for no good reason. Claws have a very... okay, they're mid-tier. I would say they're a 6 out of 10 with their moveset, right? Their moveset's alright. It's lackluster, its crouching attack is somewhat bad. Its jumping attack has a shorter range to it, almost as short as something like the pike. And all in all, they have very good, like, heavy attack hit combos, which is surprising. So for PvE, they're pretty good. All claws are good. They fall off really hard in PvP, though. All claws really fall off pretty hard in PvP. The hook claws don't do too well. The lower damage for the lower potential damage for the Venomous Fang doesn't make up for the poison. The Bloodhound Claw has a good Ash of War on it naturally, but other than that, its range is too short. But the Raptor Talons have something which other claws don't benefit from anywhere near as much as the Raptor Talons. The Raptor Talons have natural bleed buildup at 60. And they can be applied with weapon buffs. Now, some other claws have something like this, right? Some other claws have natural buildups or something else they can do. But the Raptor Talons have a good moveset, good heavy attack moveset, and have natural bleed buildup, making them a monster at PvP in particular. There's always like there's the Cancer Raptor Claws build. I'm sure some of you out there know about it, right? It's put Storm Stomp on the Raptor Claws and then put Blood Flame Blade on it, and you can do your true combo out of Storm Stomp and just fucking rip people apart. There's a lot of YouTubers out there talking about how that works, and I mean, it's cancerous. It's a cancerous, horrible combo that you shouldn't do. But the Raptor Claws are in a very good state right now. They don't need a nerf because they are well balanced. It's just the claws in general have a good moveset but are held back by their low potential damage. The Raptor Talons do not have that issue. Not at all. They rip through people, and in PvE it can still be pretty good too. It is a monster. So long as you're not fighting a creature that's resistant to slashing damage and immune to bleed, which there are some, it is a crazy powerful weapon that you can just take and destroy the whole game with. People say Rivers of Blood is bad. Rivers of Blood is nothing compared to what a good player can do with Raptor Claws. Melania will be taken down faster with a good pair of Raptor Claws with Blood Flame Blade than with Rivers of Blood. Rivers of Blood is a horrible weapon. It has basically always been a horrible weapon, but we'll get into that when we get to it. Next up, Staff of the Avatar. This is actually a shitty weapon. It's an F-tier weapon. It's not very good. First of all, it has a really, really bad moveset, which the only good thing about it is the jumping attack has slightly more range to it, right? That's it. That's the only good thing about it. The damage is really, really, really bad. PvE can be okay early game. PvE, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad for PvE. PvP, it's even worse. The moveset is not something you want to use. Maybe the crouching attack can be kind of good, but the jumping attack is basically the only thing you want to use, and at that point, if you just want to jump all the time, just use the Giant Crusher. The Staff of the Avatar is not very powerful. I would not use it. Rotten Staff is a mid D tier, simply because it at least has something over the Staff of the Avatar. While it does have lower damage potential, it does at least have somewhat somewhat of a potential to do real damage to someone, especially with what it can do when it comes to its possible moveset changes. Now, that's a really weird word I use there. What do I mean by that? Thanks to how the Rotten Staff works, right? And how the difference between the... Actually, I can just show you. The difference between the Rotten Staff and the normal staff is pretty low, right? There's barely a difference between them, but the Rotten Staff at least has, like, procs for, like, you know, rot. In fact, I'll show you right now. The Rotten Staff has a proc for build-up on Scarlet Rot, right? That's 75% Scarlet Rot build-up. What I mean by possible moveset changes is exactly with that. Because you have Scarlet Rot build-up, in comparison to where the Staff of the Avatar does not, that means that you have more potential damage. Not only more potential damage, you can be more aggressive, and your moveset can be more aggressive because you can apply Scarlet Rot, where the enemy has to be more defensive and use healing items. In PvE, this is very powerful, although your moveset is shit, so it's still low D tier. In PvP, this is pretty bad, yeah, but at least you got Scarlet Rot to make up for it, so that's about it. There's not a whole lot to say about the Rotten Staff. It's kind of bullshit. That was a very complex and convoluted solution for me to just say you can be more aggressive with it, but it's Scarlet Rot really turns a weapon around really hard. Next up is the Envoy's Greathorn. This is a high D tier weapon. It's actually okay. That's all I gotta say about it. I mean, its Ash of War is very powerful. It can be very good. It's one of the better, like, Great Club-esque weapons. Its moveset is still kind of shitty. It's got a very shitty moveset, but it does have an alright Ash of War that can make up for a lot of DPS loss from that bad moveset in PvE. And in PvP, it can be pretty good. Colossal Weapons are very good nowadays in PvP. They've been buffed to not an absurd degree, but they've been buffed enough to make a difference. Because in the start of the game, thrusting weapons were the only weapons you would ever see in high-level PvP. But great weapons like this have gotten a lot of buffs over the years, and it makes a good bit of a difference. I say over the years, so it's only been like a year. But it makes a good difference. Alright, next up, Geezer's Wheel. Or Chisar's Wheel. That was actually a really high C tier. Almost B. His moveset is okay. The crouch attack is alright. The jumping attack actually has more range than you think it would, so that's okay. PvE is very good. It actually has, like, proper build-up to it. If we go here, go to Colossal Weapons, I believe it is in fact one of them. Or it might be a... Yeah, here it is. It is considered a Colossal Weapon, so it has a Colossal Weapon moveset and has passive bleed build-up, which is very powerful. Its Ash of War, however, is what really sells this thing. Its Ash of War is a quick-hitting monster which can be glitched with a Serpent Hunter to do incredible damage and basically make an unfair murder machine. If you don't know how to do that, I will not tell you, for obvious reasons, but it's a glitch. This has been in the game since day one launch. But the Chisar's Wheel is very powerful thanks to its bleed build-up, and its moveset, it's okay. It can be made up for with the bleed build-up, because you can be a lot more aggressive thanks to that in PvE and PvP, and its chainsaw move on certain bosses like the Dragon Knight Sentinel? The Dragon Rider Sentinel? The one at the foot of the Erd Tree before you enter the capital, and the one where you fight him just before the Black Blade Wielder. It can be pretty good against those guys and bosses which stay still for a long time. Alright, next up, the the Beast Jaw. This thing is actually kind of in the same place, mid-C tier. It's got a shitty moveset. Colossal Weapon moveset is not very good. It can be alright in the hands of a skilled player, but it's difficult to use. However, this thing's Ash of War is a little bit broken in PvP, especially when more than one player is doing it. PvE, it can be good free damage because it has a very long range to it, so it's good. And also, as you can see here on the wiki, here, it actually does do magic damage. It does proper magic damage. A good bit of it, and it's split scaling, which is not good for PvP, thanks to how that works, but against PvE, it can be okay. And its Ash of War is pretty good. Next up is Axe of Godfrey. This is actually a hard one. I debated back and forth with some of my friends who also play Elden Ring of where this should go. And I have decided that it's going into low C tier. It's an okay axe. Axes in general are kinda bad. But its Ash of War is very powerful in the right scenarios in both PvE and PvP. It does give you hyper armor, but not enough to absorb everything. It's okay. It's alright. It's an okay weapon. The range is actually kind of good. A great axe, like the Colossal Axe weapons in general, are okay. They're okay. We go over here to axes. Aha! I have found it. Sorry, I had to do a full review of the wiki again. It is a colossal weapon type. That means it has the colossal weapon. Colossal axes are, just in general, pretty powerful. I would personally use them. Because it has the colossal weapon type, it can be okay with its moveset. It requires a strength of 42, which is a little bit insane. But yeah, it's an alright weapon for PvE and PvP. It's an all-rounder. It's an all-rounder. That's all I gotta really say there. It's an all-round weapon. So yeah, use it if you want. Next up is the Duelist Axe. These actually go a little bit higher. The Duelist Axe is okay. It's got a quick, fast-paced moveset. It hits somewhat hard, or its scaling is okay. It's pretty quick for PvE. It's very good. For PvP, it's okay. I've seen a few people using it. Axes in general are they kind of fall off unless they're really heavy axes. So I personally wouldn't use the Duelist Axe, simply because the next one up, the Rotten Great Axe, is a little bit better. But the Duelist Great Axe can be very good. The Ash of War that's automatically on it can also be pretty good as well, but we'll get into that later. Right now, the Rotten Great Axe is actually much better than the Duelist Axe. It has lower damage. But these both are alright for PvE and PvE. They're nothing special though. These are more like mid-ladder terrors, basically. These are more mid-game terrors. Now, I do believe they give you hyper armor if you two-hand them. Both of them do, which is alright for PvP. But the Rotten Great Axe, simply because it allows you to proc, well, it allows you to proc Rot. Scarlet Rot, of all things. It makes it a lot better. It makes it a lot better, and it has a lot more potential because of that. But that's about it. There's not too much of a difference between these two. Do keep in mind the Rotten Great Axe will have lower damage, however, and the Rotten Great Axe has gotten very late in game, in the Mountaintop of the Giants and the Hailing Tree section. Well then. Sorry about that. Little jump cut there. Had to help my kitty cat out. Like I was saying, the Rotten Great Axe is found in the section just before the Hailing Tree in the Mountaintop of the Giants. There's a single enemy which drops it. You'll be able to find it if you look it up. Next up, the Golem Axe. This is a colossal weapon. I was debating where to put this, and honestly, I think I'm gonna put this in, like, high C tier. I had to, like, cut the video and really debate this one, because it's a colossal weapon, but it's a halberd, so at least it's pretty good in that regard, but it's not quite a B tier. I had to, like, I was going back and forth with myself about this one, but in the end, I had ended up putting it in C tier. High C tier because it is a halberd and it is a colossal weapon, so it does good damage. But that's about it. That's all it does that is good. It's got alright damage, I guess. It has a very demanding 36 strength. By the time you get that, that might not be too bad, but if you're a strength build, if you're not a strength build, that can be pretty high. It has 21 weight, which is a little bit insane, and its damage is okay. But honestly, it's not very powerful. PvP though, I mean, it can be kind of good. PvE, it's alright. PvP, it can be kind of good in the right hands. Alright, Giant Crusher is up next. This is an F tier or so? I was thinking about this one because this thing is really useless in most scenarios. But I was thinking probably high D tier. High D tier is the closest thing I could give it, because for PvP, this thing is a joke. Right? You were trolling if you were using this in PvP. This thing is awful. It has one of the worst movesets in the entire game. It has a unique charge attack exclusive to it. Well, yes, it is Giant Crusher. Don't get me wrong. This thing hurts people, right? It has some of the best damage in the entire game. Outright. Plus 20, plus 25 standard, 379 with a huge strength of 60, the highest in the game, I do believe, and a great strength scaling. That's where you can find it if you were wondering. Great weapon in PvE. Amazing against most things. It's not like Millennia. Especially with certain gravity magic Ashes of War, and you can put Ashes of War on it, and it has a unique heavy attack solely to it. But PvP, it's a jump attack monster. It can hurt you if you just get hit with a jump attack pretty bad. But that's kinda it. That's kinda all it can do. It's not useful otherwise. What is it gonna do? Hit you? It's incredibly slow. The standard attacks take a shit ton of stamina as well, so PvP, this thing is useless. But people seem to think otherwise because of how powerful it is in PvE. Next up is the Inferno. Well, first, let me say something about this particular weapon. The Inferno has a really powerful Ash of War on it, which is why it's going in this high C tier. It's a colossal weapon. It is considered a colossal weapon. And its particular Ash of War makes it very hard to avoid. There are a couple of weapons that have similar Ashes of War, but the particular Ash of War on this one makes it very hard to avoid. It has fire damage, I do believe. Yes, the perilous, the charge thing it has actually does add fire to the surroundings. Well, the weapon itself does not have split fire damage, which is why it is this high on the list, because it has the potential for that. But I will say, this charge, while it is somewhat good, especially for PvP, in PvE it kind of struggles because fire damage kind of falls off with holy damage late in game, with the exception against, say, something like Radagon. But for its powerful Ash of War and its utility, it is a C tier. Alright. Okay then, I think we are ready to move on to what could possibly be the worst weapon in the game. There are a lot of contenders for worst weapon in the entire game. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some bad ones out there. But this one really takes the cake. The Great Club needs a buff. This weapon is just bad. In fact, let me show you how bad it is. The Great Club has to be the worst weapon in the game. They actually tried to buff it a while ago, but it did not work very well. It actually nerfed it harder. As you can see down here, thanks to the amazing people who made this wiki, the Great Club has a few things that are not too great. First of all, it has Golden Land automatically on it, as it is a piece of the Erd Tree. When imbued with holy power, this weapon will never snap. Okay, well, fair enough, I guess. It cannot be infused with Ashes of War, which means you are stuck with Golden Land, which, don't get me wrong, Golden Land can be pretty good in the right scenario, especially if your opponent is asleep. But at max damage, you're only doing 377 and 112 holy damage, which, keep in mind, it's B-scaling on strength at max, which is okay. But it's also got split holy damage, which makes this thing a giant wooden piece of shit. That's not even a joke. This thing is awful. This thing is the worst weapon in the game, in my opinion. This has to be horrible. The moveset can be kind of fast, I guess. Sometimes it can be fast enough to actually fucking matter. But most of the time, it sure as hell is not. PvP, this is awful. You are just gimping yourself if you use this. This needs a buff. PvE, I mean, it can be used, yeah, but the Ash of War isn't good enough to be used on any bosses that aren't humanoids that are asleep, so maybe the Godskin Peeler, Godskin Noble, Godskin Apostle, Godskin Noble, and the other Godskin enemies could actually, you know, just fucking maybe be effective, be affected by you when you are using this in some notable way that's not just, you know, why not just use Rivers of Blood kind of thing. It's very hard to explain my hatred for this weapon, but it has to be one of the worst weapons in the entire game. In fact, it probably is the worst. At least a weapon like... okay, something really bad as well. At least a weapon like the Envoy's Horn, the original one, has an Ash of War that can allow you to distance, or the club is actually good early game. And is one of the only things that the game will give you consistently. Like, the club, I think there's about 3 clubs in the game, and enemies can drop them as well, and the Forsaken backstory actually starts with a club, the Forsaken character, which is what you should always be picking, is the best character start. Even something like the Lance, which is the Lanza, or however you pronounce that, is actually better than the Great Club, simply because it has the range to back it up. Even something like the Giant Red Beard is still better, even the Whip is better. This is the worst weapon in the game. So, moving on, we have the Troll's Hammer. This is a low F tier. The Ash of War that's automatically on it can be good in certain scenarios, and it has good strength scaling overall, I do believe. However, it's not very good. As you will see here, probably on screen right now through the gameplay, there is a bit of an issue with the Troll's Hammer. It's that the Troll's Hammer is garbage late game, because there's just better things. Oopsies. There's just better things. The Troll's Hammer is awful. Simply because, okay, now that the video is over, well, the gameplay is over, as you can see here, it has really strange scaling. It scales in 3 stats, Strength, Dex, and Faith, and it has no holy damage to it, but it does have fire damage to it. And it cannot be infused with Ashes of War, and it has Troll's Roar. Troll's Roar is actually quite powerful. It's pretty good. It gives a lot of damage, and it hurts a hell of a lot. The Troll's Hammer, but there's just an upgraded version of this as well. Like, the Troll's Golden Sword can do the same thing. I guess if you want the split fire damage, it'll work, but split fire damage really falls off in-game. Unless you're fighting like Radagon or Melania, this is not going to be useful. Hell, there's even better options. If you just want to breeze through shit, just play like... Get the fucking Blood Spear, the Moog's Spear. Get Moog's Spear and fuck, you'll kill everything. I mean, come on now. There's no point in using this weapon. It's an F tier. The only reason it doesn't need a buff is because it's actually well designed. Next up, the Dragon Greatclaw is a high D tier. Not quite as good as Giant Crusher, though. It's pretty good. It has... It has strength scaling, as you would think. It has pretty reasonable strength scaling overall. It's a pretty good weapon. Honestly, the only bad part about it is where you get it. You have to get it from what is basically the worst boss in the game. You have to get this thing from one of the most annoying and irritating bosses to do in the entire game. That being the Dragon Riders. The Dragon Greatclaw from the Dragon Rider. I believe it is the Dragon Rider. There it is, Dragon Greatclaw. Yes, you get it from the Dragon Rider enemy, the Erd Tree Draconic Tree Sentinel, fought outside the capital. You need to beat this boss to progress, but it's one of the worst bosses in the game, and it's the most infuriating boss to fight early game. However, as I will tell you, this thing does actually have some real back into it. Its damage is low, but it does a fuck ton of lightning damage. Now, I always say, hey, split scaling is really bad. Shouldn't use split scaling. There is an exception to this. That's lightning damage. Lightning damage is actually one of the strongest damage types in the entire game. I'm not even joking. Not only that, it does extra damage against dragon enemies and ancient dragon type enemies. So this thing is amazing. Like, it's a really good, but it doesn't have what it takes to be a top tier weapon. The moveset is slow, right? It's a very, very slow moveset, as it's a Colossal Weapon. And Colossal Weapon moveset, while not being horrible, is not the best. So it struggles to get shit out there. It's not very powerful. But thanks to that split lightning damage, which is very good in PvP. PvP split lightning damage is what you want. As we will find out later, there are some weapons that just become overpowered when they have lightning damage applied to them. Even something like the Raptor Talons with Lightning Strike could be very powerful. So, there you go. Watchdog's Staff is a low D tier weapon. Now, this is a controversial one. Many people consider this to be okay. I do not. The Watchdog's Staff is a staff-type weapon. But, okay. That's false. Right? It's not a staff-type weapon. What it is the Watchdog Staff. You get this from one of the Watchdogs, obviously. If you don't know what the Watchdogs are, they're the cat-looking things in the dungeons that you'll occasionally fight. It's very odd. I mean, it's so odd I'm having trouble thinking of it. What's the word that could... What's the word that could describe this weapon? It is incompetent. Right? It is incompetent. It is bad. It is poorly made. But, as you can see, it doesn't have much going for it. It's poorly made. Well, it doesn't need a buff because it is actually, in my opinion, better than the Troll's Hammer. Somewhat better than the Troll's Hammer. Simply because of its better damage scaling at level 10, and it requires Somber Smithing Stones, which are much easier to find in most playthroughs, which is 404 with a C scaling for Strength. And you can kind of augment this thing to be a bit better, right? Because normally it starts with this Ash of War. It's a sorcery Ash of War that creates a row of lights that fire forwards around you. This thing, however, does not have intelligence scaling and is a colossal weapon, which puts it in the weirdest category in the world. And you can't infuse this with Ashes of War, or cannot be infused, but that Ash of War can actually be increased, its power can be increased with charms, which increase your, well, abilities, like your magic scaling. It'll do more damage, and it does do good damage. The End of Road's Catacomb in Lyony of the Lakes. That's if there were one where found it. But I wouldn't use it. Next up, the Godslayer's Greatsword is actually a B tier weapon. As far as PvP and PvE go for the Watchdog Staff, PvE, it can be good. PvP, it can be good. Its moveset is bad, but that Ash of War is very powerful. The Godslayer's Greatsword is actually a very powerful weapon. PvP, not so much, right? It's a bad weapon PvP. To a certain extent. It's a great sword. The Greatsword's moveset is alright. It just got buffed a while back. So it can do work. It can do what you want it to do. It can kill other players. It's a little bit slow. Its running attack and its crouching R2 attack are probably the most powerful thing about it, right? But the real reason this thing is on the list up this high is because of its insane Ash of War. PvE is where this thing thrives the most. The Ash of War on this thing can quickly dispatch bosses. The second strike will actually knock Melania to the ground, which is insane for a single player playing against her. This thing is insane, and not only that, after you hit the Ash of War, it will do additional damage over time, which is crazy. You can get this early game as well. You can get this in, like your first 3 hours of play, if you're good enough against the Godskin Apostle boss. This thing is insane. I would absolutely suggest using this in PvE. PvP, it can struggle, but if you hit that Ash of War in a bad scenario, or someone's doing something, and you force them into a corner through forcing them to spellcast or something, it can do damage, but it's very avoidable. Next up, the Black Blade. The Black Blade is an interesting one. Its Ash of War in particular is very powerful, but it's a little bit slow. I'm going to put it in mid-C tier. Some people do suggest using this thing. It's okay. Don't get me wrong. It is alright. The Ash of War in particular, like I said, is very, very powerful and inflicts Destined Death, which is one of the strongest abilities in the entire game. Something that some weapons really struggle with actually using, but hey, it's still pretty good. It's still good. I would still use this blade for PvE, and you know what, for PvP, it's alright. It's a great sword. Well, not just any great sword, though. I believe it is considered a Colossal Sword. But it struggles. It really does. The Colossal Sword moveset is alright, but it struggles. So you need to be consistent with this and learn how to use it if you want to use it properly. The Zweihander's up next. I put this in a low C tier. The Zweihander is okay. Once again, a lot of these weapons are just kind of okay, right? There's nothing like super overpowered. The Zweihander is alright. It has very good consistent damage. You can get it at basically the beginning of the game, just by heading south a little bit and buying it. You can get this basically at the beginning of the game, which is really, really, really powerful. It's insanely powerful. And beyond that, even, it has good scaling at the beginning of the game, even if your stats are low. Because like early game, you don't want to really spec your, your strength or dex stats. You really want to kind of spec your, your vigor, your mind, your endurance, stuff like that. You don't really want to like hard scale your strength or something unless you want to go for a very specific build. So yeah, the Zweihander is very good simply because it has good scaling and good damage early game. Next up is the Greatsword, another weapon you can get early game. I'm actually putting this one very high C tier, almost a B tier. Simply because this thing is overpowered to a point of almost insanity. This thing is one of the heaviest hitting weapons in the entire game, and it has a moveset that is actually consistent, unlike Giant's Crusher, where the moveset is garbage. The Greatsword has almost equal damage, and potentially has a better moveset in the hands of a proper player than Giant Crusher, which has a horrible moveset. The Greatsword has a lot of good things going for it. It can be infused with Ashes of War, it can be buffed, it has massive damage, it has all of this potential, it has huge, huge swings. The swings on this thing go forever, and they hit hard. So, I love this weapon. Next up is the Watchdog's Greatsword. I'm actually going to put this in sort of a mid-C tier myself. Mid-C tier, thank you. This weapon is actually very good. I'm gonna kind of once I do this weapon, I'm gonna kind of go over Greatsword and the Watchdog Greatswords PvE and PvP rankings because they're very similar, both of them. So allow me to explain. Watchdog's Greatsword is very good. The Ash of War that automatically comes on it can work very well with specific builds around it, similar to the Watchdog's Staff. It has good scaling for when you get it, but it falls off late game. Although for PvP it is very good, and I have seen a lot of people using it. But as far as the potential for PvP with Greatsword and Watchdog's Greatsword, unfortunately that's where they fall off because they are literally just okay. Their moveset and damage for PvP balances themselves out, unlike Giant Crusher where the moveset is so bad it doesn't matter. These two, they balance themselves out. They're very similar, these two weapons, in respective of balancing in the game. The moveset's okay. The damage is high, yes, but the moveset makes it so you can't hit them consistently, but a skilled player can hit them most of the time, so it's just okay. That's it, it's just okay. What the hell? Sorry, the kitty cat's playing right now. Back to work, shall we? Next up is the Troll's Greatsword. This is a hard one. The Troll's Golden Greatsword. You see, there is an issue with this, right? There's an issue with this little thing. The Troll's Golden Greatsword has the Troll's Roar Ash of War, but it can be infused, but it has bad strength scaling. At best, at standard 25, it has a C. So this makes it really difficult to actually judge. But it does have Troll's Roar, and does do good damage. It can be upgraded with standard smithing stones, and it can be infused with Ashes of War and buffs and consumables. So it's a lot better than other weapons. I'm actually going to put it above Godfrey's Axe, because I feel like it does. The Troll's Roar Ash of War is really powerful. Standard, there it is. That's the standard for it. It's kind of low damage. It's low damage for what is a Colossal Sword, one of the highest damaging types in the game. It also has almost balanced scaling. It has somewhat balanced scaling early on, but then it becomes a CD eventually. So yeah, its scaling isn't the absolute best, I suppose, right? Its scaling isn't the absolute best, and that's kind of what holds it back at higher level play. Alright, next up is the Troll Knight's Sword. This thing is actually, I would say below that. I would say it's right here. The Troll Knight's Sword. The Troll Knight's Sword is a very powerful weapon that does split magic damage, one of the only magical types, one of the only damage types that doesn't fall off. Has Troll's Roar, cannot be infused with Ashes of War. This, nor like enchanted with magic or consumables. But this thing actually does good damage. It has C in both Dex and Strength, but a D in Intelligence, which is a stat a lot of players level for their strength and builds. And 330 and 196 damage when it's magical damage, which doesn't really fall off at any point in the game. It's consistent throughout. This thing is actually very good over leveled, right? PvP for both the Troll's Golden Sword and Troll's Knight Sword, PvP is not very powerful. It's not very good. They're both Colossal Weapons, Colossal Swords, so their moveset is okay, similar to the Greatsword, but it does struggle. It does struggle. And I feel like if this could be infused with Ashes of War and automatically still have that magical damage applied to it, it could be pretty good, but right now it's not. Alright, next up is the Royal Greatsword. I'm going to put this thing in... I'm gonna put it here. I had to once again pause the video and kind of debate myself on this one, because in all honesty, it is a very powerful weapon. It is considered a Colossal Sword. But the thing is about it, it actually has quite good magic scaling and strength scaling out the gate. Its magical damage actually reaches higher than its strength damage. Its basic damage cannot be infused with Ashes of War. It has Wolf's Assault automatically, which is a flipping Ash of War similar to the Bloodhound Step, or the Lion's Fang Ash of War. It's very good because of its split scaling, and it's actually got the same scaling, at least what perceives to be the same scaling, in strength and intelligence at max level. Let me say what I mean by perceives to be. There are a lot of weapons in the game that apparently they say they're like, okay, they say it's like, okay, it's a C for scaling, but actually it'll give you like something closer to a D for scaling, or a B for scaling. There's different levels of scaling in scaling. I know it's crazy, but I think the Royal Knight's Greatsword is good for, or the Royal Greatsword is good for damage. It's good for PvE, and it can be good for PvP if you know how to use the Colossal Swords moveset. Alright. Now, this one might be a bit difficult, right? Okay. Let me tell you guys something that's a little bit odd. Remember how I said earlier that the leveling your strength and dex and intelligence early game is kind of useless? Well, that's not entirely true. Specifically for weapons like this, the Grafted Blade can carry you through the early game if you really want it to. I'm putting it in a low... I'll put it in a high D tier. No, I would say low C tier. The Grafted Blade is not very useful itself. It is more the Ash of War that is on it. Vow of Vengeance, I believe is what it's called. Vow of Vengeance that makes it this powerful, right? The Grafted Blade has an insane Ash of War, which increases all of your stats by 5 when used. In combination with Godric's Rune and, say, a Perfumer's buff, that can get you a lot of damage and can allow you to extend your stats, especially in something like a speed run that other weapons can't do. But there is a really bad exception to this. Sorry, not an exception. There's a really bad rule to using this weapon. You actually need quite the high strength modifier. 42 to wield it with one hand, which is really high early game. Unless you want to be grinding, this isn't going to be useful to your speedruns just because of that one little thing, unless you use specific items. But there's a better weapon for speedrunning we'll get into later. So yeah, this thing is difficult to use. The Rune Greatsword I'm putting in a low C tier, lower than the Grafted Blade, simply because its Ash of War is difficult to use and not very powerful, but it has a lot of potential damage, but is overshadowed by Greatsword heavily. It is one of the heaviest weapons in the game, but the damage does not match, and the versatility does not match. These two weapons are actually very similar to each other, the Greatsword, the Grafted Greatsword, and the Rune Greatsword, because, well, because these weapons are found at similar times in the game, early game, they're found early game, for most people, and they function similarly. They have similar movesets, they have similar functions, they have their Ashes of War buff the damage they do. The only difference is the Rune's Greatsword actually does take intelligence to use, while the Grafted Greatsword takes a great deal of strength, which are still probably going to be making the same point investments just in different stats with this weapon. So they function similarly. PvE, they're pretty powerful, both of them are pretty strong. PvP, they're not very strong. They kind of fall off, although I have seen some people use the Rune's Greatsword. Alright, next up is the Scarster's Scourge Greatsword. Well, both of them are actually considered a dual weapon. Actually, you know what? These are actually like high C tier. These are high C tier. They're very powerful PvE. They do good damage. They have gravity. They have a Ash of War, which actually pulls enemies towards you. Which, in certain scenarios in PvE, that can help. That can work. That can really work. They have a dual stance when you dual wield them. That's really strong. Dual wielding these things is really strong. I would suggest doing that. And they're pretty quick at that. They're pretty quick. So I would honestly use this for like a Radon-esque kind of build if you really wanted to. It would actually work. There is definitely potential there for the build to work. Alright? So, next up. We got the crossbows. Crossbows are contentious because they don't... You're more focusing on what bolts you're firing than the damage you're doing because they usually don't have a whole lot of damage. First one up is almost the standard crossbow. Well, as far as this one goes, the soldier's crossbow, it's like an F tier. It's not very good. Early game, it can be somewhat good as a ranged weapon if you don't have anything else, but that's about it. I'll rate the crossbows, with the exception of the specific crossbows. I'll rate them all together for PvE and PvP, with the exception of crossbows that I actually think are worth your time. So next up, the light crossbow is a little bit better. The heavy crossbow is maybe a little bit better. The alabaster crossbow, I believe is how you pronounce that, or the arbalist crossbow, is slightly worse than the giant crusher for its purpose and utility. The black key crossbow is actually somewhat good. I would actually put that slightly above the giant's crusher, because it does have good potential. And then the perfumer's crossbow is it's actually an A tier weapon. The perfumer's crossbow allows you to do some very cancerous, very bad combos. So first, let me go over the crossbows I just put on there. So the alabaster and the black key and all that stuff. Those crossbows in general, with the exception of perfumers and the next one coming up, are pretty bad. You're focusing more on the bolts that you're firing and what they do than the damage you're doing, since your damage is going to be pretty minuscule. PvE, they can be good for finishing off enemies, especially because they only take one hand to wield, unlike a bow, so you can just pull it out real quick and fire it. For PvP, they're not very good, with the exception of the black key crossbow to an extent, because of the damage you can do, and what the black key arrows do. And the perfumer's crossbow. I say perfumer's crossbow. This is the crossbow that perfumer enemies use. This weapon, I believe it is dropped from perfumer enemies, if I do believe. It's a rapid fire crossbow. It fires 3 bolts at once at low damage. But the thing is, you're not focusing on the damage you're doing. This weapon is actually insane in PvP. In PvP, you will often find people running a combo of perfumer's crossbow with sleep darts with a weapon with golden land on it, like a Zweihander or a greatsword with golden land on it. Because this actually applies status effects very quickly. You can quickly apply Scarlet, Rot, Poison. It's a crossbow, so it can be fired with one hand and preloaded. So you can preload it before a fight, put it in your back pocket, and then when you need it, fire 3 sleep darts or 3 Scarlet Rot arrows. If the enemy's robustness is not high enough, you can pretty much apply any status effect you want to them with this weapon. The next one up is the full moon crossbow. It's actually a high C tier weapon. It's a high C tier weapon because it does do good damage, unlike all the other crossbows, and it has pretty neat mechanic and a pretty neat model to it. I do like actually how this one looks, unlike every other weapon I've talked about. This one actually has kind of a feeling to it, and it's gotten a very unique place, which has a lot of other loot around it, which can encourage you to go find it. So, yeah. It's a little bit odd, in all honesty. It's a little bit odd. It's a crossbow that actually has good potential damage, other than the bolts you're just firing, so there you go. Now we get into the most cancerous weapon type of all. No, I'm joking, we're not in thrusting swords yet. Or katanas, for that matter, but katanas are actually kind of a joke. No, we're in the curved swords, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls of all ages and all people in between, curved swords can be fucking infuriating. Let's start with the flowing curved sword. This is a low D tier weapon. Better than the crossbows, though. Sure, it can be pretty good, but the stats on it kind of hold you back, and the Ash of War it has on it also holds you back. It's not very powerful. PvE, it's very weak. PvP, it can be pretty good. Most curved swords are pretty good in PvP. One of the best types of weapons in the entire game, in my opinion. Next up, we have the Serpent God's Carver. Well, curved greatsword. I call it the Carver. This thing is, it's alright. It's like low D tier as well. I'd say just because of its weight, it's actually below our previous curved sword. It's okay. It does high damage for a curved sword, but its weight can kind of slow you down, especially if you want to use a curved sword build at like meta level. So it's not the best. It's not also the best for PvE, but once again, PvP it can be pretty good. The Magma Blade actually is like a little higher D tier. It's like here or so. It's like here actually. The Magma Blade is pretty good. The Magma Blade is pretty good. I mean, it's not the best. It's a curved sword that has an Ash of War that can allow you to do ambient damage to enemies. PvE, it's not that powerful, because enemies will probably just walk straight through it and take the damage. PvP, though, because PvE is not that powerful. PvP? This thing is actually a monster in PvP. That's why it's ranked so high. PvE, it's kind of useless, but PvP, that can actually save you. That magma it throws on the floor can actually save your life in a pinch, especially if you hit both swings of the Ash of War. Next up is the Nox Flowing Sword. This is like a... This is sort of a low D tier. I would actually put it up a little bit higher because it does have the ability to get around shields pretty well. This thing has a very, very bad Ash of War where the weapon extends like a whip and flows forwards, but it's very slow and the recovery time is very slow. The damage is somewhat low. You can get it early game though, so I suppose it gets a bit of a pass there, but it's not very powerful. PvP, it can be alright because it gets around shields pretty well. Does good damage. PvE, it's kind of useless unless you're in like a big crowd. The Wing of Estelle. This needs a buff. This actually, in my opinion, this is one of the worst weapons in the game. It has a curved sword moveset, so it's okay with its moveset, but the Ash of War is so bad that it might as well not exist. PvE, it's alright for larger bosses, but PvP, this thing feels like you're actually using a handicap. I know some people say it's a bit better than that, and I do agree it can be good in the hands of a player who likes using dual curved swords, but this thing is just bad otherwise. This thing is just bad. I think it needs a buff or like a rework, maybe a bit more range, because its range is kind of limited. It's not like Saint Turine level bad range, but you can be outranged by a lot, and the Ash of War on it's really bad. This thing actually has Deathblight on it. One of the only weapons that we've gone over so far that has Deathblight potential. At least I do believe it does, unless I'm thinking of a different one. Hopefully I'm not. The Eclipsed Chauvel. The Chauvel is a very odd weapon type, being of curved swords, but this thing actually has like a really weird gimmick to it. Let me find it real quick. This thing has a really weird gimmick to it, right? Where it has low damage overall. It can be upgraded with smithing, somber smithing stones. But it has this ability called Death Flare, where you swing it and it creates a cloud of Deathblight and enchants the weapon with Deathblight. If this weapon was a little bit better, I'm going to put it a little bit higher. Like around there. If this weapon was a little bit better, if it did a little bit more damage, if its attacks were a little bit faster, this might be a monster. Deathblight is very rare, and it should stay rare in PvP, and there is no reason on earth this should ever get buffed. Sure, it's fine where it is. It's an average weapon, if not slightly below average thanks to its low DPS. But Death Flare could be a monster if they buffed this thing, so I'm not going to put it in and give it a buff. And it has split holy damage, which does kind of make it fall down a little bit, and it scales with faith with a D and dex with a D. So its damage isn't the best, specifically because of the holy damage. And the fact that it's kind of bad, even with its somewhat good moveset. It's alright moveset. The Scimitar is low D tier. Same thing with the Falanchon. They're both in a very similar place. In fact, they function very similarly to each other. While one of them is gained from the skeletons in a crypt, the other one is, I believe there's even like a starting class that starts with a scimitar. They can be very good though. They have the option to put parry on them as well, which can throw your enemies off. But that's about it. The Shamshir is a high B weapon. This is actually one of the best weapons in the entire game, and I was surprised. A lot of people say that the scimitar and the Falanchon are pretty powerful. They are with Spinning Slash, but this thing actually has more consistency than they do. That is why those are a D tier. I will actually move those up now that I'm thinking about it, because my testing I did beforehand, I feel like they're very similar though. They're going to be next to each other because they serve very similar purposes, as you can see through here, through their scaling. But this thing actually works a bit better. First of all, you can be infused with Ashes of War, and it can be upgraded with Smithing Stones in a similar way to the others, but this thing has a very powerful ability on it. Its scaling gets pretty good. Its scaling becomes D and C, not D and B. It becomes D and C for standard. For strength and dex, for a curved sword, which means you can milk damage out of this. And its stamina is not too bad either. But you can milk damage out of this thing really hard, especially with curved slash, with like something like Blood Flame Blade on a different weapon while simultaneously using this one in the other hand can be very good. It also has like a unique moveset. It has faster attacks. So this is a really powerful weapon. The Shamshir is very good, simply because its faster attacks, its unique moveset, its potential damage. You can infuse it with different Ashes of War. It starts out with Spinning Slash, but it can be infused with Ashes of War. This thing is a monster in PvP. This is one of the legendary PvP weapons. It's not an A tier simply because it's a curved sword and there are blades that are much better, but this thing can be crazy powerful. Next up is the Grosmers. I believe that's how you would say that. This thing is like low C tier. It's better than the Scimitar, the Grosmer. It has higher damage scaling, and its damage scaling comes out pretty quick. It's a C and a D, similar to the Shamshir, but it does not have like the unique moveset of the Shamshir, and its damage somewhat falls off, but I would put this in like, I would actually say a little bit higher. I'd say it's like sort of somewhat high C tier, because I see a lot of people using this online and it can be pretty powerful, but just use the Shamshir, seriously. That's about it. Alright, the Bandit's Curved Sword. This thing's actually high C tier again. I put it slightly below that though. This thing works pretty well for what it's made for, right? The Bandit's Curved Sword. Where is it? There it is. The Bandit's Curved Sword has, once again, higher damage. It has higher damage. It's dropped from the Skeleton Bandit specifically, and it can be infused with Ashes of War. It starts out with Spinning Slash, like most of the swords, but it has high damage and D and C scaling, which means it primarily scales off of dexterity, but is alright with strength. Its damage is somewhat low at higher levels, and it doesn't have that unique moveset, but it works pretty well, and I see a lot of people using it. The Shovel is in a similar state. These are like a slightly above average weapons, or the Shotel. This gets around shields pretty hard, which back in the day, I mean, early Elden Ring shield poking was somewhat of an issue, but nowadays we have a lot of counters to that. It can be infused, I do believe, and it has a lot of potential to it. Its damage is somewhat low, and it's a very, very hard dex scaling weapon early on, as you can see, but it does balance out to a DC eventually. And you know what? Its stamina cost is actually somewhat low, so it's an alright weapon. I see a lot of people using it if they don't have the Shamshir, plus its ability to reduce, like, you know, reduce the opponent's block by 40% is actually pretty good. Heavy and like your heavy attacks and your charge attacks, I believe it's 60%, so that can be pretty powerful. The Scavenger Curved Sword is probably the highest C tier I could give it. This is a very controversial weapon, as is part of a very cancerous bleed build. The weapon has bleed build up on it naturally. It has a 45, and it's a curved sword, so it's very quick. Jumping attacks with this thing are insanely powerful, and it can be infused for even more bleeding damage, up to 82 with High Arcane, which is insane. 82 on a jump attack, equip the Raptor Talismans, and you can really just puncture through people with this shit. But it has low damage, very low damage, 57. It has lower stamina cost than normal, which is alright, and its attack pattern is not special, but it is pretty powerful. But you can only get one per playthrough, which is the only thing that kind of limits this thing. But with a proper build-up, with the White Mask, with Mohg's Talisman, with this thing, with dual-wielding this thing, with blood on them, with a Blood Ash of War put on them, this thing can be a monster in PvE. PvP, it's annoying. The Curved Sword moveset is very consistent, sort of mid-tier moveset, so it can be pretty good. I wouldn't count on it saving your life, though. But I will put it in a very high C tier. Alright. Okay, what's next up? The Mantis Blades. Ooh. I don't actually like these things. If we look here, the Mantis Blades are a little bit contemptuous, if you would. They're similar to a lot of other slashing swords, but if we scroll to the top here, you can see they actually have the shortest range. Oopsies, that is my Twitter. Go check me out on Twitter. My apologies. I'm moving on. The Mantis Blades actually have the shortest range. I put them in the lower tier, specifically because they have high damage compared to the others, but their range is really lacking, and that really, really hurts them, so I personally go with, well, a low D tier. In PvP, they can be okay, but just use the Shamshir, seriously. Shamshir is pretty good. I'm actually going to move it up a little bit. I'm going to say it's around there. Alright, next up is the Beastman's Curved Sword. This is our first example of I believe, a great sword with a slightly different moveset. Or a slightly different purpose. You see, with our curved swords down here, that's literally all of them, right? With the exception of this. The Beastman's Curved Sword has gotten late game, let me state that outright, and it has very weird scaling for a curved sword. As you can see, it primarily scales based off of strength, as the Spinning Slash Dash of War, and it can be infused, and it's a smithing stone weapon as well. It has, however, quite the high stamina cost for curved swords, which is odd, honestly. Quite the high stamina cost, so it's an okay option for strength builds if you want to use a curved sword. It's very good. It has like a unique moveset with its jumping heavy attacks, but that's actually about it. It's really strange. Raptors of the Mist also has this, as you can see down there. I would put this pretty high, to tell you the truth. I would put it about here, a high D tier, because it's a very powerful weapon in the right hands, right? Very powerful weapon in the right hands, and not only that, the weapon itself has a lot of potential with strength builds, But for PvE, it's not the best, and PvP, I wouldn't entirely suggest it, right? Because it's like, okay, you can just use the Shamshir. Even as a strength build, the Shamshir is so powerful, there's really no point in not using it. Because it's just, the moveset is powerful, it's a fast swinger, it can be enchanted with Ashes of War. So it's just so strong, there's no point in not using the Shamshir, even if you are a strength build primarily, right? Even if you're primarily a strength build, there's still no point in not using it for PvP and even for PvE. Next up, we get into the Great Curved Sword. Starting off first with the Dismounter. Actually, this thing can be very powerful. I'm going to put this in low, maybe mid C tier, actually. It's not as good as Geyser's Wheel, though. There we go. Sort of around there. It's up there with this Y-hander. It functions very similarly to this Y-hander, but the only reason it's actually up this high is thanks to its incredible place in the game, and it can be infused with Ashes of War. It's very powerful. It's a very, very, very powerful ability. It has. This thing is found early game and has Spinning Slash. And not only that, it's actually an amazing weapon for early game. PvE, it's very good. Very powerful. Its moveset, also keep in mind the curved greatsword moveset is kind of bad. It's not the best. It can be powerful. I would compare curved greatswords to the FAMAS from 2019 Modern Warfare. It's good, but only in the hands of someone who knows what the hell they're doing with it, right? Great curved swords can be an incredibly powerful weapon that it can give every other weapon on the tier list a run for their money. But their range is really short. Their jumping attacks are not the best. It can be difficult, but the Dismounter is one of the better ones. The Omen Cleaver I'm going to put in low C tier. The Omen Cleaver is gotten very late in game. And keep in mind, for the Dismounter for PvP, even the Omen Cleaver for PvP, they can still be used. A lot of people do use the Omen Cleaver. It can be found somewhat late in game in Stormveil, so you do have to like actually beat and progress with the game. You can't just find it in like Caelid without progressing any of the bosses. But other than that, it's actually quite a good weapon. It's a low drop chance, its moveset is not the best, but it does have good damage and it scales pretty much equally with strength and dexterity, which is rare for curved swords, even for great curved swords. So I'm putting it in a somewhat good position, right? In my opinion, it doesn't need like a buff, it's an alright weapon, it just falls kinda oddly into the meta with a low C tier. For PvP, it can be useful though. Next up is the Monk's Flame Blade. I'm going to put this a little bit higher, simply because the Monk's Flame Blade is, first of all, one of the rarer drops in the entire game. It can be infused with Ashes of War, and it's upgraded with Smithing Stones, but it has this really weird thing about it, where it's a great curved sword. As you can see here, its guard is kind of low, but because it's a great curved sword, its status effects increase faster, because the swings are slower, 100, 150, 150, 115, and 127. So that basically means this thing is very good for applying status effects with Ashes of War. But the real big thing about this is this thing mainly scales with strength. It kind of. And it has a very fast moveset. Still the greatsword moveset. Very fast greatsword moveset, the curved greatsword moveset. And it does alright damage for its class. It's just, I mean, it's kind of outclassed, right? It's kind of outclassed. That's why I'm giving it slightly higher than the Omen Cleaver and slightly higher than Godfrey's Axe. But it's versatile, but its versatility runs short pretty quickly. Next up is the Large Beast Cleaver. The Beastman's Cleaver. This thing, standard, it's pretty standard. Its damage is actually somewhat low, especially because, as we can see here, it has no scaling for dexterity at all, and it only gets up to a B in strength, which is kinda dumb, gonna say it. It has kinda higher stamina cost for swings, and it's okay. I personally wouldn't, like, overly use it. It can be pretty good for PvP, however, so I'm gonna put it, like, here-ish. I know some people will call me an idiot for putting Geezer's Wheel this low on the tier list, but honestly, without the glitch and everything, it is really hard to use in PvP. It's not very consistent, it's not a thrusting weapon, I personally have trouble with it, and this is a tier list I try and be as unbiased as possible, but at like higher level competitive... Oh, hello there. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I have a bit of a bug problem. Sorry about that. At higher level competitive play, you rarely see Shisar's Wheel. You rarely see the Pizza Cutter, because it has no real point. Bloodhound's Fang is really contentious. See, some people would put it all the way in a B tier, but honestly, I think it just deserves like low C tier. It's a good weapon. It can be. Ash of War on it's pretty powerful. But it's curved greatsword, so its moveset isn't the best. You can outrange it with a lot. The only thing you can't, like, if you're dual-wielding Saint Terrains, then you're gonna have trouble outranging a curved greatsword, right? But if you're not, you're usually gonna outrange a curved greatsword jump attack. It's in most of its entire moveset, especially if you're using something OP like a pike or any other thrusting weapon. So the Ash of War on this thing is pretty powerful, but I personally wouldn't use it because, I mean, people can see it coming in PvP pretty hard, and if against higher level players, they can parry it pretty hard. I mean, they can just absolutely get rid of you if you try and use that Ash of War. They can get rid of it pretty quickly. They can parry it really, really hard, and parry swings as you come out of it really, really, really hard. So I wouldn't use that. This thing is actually okay. I put it below the Omen Cleaver. It has really, really, really powerful scaling, I do believe. The Onyx Lord Greatsword. It has really powerful scaling because it scales primarily in strength and intelligence, and it has magic damage on it, which is very, very good. I'm thinking maybe it's a bit better. I would have to put it like here. No, I'd put it here. I'd have to put it right before the Beastman's Cleaver. It's okay. It's very good. It is very good, but it struggles because of its moveset. PvE, it can be pretty powerful, especially with this, especially with the extra gravity type enemies. It makes this thing as a Radon murderer if you dual wield them. Like, not Radon, the Onyx. The Onyx Lord murderers, the things you get this thing from, it chops through them incredibly quickly thanks to that little buff it has. It cannot be infused, however, and you have to use the pull, where you stab the blade into the ground and burst everything away from you, similar to the other gravity magics that exist within the game. It's this big, like, pulling bang wave that zooms in and then pushes out. It's repulsion. Onyx Lord's repulsion. So I'm gonna put it slightly below the Beastman's Cleaver. Its scaling is very good though, so. This is an odd one. So this thing is many people consider this to be the worst, one of the worst weapons in the entire game. Simply because it has very low damage. You can see plus 10 down here, 360, and it primarily scales with dexterity, which is somewhat of a rarity. A lot of the great curved swords have mixed scaling, but this thing primarily scales with dex, so I'm gonna put it here. That one's a difficult one. C tier. This thing, the Hero's Blade, I believe is what it is called, or what most people call it, the Zeram curved sword, is okay. it gets a lot from its stats, specifically because it has a B in dex scaling, and it always has frost. But I will say, despite it always having frost on it, it doesn't have good magical damage. Like, it has no magical damage, which sucks. Because most frost weapons do at least have some magical damage. And because of that, and because its stat scaling is okay, I'm gonna place it at least in the C tier. At least somewhere around the C tier. It's an okay weapon. It's not the best, it's a mid-C tier, really. Alright, let's move on. The Magma Worm Scaled Blade, as far as PvE and PvP for this weapon go, it's kind of equal in both. It's pretty good. Frost is always pretty powerful, but it won't do much for you in the long run. The Magma Worm's Blade is actually a bit better than that is. I put it right before the Chisa's Wheel, because the Magma Worm's Greatsword is incredible for PvE. PvP, it's not the best, but I do see some people using it. Actually, I'll probably move it up a bit, because I have seen a good few people using this blade in PvP. It's not like the go-to PvP greatsword, that would probably be the Omen Cleaver, but the Omen Cleaver struggles in PvE, while the Magma Worm's Greatsword, or the Magma Worm's Scaled Sword, does not. It's actually very good for PvE. PvE, this weapon is incredibly powerful. I would use it. Great curved swords are a really weird thing. They're basically the cream of the crap. You can use a curved sword in PvP, like high-level PvP. You can use a great curved sword in high-level PvP. You're not going to be as effective as you would with the ease of some thrusting weapons or spears, but at the same time, you can still do good work if you know how to use them, and you can easily outdamage some people with them. Speaking of outdamaging, Morgoth's curved sword, or cursed sword in this case. I'm actually going to put this thing quite high. The highest C tier I can give it. Specifically because this weapon is actually good. Somewhat. It has natural bleed on it, and has most of its scaling in dex. It's much like the Zaram curved sword, but it has less damage. But its Ash of War is actually usable, and it has a massive, massive, massive strength against shield poking. That Ash of War will quickly reduce a person's stamina to 0, and that's simply why I'm putting it that high. Other than that, its moveset is pretty consistent, and it's an okay weapon overall. The bleed really helps it out, and it's a somber smithing stone weapon. It can't be buffed, so it does struggle in that regard, but just because of its Ash of War and its good moveset for bleed damage, it's pretty good. The only complaint I do have for the bleed damage is it doesn't have, like, its brothers and sisters, like, massive amount of bleed it gives you, but hey, that can always be remedied with other abilities or just dual wielding. Okay, now we're getting into the daggers. The daggers are an interesting set of weaponry. They're also kind of depressing. So, the basic dagger, I think this needs a buff. Honestly, it has no identity. I know that most starting game weapons shouldn't be buffed, simply because they're the start of game weapons. They shouldn't really be viable, with the exception of maybe the Uchi-Katana. Most of them aren't. Like the weapons you would normally spawn with, and something like the club isn't viable in like PvP usually, or PvE. But the dagger, honestly, I feel this thing needs some kind of a buff, because it is one of the weakest weapons in the entire game. What this thing does well is its unique Ash of War quickstep is used for getting around the map easier, and that is fucking it. This thing actually needs an identity. I don't know how they would do it. Maybe like give it some ability, because they've changed it a lot as well, right? Maybe give it higher damage. Maybe. It's hard to say because it doesn't even do the job of a dagger too well because the miser cord is just way better. Next up, the parrying dagger I'm going to put in a mid D tier. Parrying dagger is very powerful if you know what you're doing with it. It actually does have a bit of a weakness to it. Its crit is quite low. It's one of the lower ones throughout the entire thing. So its crit's pretty low, but it can be still pretty good. I would use it PvP and PvE. The parrying dagger can be pretty powerful. PvE, it's kind of overpowered if you know what you're doing with your parries. And PvP, it can be good because most people will not expect it. And it's a dagger. So if you put a dagger in like your offhand and just start parrying with it, it can be pretty powerful because no one's going to think of it, but you can do the same thing with a lot of other weapons, including like the scimitar, which can throw people off even harder. Alright, the miser cord is a fucking A tier weapon. This thing is insane. This needs a nerf. The miser cord, well, it probably doesn't need a nerf. It doesn't need a nerf. I didn't put it in that category, but it is a really, really powerful weapon in the right hands. Especially if you know what you're doing. Like, I was invading somebody at one point for my 3 invasions challenge that I did. This was way back before I, like, you know, actually started playing Elden Ring. I wanted to see what invasions were like. So usually I do like 2 or 3 invasions before I just stop doing them altogether. Gotta say, it's really powerful. Well, I don't like doing invasions. What I did in this particular invasion was I used the Mimic Veil to turn into a dog next to a doorway that had a chest in it, and once the host ran in and opened up that chest, I pulled out miser cord, stabbed him once in the back, and he immediately died. Because I was just right next to the doorway disguised as a dead dog. So, yeah. This thing is really powerful for PvP. You get a parry, pull out the miser cord, you're probably going to kill him. It's not an S tier weapon because it doesn't have any like true combos or any consistency to it other than just good damage. But hey, dual wielding these things can be alright damage. It's an A tier weapon. The Great Knife is kind of low D tier. It's actually I believe it's the dagger with some of the most damage in the game. Yeah, it actually does like somewhat decent damage, but it's low, and it does have bleed on it though. It does have natural bleed on it. That's at least something. Oh yes, hello. Later, not now. So I'm going to put it in low D tier. It's alright for PvE. For PvP, it's useless because the miser cord exists. The Bloodstained Dagger is in a similar boat. I'm going to put it a little bit higher. Same story, different dagger. Great Knife and the Bloodstained Dagger share a lot, although the Bloodstained Dagger does do more damage. The Bloodstained Dagger does actually do more damage. And has a little bit better scaling, because it goes up to a B and a D, while the Great Knife actually does struggle with that, because it goes up to a E and a B. So keep that in mind, but over these two, I would just use the Bloodstained Dagger. It can be pretty good for PvE, because it has bleed on it. PvP, it can be pretty good as well, but just use the miser cord. The Archery Steel Dagger, I actually feel is one of the lower weapons in the entire game. This thing is worthless. It doesn't have any passive build-up. It has very, very low crit, 110, which is basically almost the same as a normal weapon. This thing is not very useful. The only thing remarkable about it is that, like, you get it from a quest. That's about it. The Wazazashi, I'm actually going to put in C tier. It's pretty good. It can power stance with a katana, despite being a dagger. If you power stance with this thing in your right hand, with a weaker katana, it can be pretty powerful. It's plus 25, 203 damage. The only thing I see bad about this is it doesn't have any crit, so it's not the best. I wouldn't use it for that. But other than that, it can be pretty good. It can be pretty powerful. Not having crit at all is not that bad for a dagger, which you're not going to use for its criticals anyways. You're going to be using it for its crazy potential bleed damage, which if you power stance with this thing that has bleed with an 82 on 2 Wazazashis and power stance them together and just start swinging, you're going to bleed pretty quick. The Celebrant's Sickle is up next. As well as for PvE and PvP, the Wazazashi is very powerful in both regards. PvP, it's a little bit better. I see some people using it. The Celebrant's Sickle is up next. This thing is a grind machine, but that's about it. It doesn't have any other purpose but effectively grinding more runes, and that's about it. There's not much else to say about it. It's not the best. I wouldn't use it. I'm actually going to put it a little bit lower, because it's not quite as bad as the Erdtree dagger, Erdtree steel dagger, but I'm going to put it lower. Crystal Knife. I'm putting it in low C tier simply because it has the potential to be pretty good with certain spellcasters. You know what you're doing, because it does scale in intelligence. Although its crit is nothing, it doesn't have crit, which means it kind of fails its purpose as a dagger, unlike the Wazazashi, which can get away with that. It's not very good, but it does scale with intelligence, which is a frequently used stat. The Scorpion Stinger is actually really strong. I'm going to put this in high C tier. The Scorpion Stinger is a really powerful dagger, one of the strongest in the game. It actually has crit, and it builds up Scarlet Rot, which is really, really good. And it has very big lore implications to it. So I'm actually going to put this in high C tier. In PvE, this can be really strong, especially if you're going against enemies that don't like Scarlet Rot. In PvP, this thing can be a deadly menace if you don't want to use Miser Cord. This thing can be your enemy's worst nightmare, because you can inflict them with Scarlet Rot with repeated uses of both this and a crossbow with bolts, with Scarlet Bolts. And you can just turn into a menace with this thing, so go wild. This thing is kind of overpowered. I'm putting this in B tier, low B. The Sinfuder, I believe is how you pronounce that, or however you would pronounce that, I'm not too sure. He's an incredibly powerful weapon. It is one of the better daggers in the entire game, simply because of the buffs it gives certain spells, how quickly you can come out of spell animations and use this thing. It's a very, very good dagger. It's one of the best in the entire game. And now it does somewhat lack in damage, as you can see down here, 240. But just because of the buffs this thing has and the abilities this has, buffs damage of beast incantations by 10%. Some beast incantations are really powerful, and it has multiplicative abilities with the Colossal Mark. This thing is really, really good. It means 5 fingers in Latin. This thing is really, really, really good. I would use it. I would absolutely use this. It's a very good dagger. See, oh, and it comes out so fast after a beastling, it's insane. Yeah, this right here, PvP, this is insane, and I think it should stay as it is. I don't think it should be touched, because this is a really good combo. I actually love this dagger. It's really good in PvP. If you know what you're doing, of course. Next up is the Glintstone Cress. Low C tier. This thing is pretty bad. Now, don't get me wrong, it does function as a dagger most of the time. It has 110 crit, which is better than the knife. Alright, so I should probably put it around here next to the pulley bow. It functions as a dagger, but it's not very good. It can't be infused, can't be enchanted. It has an Ash of War, which is Glintstone Dart, which is better on something like a pike. But it functions as a dagger, and it has good intelligence scaling at high levels, with split damage as a dagger with a crit weapon, so it's pretty good. Although it's nothing compared to Wazazashi and its purposes, but hey, it's not a combat dagger. It's a mage dagger that does actually crit, unlike the Glintstone knife. There you go. All right, moving on. This crazy thing, the Reduvier. I'm going to put this in high C tier. This thing's actually pretty strong. For PvE, it's pretty powerful. We're also going to, yeah, we're gonna move this up. For PvE, the Reduvier is pretty strong. It allows you to use a very powerful Ash of War, which does cost your own hit points and has a really weird arc to it, like you're throwing raindrops at somebody. But it is a dagger with bleed on it. In fact, it has incredibly high bleed on it for a dagger, which is really powerful. 60, and it's very fast, and its Ash of War will allow you to get more bleed on a target. It's really powerful. It's one of the better daggers in the entire game. Well, it does struggle in PvP a little bit. PvE, it's a monster, and PvP, it can still be used. Although, dual wielding these two things is something I see pretty often in PvP. Blade of Culling is actually kind of bad. I'm going to put it in, like, mid-C tier. While it does have its purposes, the Blade of Culling is a really weird dagger. It has holy damage, which sucks really hard, but it at least has crit, which means it's better than some daggers. I'm going to put it sort of closer to the Wazazashi. I'm going to put it in between these two, actually, because that's where it would fit the best. The Wazazashi and the Blade of Culling don't really fit with one another. The Wazazashi actually has more utility than the Blade of Culling does, but the Blade of Culling and the Glintstone Cuirass are very similar. The blade also has like a handful of buffs. It has like, yeah, it has a handful of buffs that you can use, which I guess are alright. But this blade is not the strongest in the game. Although some people would disagree with me. Some higher level players, like higher level PvP players, love this fucking thing. The Black Knife. There. It's not very good. I mean, it's pretty bad. But it does have use in PvE. PvE, this thing is a monster, especially against certain bosses, like the Godskin duo. PvP, however, this thing is useless. In fact, it might be worse than useless. It's a somber weapon, and it has a unique moveset compared to, like, the Erdtree Dagger and the Blade of Culling. It has a unique moveset compared to other daggers with the exception of those two. However, its Ash of War can be pretty powerful in PvE. PvP, however, just drags this thing down to C tier. If its Ash of War came out faster and wasn't telegraphed so hard, I would say this is even a B tier weapon. But it's a dagger, so it doesn't have much use. Its crit is actually kind of low. It's 110. So, there you go. I guess if you really want that Ash of War on an opponent in PvE, you can absolutely keep this in your right hand, quickly use it on them, then start the fight. But other than that, it's not very good. But it does give enemies destined death, which is alright. The Ivory Sickle I actually see being used quite often. The Ivory Sickle is a really strange weapon. It has quick step, and it has magical scaling on it with a high encouragement to this right here. Strength is not too valid. What is valid, however, is intelligence and dexterity. They have almost equal scaling. It's a really weird weapon. I do see people actually using this. Despite me seeing people using it, they're not exactly successful most of the time. They're mostly using it just because, you know, it has good, like, magic damage, and it's split magic damage, which isn't too bad in PvP. But as you can see down here, it does stagger pretty easy now, since the PvP changes, so it can be pretty good. It has quick step on it, and it can't be changed, however, so that's sad. And it's a smithing stone weapon, which is kind of rare for it to not be able to be changed, so I'm going to put this in mid-D tier. maybe a little bit higher. It's better than the Bloodstained Blade, so I'll put it right there, taking its spot. Alright, next up we have the fist-type weapons. Ooh, mama, the fists. These things are really weird. They are certainly strange. First one up is the Katanas. I'm gonna run through these real quick because some of them are very similar. These two right here are in D tier together. They're not very powerful. One of them at least gives bleeding damage, while the other one doesn't. The spiked variant gives bleeding damage, while the other one doesn't. Most fists are pretty useless. I wouldn't use them, but there you go. They're in D tier. PvE, they kind of struggle because they're low damage compared to the other fists. PvP, they're kind of okay. Well, especially the spiked variant, which should be above the normal variant. But they're not very strong. The Katanas, which I believe is a weapon from Africa originally, I do believe. Which is a fun fact about what this weapon could mean, or where it could be from in real life, I think at least. I'm actually going to put a little bit higher because it does have good range to it, right? It has good range to it. It has the third longest range, and it's a pretty hefty weapon. It actually does pretty good damage compared to the others. So, yeah. It's okay, plus it has Impaling Thrust on it automatically, which can get through shields, which can be pretty powerful. So, yeah, it can be pretty good, and it scales with primarily equal. It's primarily equal in scaling. It can be about 300 damage. Sorry, my accent came out there. It can be about 300 damage if you use it properly, so it's okay. It's an alright, it's a C tier weapon, mid-C. The Iron Ball is actually a little bit higher than that. It has good damage. It has good damage. This thing has good damage and it comes out pretty quickly, right? It has really weird scaling. It primarily scales with strength, but it's still low. But you can get about a little bit more damage than the actual the previous weapon on this, the Katanas. At least how you pronounce it. I don't know. You can get a little bit more damage and it comes out a little bit better, but this thing is still overshadowed by other fists we'll get to right now. PvP, it's okay. It's not the best. You have better options. Just use the Spiked Fist, which we'll get to in a second. PvE, it's alright. You get it at a certain point in the game where it can be pretty good. The Clinging Bone you can get somewhat early, more early mid-game. And it has strange abilities. I'm going to put it here. Yeah, the Clinging Bone. It has somewhat strange abilities to it. It has this really weird Ash of War, which allows you to lifesteal the opponent. But it takes a while to actually hit, so it's not the best, and its damage is somewhat lackluster. Even at plus 10, it still has only an E scaling in strength and a B scaling, but it does scale in Arcane at the very least. But it doesn't have any passive buffs. But it does have magic damage, so I'm going to leave it there. Mid-C tier. The Starred Fists are actually an incredibly powerful weapon, and I'd say they are a B tier. B tier weapon. This thing has a natural bleed buildup, which is actually quite high, of 45 for a weapon this fast. It can be infused, and it starts with Endure, which is crazy. If you put bleed on this thing, that gets to 82, and this thing is fast attacking. You could put Blood Flame Blade on this thing with a standard or heavy if you really want to. Its scaling is C and D, so it has somewhat good scaling for fists. Put heavy on this thing with Blood Flame Blade, A for strength scaling. You can hit hard. It does good bleed no matter what. Blood Flame Blade will make this thing pretty strong. It's pretty good. Yeah, you can make a decent 125 build using these weapons on both fists. Yep. Even the wiki says how powerful this is. It's a B tier weapon. This is an odd one. It actually doesn't have much use, but it does have a good damage type. This thing does lightning damage and scales with dexterity and strength, obviously because it has lightning damage on it. This thing is actually somewhat good. I'm going to put this a high C tier. Well, there we go. I'm going to put this high C tier simply because in PvE, lightning damage is okay. It's not the best against some creatures, but PvP, lightning damage is actually really overpowered, and this thing naturally brings it. It brings a good bit of it as well at 10th level, 129 damage, and it's a fist weapon, so it attacks pretty quick. Now, you can't change its Ash of War, and it's only upgraded to Somber Weapon, and it has this unique little thing called Storm Kick, where you jump in the air and kick with it. Now, it's not like Storm Assault, the hitbox doesn't linger for a super long amount of time, but it's alright. The Cypher Paste, going to put in mid-C tier. A lot of weapons in this game, as you can tell, are just kind of okay. The Paste is our first weapon that does completely and totally holy damage. That is completely it. It just does entirely holy damage. But it has the unblockable blade skill, which can be useful in PvP. You can get through opponents. It automatically just goes through an opponent's guard with this, but it does entirely holy damage, in fact, so it's not very powerful. The Grafted Dragon is pretty bad. Low C, in fact, I'm going to put that in D tier, mid D tier. It's not very strong. The Ash of War on it is pretty slow, so you can probably see now. So I wouldn't use it. It's not very good. It is not the best in the whole game. Plus its moveset is somewhat slow. Not its moveset, its wind up for both its Ash of War and its abilities are somewhat slow. Plus its Ash of War kinda slows you down a bit because you launch it forwards and it's just like a hail. But the thing is, you're stuck in that animation for a while. It at least does extra damage against most creatures. And it does fire damage, which is alright, but it falls off, and its damage is very low. And it scales with Faith, but it's a fire weapon, so it's a bit of an oddball. Alrighty then. Let us continue with the flails. This is one of the worst weapon types in the whole game. Yeah, it's one of the worst weapon types in the entire game. The flails are pretty bad. There's not too many good flails, and there's only 4 in the entire game. Let's run through them real quick. The flail and the Knight Rider's flail both go into high D tier. This one in particular is a little bit higher. The Knight Rider flail at least provides bleed, while that bleed pretty quickly, and it has higher damage, while the normal flail does provide bleed, but has a slow attack rate, and spinning chain is one of the worst Ashes of War of all time. And the flails are very limited of what they can do. The chain link flail is alright. It does provide bleed, but it's not very strong. The flails are honestly awful. I put it just below the Knight Rider flail. The Family Heads is actually surprisingly a low C tier weapon, simply because its Ash of War can be very annoying to deal with from a range in PvP. All of the flails really suck in PvP, by the way. In PvE, they're alright because some of them have bleed. But the Family Heads is actually good thanks to its unique Ash of War that it has, which is Familial Rancor. Familial Rancor. It shoots Rancor, and it's a low-cost Rancor, basically. This skill is not chargeable, unfortunately. Finally, with this weapon right here, sorry about that, my fucking computer crashed as soon as I tried to open up this specific page. So, man, I'm having a lot of issues making this video. It's so long as well. Alright, this flail doesn't give bleed, but it does do magic damage, and it has A for scaling and intelligence. This thing is actually not horrible. Its Ash of War is, okay, it kinda sucks. It has the same Ash of War as the Estella Wing. PvP, it's awful. PvE, it can be pretty good. Even, in PvP, it can still be still be somewhat okay. It can still be somewhat alright. You're never going to see too many people using it, but it's okay. It's okay overall. I'm going to put it in a high C, a low C tier. Alright, now we get into the axes, right? The axe. These axes are great axes in particular. First one up, the Winged Greathorn. It's not very good. It has B scaling in both dex and strength, which is somewhat rare, so its scaling is alright, which means late game, when you get this thing, it can be okay. I'm gonna put this in mid-C tier. Slightly better than the dual stacks. The great axes have a really bad moveset to begin with, but they're alright overall, I suppose. They're alright overall. It's difficult to use them thanks to their moveset. PvE, this is a good weapon thanks to its scaling. Late game PvE, it's not. This is even worse though. I put this in low C tier. Actually, I put it a little bit higher. Slightly worse. Axe of Godric is kinda contentious, right? Some people love this weapon. It has I command thee kneel as an Ash of War, which forces enemies to the ground and up into the air and does damage. It cannot be infused, but its damage is actually somewhat decent for early game. 347 with double C scaling. But other than that, it's not too good. Great Axe is up next. This weapon is actually very surprisingly consistent, and I will put it slightly above the Beastman's Cleaver. This weapon is actually pretty consistent for when you find it, and it's good for PvE and PvP. Only slightly. Its scaling is a little bit odd, but you can get an A scaling for strength, but it does about 100 or so damage thanks to it being a great weapon with status effects, and its jumping attacks are okay. I'm going to put it, I'm going to put it somewhat mid-C tier. Next up, the Crescent Moon Axe. Goes in a similar space. Kind of. Let me get into it in a second. I would say it's here. In fact, both of these axes, both of the next two axes, are very similar. The Crescent Moon and Long Haft share very similar, a lot of similarities. They're both pretty powerful, and I think that they are very good in PvE, especially against certain larger opponents, such as certain bosses. But for PvP, they kind of struggle. While their range is good, the potential they have is kind of stunted because their moveset is not very good. But they have good damage thanks to them being great axes, so I'll at least put them pretty high, right? In fact, I'll probably move these down a little bit, because they are not worse than their cousins, but they're worse than their cousins, but only because they are basically basic. Don't have much room. This is actually a very good weapon. The Executioner's Great Axe is actually really powerful. I'm going to put it in high C tier. The Executioner's Great Axe I see a lot of people using online thanks to its very unique abilities. It has Warcry automatically on it, and it can be infused, but the thing is, this weapon, unlike most other weapons, actually has good scaling and strength. It has a B in strength. A lot of great axes have mixed, as we have seen a few times. A lot of great axes have mixed, so it's okay. It is an alright weapon. I personally do like it. I like it a lot. It's just very consistent, and it's very, very powerful. It can be upgraded with smithing stones as well, and it can be infused. I see a lot of people using stuff like stunning Ashes of War on this. War Cry is usually what I see, but I also see like Cry of Bilot, I think his name is. I forget what that's called. The Omen Killer Cleaver is next up. This is a kind of a bitch of a weapon. People use these things online a lot. I'm going to put it sort of mid-C tier. People online use these things a lot. It's pretty good overall. It's sort of a noob trap weapon because the Great Axe moveset isn't the best. It can be upgraded and it can be infused. but it doesn't have anything too good about it. I would honestly personally use the Executioner's Blade because its scaling is even worse, which means a lot for late game. But it does have Wild Strike on it immediately, so I guess it can be pretty good. PvE and PvP, it's pretty much equal, although in PvP it does struggle. Rusty Anchor. Honestly, this one's actually good. It's like on par with Executioner Greatsword, simply because of its gigantic scaling with strength, similar to the Executioner's great axe. It has 360 and it gets a lot from its strength, but the Barbaric Roar is quite powerful and it starts with it. It can be infused, obviously, but this is probably the best Great Axe in the game for PvE. PvP, it kind of struggles because the Great Axes aren't the best. But overall, it can be a pretty good weapon. Alrighty then. Next we're going to finish up the Great Axes here. With these three are incredibly similar. The Butcher's Knife, the Gargoyle's Black Axe, and the Gargoyle's Great Axe, and the Gargoyle's Black Axe all follow the same thing. I would honestly say that the Gargoyle's Black Axe is actually more like a C tier. These three weapons all follow the same thing. While one of them does have Savage Strike on them, and one of them can be infused and one of them cannot, they all follow the same kind of rhythm, as they are mid-ranged Great Axes with the Great Axe moveset. The only difference is the Cleaver. The Cleaver does actually give you a little bit in return because it scales with dexterity, unlike the rest of them. And that's actually about it. That's all this thing has going for it, but it's not very powerful. The Black Axe, however, is actually quite strong. I'm actually going to put it above the Black Knife. It's actually quite strong thanks to its Ash of War that it automatically has on it. It cannot be changed unlike the previous Gargoyle's Axe, but it has War Cry on it automatically. And it has holy damage, which I mean isn't good, but it actually has very good holy damage. 294 and 245. Primarily holy damage, but it's still a mid-tier C weapon because it's holy damage. Duh. I mean, what are you thinking? Holy damage is actually going to be good in this game? You're crazy. It'll never be good. Alright. Now we get into the Great Bows. These are kind of bad. Let's just run through these real quick because they all function similarly. The standard Great Bow is a mid D tier, and the Golem Bow is slightly higher than that. The only difference between these two is their stats, and how they scale. Great Bows are kind of bad. There's only 4 of them in the entire game, while the Great Bow and the Golem Great Bow are just... The Golem Great Bow is better. The Erdtree Great Bow, however, which is our next thing up, actually has holy damage, which makes it a little bit better. I'm going to put it high C tier, or high D tier, sorry. It makes it a little bit better, because it does scale with Faith pretty high, and it has almost perfectly equal scaling between 3 stats, which is very rare for Elden Ring. Very rare. However, Radagon's Bow, or the Lion Great Bow, is actually a sort of a mid-C tier weapon. I'll go over the PvE and PvP qualities of the Great Bows in a second, but first I want to go over the Lion Bow. It has increased physical damage with Radagon's Spears by 20%, which is a lot, and not only that, it has good scaling. D all around, which is not bad for how much damage it can do. You get 150 out of it overall. Plus, with that bonus damage on those spears, and its very powerful Ash of War, which is somewhat difficult to avoid in, say, invasions or something, it can be pretty strong, so this is going mid-C tier. For as far as Great Bows go for their PvE and PvP qualities, PvE, they're pretty powerful. I say we're one of the stronger ranged weapons in the entire game. PvP, they're hilariously bad, unless you're invading in very specific locations. It is pretty bad. I wouldn't use them. That's about it. Alright.
We're getting into the hammers now, as you can see, and, well, technically the clubs, but these are a bit difficult. I want to say outright that the hammer and sort of the club moveset is kind of bad. Now, you can use these online. They're usable online, I should say. PvP, they're okay. They do have some inconsistencies with their movesets. Specifically, it is the hammers we're getting into now. They do have inconsistencies in their movesets, and some of them can be pretty damn short. These are all the hammers in the game we'll be getting into. First one we'll actually be getting into on the tier list is the Great Horn Hammer, which I believe, in and of itself, is not actually a hammer. It is a great hammer. Indeed. So, great hammers and hammers share a lot in common. They're good for PvE, especially something like the Beastclaw Great Hammer. It can be pretty good in PvE, as well as, like, the large club, maybe. The early game, the large club can be pretty good. I mean, the Great Club is awful, so at least the Large Club can do something. But that's about it, right? The Great Hammer moveset is okay in PvE. PvP, though? PvP, the shit struggles. Both movesets struggle really hard. Great Hammer is going in D tier. You see the issue with Elden Ring weaponry? The Great Hammer, the Great Horn Hammer, because the Great Horn Hammer in particular has slightly below average damage, but it has almost perfect dual scaling with both strength and dex. And it has Barbaric's Roar, so it's at least alright. Moving on. It's just not that good for PvP. PvE you can get by, though. The Envoy's Horn. Another strange one. I'm actually going to put this slightly higher up. The Envoy's Horn, right here, the Envoy's Long Horn, has the Bubble Shower Ash of War, which is actually very good, thanks to its wide sweeping range and its damage. The Envoy's Horn also has holy damage, so it's bad for late game, but in PvP, this Ash of War can actually do stuff. It can actually do stuff. It is a good Ash of War to use. While the split holy damage does hurt the weapon a lot, at least it has technically more damage than the Great Thorn Horn, or the Great Horn Hammer. So I'm going to put it slightly higher, about the same tier though. We're getting into the Great Hammers. This is a very odd one. This is more of just an object used to hit people with. Let me actually click on this. This is a candle holder. Yeah, it's a candle stand. And this thing is really weird. So, it does fire damage. It has split fire damage, which is good for PvE, especially in some certain locations, like K-Lid or something like that. But for PvP, it's not the best. It has B-scaling and strength, which is good, and D-scaling in dex, and a B-scaling in faith. This thing actually does do a lot of damage. 500 plus, if you consider all the fire damage. And it has Surge of Faith. It cannot be infused, however. Surge of Faith basically just is an explosion. It's a multi-hit explosion, and it increases the weapon's attack power. The attack power was, like, increased a while ago, so it's alright. It's not very good Ash of War, and the moveset's pretty bad in general. I'm going to put it slightly above the Great Horn. Next up, we have the Beastclaw Great Hammer. This thing is actually pretty good. It has split holy damage, which really sucks for it, but it has descaling in faith and double C in normal strength and dex scaling, which is pretty good. It's pretty good overall. It's a somber weapon, however, where this thing really shines is the Ash of War, which is actually quite useful. At point-blank range, all projectiles of the Ash of War will hit, so I'm going to put it slightly higher in a high C tier. This thing, however, the next thing up on our Great Horn list, this thing is actually kinda good. The Scepter.
as I call it, as we call it online, the scepter. Some things we just call the first word, like finger, the finger, if you know what I'm talking about, you know. But that's not the finger. We'll get into the finger later. The scepter, however, has split fire damage, and it's much similar to the Beast Claw, the Beastman's Great Hammer. It has very similar damage, except it does fire instead of holy. And its Ash of War is alright. It does more fire damage, slams you to the ground, and it pulls everything in an area. Well, I should say HP. It pulls everything with HP in an area. The FP cost is kind of high, though. That's like on the level of some spells. And it's a somber weapon, but it can be pretty good. But it has a great clubs moveset, so it's gonna struggle really hard. Sorry, I just had dinner. So, I'm going to put this... yeah, I'm going to put it slightly higher. It's better than the Eclipse Shovel, right? Because the Eclipse Shovel does no damage. This actually has, like, split fire damage, so. Large Club is... I think it actually needs a buff. The Large Club, while it does damage, it doesn't have an identity, right? The thing has... The only thing this thing has going for it is that it primarily only has strength scaling, which means its damage with strength actually goes up pretty high, but the damage is so low, I think it needs a buff. I would make this thing have a little bit higher strength requirement. I would say make it 38, and then just increase this damage over here to a point where it's like 340 and give it an A scaling in strength normally. And then maybe like an S scaling in strength if you put heavy on it. I would do that just to make it just a powerhouse weapon. But it's very slow otherwise. It goes in the buff tier. This thing is an F tier weapon. The Curved Great Club is a very odd weapon. It's a great warhammer, technically. It has Barbaric Roar, which is okay. It makes it better than a normal club. But it's basically the club, except for it has the Great Club, except for it has slightly higher damage and it has dexterity scaling. That's literally it. That's all it has. That's the only difference. You get it from the Albadiric, so you can get it sort of early mid game, but it's a Smithing Stone weapon too, and you can change the Ash of War. But this thing is pretty much useless. It doesn't need a buff because it has its own identity, but it's like a really weird cross between like a Warhammer and a Great Hammer. It's a very light Great Hammer. It's not very good. So as far as like PvP for the last two weapons I just went over go, don't use them. The reason I did not tell you for the Great Club, the Large Club, sorry, is the same reason I wouldn't tell you for the Great Club. They're useless. So this one is also useless in PvP. I see some people using it maybe for its like really weird playstyle, right? It has a very unique playstyle to it because it's actually a Great Club that scales somewhat reasonably with dex, even though it still has a D. Alright, next up, the Great Mace. This thing is actually found very early game, and it's not very good. It has a B scaling for strength, and if you put heavy on it, it has an S scaling. It's basically what I want the club to be. This thing also doesn't have an identity, except for just a much heavier club. Except the strength scaling is a little bit strange, but that's about it. It has no dex scaling on the thing at all, and it has high damage as well as high stamina cost. S is one of the only weapons that can get to an S scaling in something, S scaling in strength, with heavy on it. So I guess if you want that, you can get it. It's going in the D tier, high D tier, thanks to its high DPS and damage output. Although its Ash of War can be pretty good, Endure is probably one of the best Ashes of War in the game, I would say. I would say it's one of the best Ashes of War in the entire game. I would say it's probably top 10 best Ashes of War, right? Its Ash of War can be pretty good, that's why it's up here. I'd actually put it high D tier. You know what, thinking about it, it has Endure and high damage. I'm gonna put it, I'm actually gonna put it higher. I'm gonna put it in the D in the C tier, mid C tier, because Endure with high damaging weapons is overpowered. Endure is so strong that most competitive formats in the game will actually ban it from play, and this weapon automatically has it. So
Next up is the pickaxe. This actually has kind of a unique moveset. This thing, it cannot be used in power stance with other warhammers, but it can be used in power stance with great axes, which most people do not know. This thing has a really unique, not moveset, but playstyle. Its damage is somewhat low compared to the Great Mace. It's more of just a replacement, or a lesser form of the Great Mace. I'm going to put it in sort of mid-D tier, because it's just not very powerful. It does have Endure at the very least, but it doesn't have the damage to back up its ability of Endure. Next up is the Brick Hammer. This is one of the worst grade warhammers. You can get this very early in the game. This is in Stormvale Castle, keep in mind. This is in Stormvale Castle. So, it has an S scaling for strength, which is very nice. Its damage is somewhat low compared to the other weapons. But its scaling, as you can see here, is actually kinda high. 239 compared to 220 with the Great Mace. That's actually really strange, considering what this thing can do. So I'm going to put it high D tier. Not quite as good as the Beast Claw Great Hammer, but I do see some people using this simply because of its early game access. The Battle Hammer and the Rotten Battle Hammer are up next. They're both kinda bad. I'm going to put the normal Battle Hammer here and the Rotten Battle Hammer just above the Crystal Knife. Let me go over what both of these things do. The normal Battle Hammer has low damage, and it scales a little bit with dexterity, but mostly with strength. It's one of the only weapons, once again, it can get an S scaling in something, which is somewhat rare. But it's really bad. It has good damage, absolutely. But it's not as good as like the Great Mace, and it has Braggart's Roar on it, which is why it's not like a low D tier. I'm actually going to put that above the... Oh no. Oh no. There we go. Thank you, Google. Thank you. I'm actually going to put that above the Scimitar. It's not as good as the Eclipse Shovel, because the Eclipse Shovel actually has like purpose to it. You can at least occasionally, if you're lucky, get Deathplate on someone with it. And as far as what the Rotten Hammer does, it's just the same thing, slightly less damage, but it applies Scarlet Rot, which is insanely powerful. That's why it's in low C tier. This thing at least applies Scarlet Rot to it. Next up is an odd one. The Celebrant's... I believe that is the next one up. Correct? Yes, the Celebrant's Skull. This weapon is odd, to say the least. It has Barbaric Roar on it, and it doesn't really have much of an identity. It has scaling. It's similar to the large club in a way. I would say go compare more to the club, the curved club, but it actually has somewhat good scaling and dexterity, which makes it somewhat unique. Huh? Oh. It makes it somewhat unique amongst the clubs, because it actually has like dexterity scaling and a dexterity requirement, which some of them don't even have. Sorry about that earlier, I was looking at something. Plus, I mean, it's not the best. It only has a V in strength, but it does have high damage, although the scaling is very poor. But it grants 20 runes on any successful hit. And it's a smithing stone weapon. And it can be infused. So I see, like, high-level grinding is pretty good with this sometimes, but honestly, there's a better grinding way. There's a better way to grind it. So, yeah, there's a better way to grind in this game than this. This is going mid-D tier. I would say it's actually better than the Dragon Claw. Simply because the Dragon Claw is limited through its moveset. Alright. Next up is this damn thing. The Great Star. This weapon is actually pretty powerful. I do see some people using this simply because it has natural bleed damage build-up, and it has alright scaling. It's similar to the Celebrant's Mace. But
but it has natural bleed buildup. I'm putting this in mid C tier because some people do use this with certain other Ashes of War you can put on it. So you can put certain Ashes of War on this thing, and there are certain Ashes of War that go very well with this thing, such as the charge, the fire charge here, which I've seen countless people using online. So I would be doing this community a disservice if I didn't put it in C tier at the very least. It's not B tier because it's not like a god tier weapon for PvE or PvP or anything, but for PvP it can be annoying and it can be pretty powerful. So, next up we have the... Now we're getting into the bad parts of this game. The Lance. The Lance. Getting into great spears. The Lance needs a nerf. This weapon is so fucking powerful. Great spears in general need a nerf. They are so unbelievably strong for no fucking reason. The lance is actually bugged right now at the time of making this video, where it will give you hyper armor only if you wield it in your left hand, which has led to a lot of combos. This thing is so powerful. PvE, it's really, really strong. It is a thrusting weapon, so you can shield poke, get the additional damage from the spear talisman. It's really strong. PvP, however, this weapon needs to be nerfed. It is so goddamn strong. It is so powerful. With that hyper armor, you're able to dual wield two very quick, very fast thrusting weapons and basically have no consequences. Bullgoat, a full set of Bullgoat armor with the Bullgoat talisman, spear talisman, with Blood Flame Blade on your primary weapon, with this thing in your other hand, makes it nearly impossible for you to break like the opponent's poise. Because, you know, their fucking poise is insane because they have a great weapon with hyper armor, and it's giving them hyper armor with their fucking offhand. This weapon is too fucking strong. It is too strong. This weapon is insanely strong. It needs to be nerfed or at least fixed a little bit. Its damage is also nothing to scoff at either. I will say that. Its damage is nothing to scoff at. Alright. Let's move on. Okay, let's move on to another absurdly powerful weapon. Well, not entirely absurdly powerful. The Tree Spear, I would actually say, is sort of high C tier, despite it being one of the most powerful... one of the most powerful movesets in the entire game, that being the Great Spear moveset. It actually lacks. No joke, this thing actually lacks. It has split holy damage, and its damage and scaling aren't the best. C, it has DCD, which is pretty low for its scaling. It only provides about 100 or so damage. This thing is actually somewhat lacking, even with its Sacred Order Ash of War, and because it can't be infused, I feel like that makes it even weaker. It's one of the few weapons that is a Smithing Stone weapon, but it cannot be infused, so it's going in high C tier, simply because its moveset is really good. The Serpent Hunter. This thing needs a nerf. This thing? Holy fucking shit. This thing is a goddamn menace. That's not me exaggerating either. That is not me exaggerating. This thing is a menace. This thing has to be one of the strongest weapons in the entire game, solely thanks to its absurd hyper armor. This thing's hyper armor is insane. In fact, I would say it's the best hyper armor in the entire game. Not only that, the Serpent Hunter is statistically the best strength weapon in the entire game. How? I have no fucking idea. It has an A scaling for strength, and it is statistically the best strength weapon in the entire game, simply because it has no stat requirement. It has no stat requirement thanks to its what would you say? Thanks to its quest it's part of, thanks to how it's supposed to be used. Every player has to be able to use this to complete a certain quest, so they made it have no strength requirement. However,
there's one tiny thing which holds this weapon back from being a little bit too strong, and that is the Great Serpent Hunt. The Great Serpent Hunt, when used in Rykard's Arena, does a long blade of wind that kills Rykard pretty quickly. However, outside of that, it is a horrible Ash of War and basically does nothing in PvP. PvE, this weapon's okay. However, there are better weapons later on. Well, it does do high damage later on, especially for PvP. It's not the best for PvE. PvP, however, this is a monster. This thing needs to be nerfed. Just reduce its hyper armor at the very least. A man with full Bolgoat and the Bolgoat talisman, once again. Similar story to the spear. You cannot get through this shit. You will constantly trade with these two weapons unendingly, and they will trade for positivity. They will trade for pos. They will trade positively. So, what can I say? This is insane. This is one of the strongest weapons in the game. So, I don't know what to say. It just needs a nerf. Nerf the thing, just lower its hyper armor, it should be fine after that. Next up is the horned tree spear. Here we go, the Shulari's spear. It is a split holy weapon that actually does good damage, has a B scaling for strength. You know what? We're putting this thing in the high C tier. This weapon's actually very strong, especially with its unique Ash of War. I actually see people using this quite a bit. It's like a long beam of energy that is fired forwards. It has a high FP cost, though. 25, that's like the FP cost of some spells, but yeah, this thing is insanely strong. It's a high C tier. High C tier. It's not like broken like the other two. It's a high C tier. The Valkyria's spear. The war spear, as it is called. This thing is an A tier weapon. Low A tier. Actually, I'm going to put it above. Yeah, it's a high A tier, now that I think about it. This thing is really powerful. It's a great spear, so of course it is, but also it has madness build-up, and it actually has good dex scaling for a great spear. It has also fire split damage, which is not the worst split damage in the game, and is good for PvE. PvP, this thing is also a monster. I constantly see people using this with the fingerprint shield, just because it's a really good combo. It's really powerful. You're almost fucking unstoppable. With that madness build-up, you can occasionally stun the enemy. I see people using sleep pots with this a lot, just for double stun. It cannot be infused, but Frenzy Flame Thrust is actually kinda good. It's similar to Storm Assault, but it doesn't have like the little knockback at the beginning, or the long lingering hitbox, so it's actually kinda good. It's actually kinda good, even though it's missing those things. Moog's Spear. Sorry, not Moog. Maug. The Sacred Spear, as they call it. The Sacred Spear, or Mogwin's Sacred Spear, or just the pointy stick with 3 prongs. This thing is really, really strong. I'd say it's a B tier weapon. It's really powerful. Simple as that. This weapon has natural bleed buildup, quite a lot, 55 bleed buildup, naturally. It scales with Arcane, Strength, and Dexterity, primarily with Arcane and Strength. It has good damage, it has split fire damage. Its Ash of War is kind of absurd. Blood Boon Ritual is really strong. It does 3 things. It buffs the weapon, deals damage to enemies within a radius, can be used repeatedly, and it gives like more procs of bleed to enemies around you, which is insane. This weapon is insane. It is a B tier weapon, and the only reason it's not higher is because in PvP, it does struggle. You'll struggle to hit people with the Ashes of War, and it's not like super overpowered like the Serpent Hunter, and its scaling is kinda bad. Alright, we're getting into the Great Swords now.
Well, first up is the Gargoyle's Black Blade. This is going in mid C tier. Sorry. I had to look up not sponsored, because I am accidentally showing off a lot of advertisements on these wikis, but you know what, I just want to make sure that everyone knows I am not sponsored. But hey, if anyone watching this right now would like to sponsor me, I will just say I'm totally open for it, and not only that, I am family friendly. Yeah. Whatever. Brown nosing aside, let's get into the great swords. Great swords. They're a very consistent weapon type that actually has a very good moveset. Somewhat. We'll get into that in a second. First off here, there's a lot of great swords in the game. First off here, we are getting to... Yes, okay. Yeah, the Gargoyle's Greatsword. The Gargoyle's Black Greatsword, or the Gargoyle's Black Blade, has the Corpse Wax Cutter as an Ash of War. It is alright. First of all, it has faith damage, it has split holy damage, but it has good damage alongside that as well, and not very good scaling. But the Ash of War is actually okay. It shoots out a blade of energy. It can be parried, yes, but you're usually going to use this for the blade anyways. It's pretty good, but it's not the best. C tier. This is an odd one. I've seen this weapon used very rarely. I think I've seen this weapon used twice. These, as many people call it, the Scribe Sword or something like that. The Indescribable Sword. This is a really weird one. It has Sacred Blade automatically on it, and it can't be infused. It is another split holy damage weapon that has good damage, but bad scaling other than faith. So this thing is going in the low C tier. Sword of Minos. It's actually a very good weapon. I'm contemplating thinking about putting this in the B tier, simply because this weapon has bleed buildup and has good damage. Yeah, I'll put it in the B tier, a low B tier. A lot of people might disagree with me on that one, but I will put this in the low B tier because it also has a very powerful ability, Hidden Passive, restore 8 FP whenever you kill an enemy, which is really good. It does stack with the Spirit Horn and the Sacrificial Axe, which is really good. This is really good for a spellcaster build. It's really good for a spellcaster build because with that FP drain, if you started to spec into something that isn't spellcasting, and you just kind of want like more damage, this thing's got the damage. This thing's got the damage that you want. It's got the power that you want, and it's got the skills that you want. Its Ash of War is actually good. It's basically a shout that can lead into a series of hard thrusts, and that shout will actually give people around you like a debuff, basically. It's okay. What the debuff does is it basically, the debuff, it's very hard to describe, but basically if an enemy is caught in that shout, they can get staggered easier, basically. And it also straight up actually buffs your damage. Basically, if an enemy is caught in the shout, by the 4 attacks that come afterwards, they can get staggered a lot easier. So it's going in B tier. This weapon is going in high C tier. Highest C tier I can give it right now. It's not quite a B tier weapon, because it does struggle online, but the Executioner Sword is actually really good. It has split magic damage, which is the best split damage type in the fucking game. By far, there is no competition with that at all. It has split damage with magic, and it has a very powerful Ash of War, which completely and utterly destroys larger bosses. Larger bosses like Horalu, the Elden Beast, the tree sentinels. Bosses get absolutely massacred by this, even to some extent Melania, because of her size, can get absolutely massacred by this. It is an extremely powerful Ash of War. It has very high DPS. Online, this thing is not very good. The Executioner's Sword is not very good online. PvP, it's not very powerful. The Ash of War will almost never hit consistently because people are going to be expecting it out of you. And it goes in a straight line. Unless they try and punish you early and the final strike of the Ash of War hits, you're not going to do damage to them with this. Its scaling is good, it has magic damage, but its overall strike physical damage is somewhat low for a greatsword. So there you go. Alright. Next up is a powerful one. The Obvious Greatsword, as I say. I'm very bad with words. Okay, let's go over what this greatsword does, first of all, because this is a strange one. It has Holy Faith scaling, but it has an A scaling in strength, and it primarily scales with strength, which kind of makes up for its Holy damage scaling. It cannot be infused, but it has this very unique Ash of War, the Vortex on it, which is a big slam attack. You've probably seen this from the Crucible Knights. It's one of their swords you take. This is actually kind of good in PvP. PvP, this weapon's good. PvE, this is a horrible weapon. But PvP, this weapon is actually usable. That Ash of War gives you a little bit of hyper armor. Not only that, it actually does have good damage. It has an A scaling for strength as well, which is really good for a split damaging weapon. Usually split damage weapons have horrible scaling. So I'm going to put this high C tier, just behind the Executioner's Blade, as most weapons are comparable to each other. The Alabaster Lord's Sword. Going to put this in mid C tier, simply because this weapon has split scaling for magic, which we've already had in another sword already. It has a B scaling for strength, it's very high strength. I should actually put that a little bit higher. I'll put it here. It's not quite as good as the other two, but it has a little bit of magical damage. Split scaling for strength. It has a Ash of War on it, the Alabaster Lord's Pull, which is kind of like the opposite of repulsion. It brings everyone in around you. It just pulls everybody towards you, which is good if you have like a spell ready to be set, or you have like the cracked tier ready to explode. So there you go. Death's Poker. This is a fucking S tier weapon. Holy hell, this weapon is overpowered. It doesn't need a nerf, but it's actually really strong. It has split magic damage, and it has a fucking B scaling in dex with 300 physical damage scaling, which is crazy, and it has frost build up. This weapon is insane, but the real draw of this weapon is the Ghost Flame Ignition. This Ash of War, not only is it versatile because it has two different forms, one where you put it in front of you and swing it immediately and it explodes, one where you charge it and then it goes in a line. It actually creates lingering effects with its line effect. Speedrunners will usually use this weapon because of how powerful it is. This weapon is insanely strong. Alright. Let's move on. 2. Here we go. The Steeple. Steeple is a really weird weapon. It has magic damage on it. I'm going to put it in high C tier. Most greatswords are very good in the game, or at least slightly above average. It has magic scaling on it, and it has primarily intelligence scaling, but it gets up to a B in intelligence, and its magic and physical damage are split down the middle, literally, almost every level. In fact, I think every level, yeah, every level they're split down the middle. But its strength scaling is a little bit higher. Its strength scaling is a little bit higher than its dex scaling, and its int scaling is just off the charts. It's a B for some reason. That's like the scaling of a staff, though it cannot be used as one. So let's go over what this thing can do. It's Ash of War. It cannot be infused, but its Ash of War is okay. It's a swing to the left. You may remember something like this from Dark Souls 3 DLC. It's a swing to the left that buffs the weapon temporarily with Frostbite. Yeah, this thing has Frostbite on it. The buff lasts for about, I think it's 30 seconds, I want to say. It does not deal fire damage, which you may think it does. It just adds 110 points of magic damage. This is a really powerful weapon. I see a lot of people using this online. Ah! No, actually. Sorry, I was reading that. Right down here, they actually buffed the duration from 30 to 60 seconds. Okay. There we go. This thing is actually better than I thought it was. I'm actually going to move it in the B tier because that buff lasts for a long time. Okay. Alright, let's continue. Next up, the Blasphemous Blade. This thing is a very controversial weapon. It has split fire damage, and it actually has it's basically the opposite of the Steeple. It scales with B and Faith, and it has good fire damage and somewhat good physical damage. It's a split damage weapon, and you get it from Rykard, but it has Taker's Flame, which has to be the most controversial fucking Ash of War in the game for high-level players. High-level players will sometimes use this. Taker's Flame heals you, right? It heals you 10% of maximum HP, plus 150 flat on hit. If you hit multiple people with that during an invasion, that's almost going to full heal you, right? If you hit 3 people, 30% plus, almost 500 hit points. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. I would personally pick that up. That's really strong. So there you go. There you go. That's what that Ash of War does. But the weapon overall performs pretty well. I'm putting this in the lowest B tier I can give it, because it's very similar, but it does struggle in PvE a little bit. PvE, it's alright, because you can clear out massive areas, but against certain bosses, it can be pretty bad. PvP, however, PvP, I'd say this weapon is pretty good. It's a pretty good weapon in PvP, and it's one of the best. One of the best weapons. Although, I assume it does probably have problems. The moveset's not the best. Well, it is good, it's not the best. And the weapon itself does have a few issues. That split fire damage hurts it in some scenarios. Speaking of more split damage, the Golden Order Greatsword is a mid-C tier. This weapon is, first of all, it has a very nice story around it, because this was a gift to Radagon. And now we're soon getting onto the weapon that was a gift to us. Basically, it's a little family thing. Radagon did it. Radagon got this weapon. Right? This was a weapon for him. And then, the family tradition of giving their lover a blade was carried down. This is a really cool weapon, at least I do believe, yes. By King Consort Radagon, represented Golden Order, one of legendary armaments. This is also a legendary armament. This is really weird to get. You have to get it by the Misbegotten Crusader in the Cave of the Forlorn, which is a really weird place to get it, but it makes sense story-wise, and the weapon has split holy damage. It actually has very high split holy damage. Its holy damage is actually higher than its normal damage, but it has this very weird Ash of War. Establish Order. It actually buffs the weapon by quite a bit. It cannot be parried as well. It buffs then swings the weapon. It's like a big shockwave. That's like 2 small hits. Keep in mind, the initial hit with your swinging the blade, if someone's in front of you and they get hit by the projectile and the blade, it'll do more damage. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, but it's still a holy damage weapon, so you know where I'm putting it. Next up is the Bastard Sword. The Bastard Sword is kinda generic, although certainly is nothing to scoff at. It's still a great sword. It has primarily strength scaling, and it has somewhat low damage. It's generic, but I'm going to put it in the high D tier because it is consistent at the very least. I'm going to put it here. It is consistent at the very least for damage. PvP, you'll see no one using it. PvE is good where it comes from. Time for the most controversial take in the entire video. Second most controversial, honestly. The Dark Moon Greatsword. PvE, the weapon is very good, right? PvE, the weapon is very good. PvP, however, this is a low-tier weapon. This is a low-tier weapon. I'm going to put it in mid-C tier. PvE, the weapon is insane, right? The buff you can get from this thing is overpowered to an extent that makes some bosses easy. People complain about Rivers of Blood. This thing is basically Rivers of Blood, but it has a projectile. But in PvP, this weapon's kinda useless. It has natural frost build up pretty quick, and it has a lot of intelligence scaling. A lot of intelligence scaling. A B scaling intelligence with a lot of intelligence damage, a lot of magic damage. Sorry, a lot of magic damage. But it's not very good outside of that in any way. It's Ash of War, I believe it's called Moonlight Greatsword, and despite being the calling card of... despite being the calling card of one of the game's developers, in fact the head honcho himself, it's not very powerful. It's actually kind of mediocre. In PvP, pretty good. With Alexander's Great Shard, it's pretty powerful. But PvP, like PvE is really good, like I said. PvP, awful. It's a horrible weapon. It's basically useless. Simply because, I mean, just the you don't have an Ash of War and you have to rely on the moveset alone. Sure, it has Frost build out, that's why it's not lower. I'm actually going to put it above that. I'm going to put it above the Alabaster Sword here. High C tier. But it can't really compare to, like, better weapons. Like, the Dragon Crucible Knight's Greatsword here is actually a little bit better than it, in my opinion. Just because the Ash of War can actually be used. The Ash of War for the Dark Moon Greatsword in PvP is so hard telegraphed that there's no point using it. Only like newer players will get hit by it. So there you go. There's my hot take of the video. Well, second hot take of the video. Alright. The Relic Sword. This thing goes right behind the Dark Moon Greatsword. I would put this higher, but it's really bad. This is the final weapon in the game, keep in mind. This is the final weapon in the game. It has split faith scaling, primarily scales in dexterity, and it has split damage between holy and physical. It's really bad. It is really bad in PvP. PvE, it's alright. Wave of Gold, however, changes my tune. When we look at this particular weapon, it's bad, but when we use this particular Ash of War, then things turn different. This particular Ash of War is actually quite powerful. For farming runes, the fastest rune farming in the entire game is used by this weapon. The Albinauric, it's right down here actually, useful for farming Albinauric upon reaching Mogwin's Palace. Given an excellent rune / minute rate. This is one of the best ways to farm runes in the entire game, other than AFK farming. So I'm at least going to put it slightly higher. These two are almost interchangeable. The Claymore and the Iron Sword are actually interchangeable. The Iron Sword does have a little bit of difference to it, but the Claymore is pretty generic. They both almost resemble the Bastard Sword, but the Iron Sword actually has better scaling in strength, worse scaling in dexterity, but it does have good damage overall, but it doesn't have anything special about it. It has Stomp and Uppercut. I believe they actually both have Stomp and Uppercut. No, the Claymore actually has a Lion's Claw, which is the only thing that makes it even slightly unique. I'm actually going to put it ahead of that slightly, because Lion's Claw is okay. Lion's Claw gives you infinite, eternal, unstoppable hyper armor while it's used, but the Iron Greatsword, in my opinion, is a little bit better for its purposes than what you're going to be using it for, although you get a very late game, so it's not very good. The Lordsworn's Greatsword is actually higher than them, simply because it's one of the first weapons you can get in the entire game. PvP, it's not the best. PvE, it's really good, because you get it basically at the beginning of the game. You can get this weapon before you talk to Melina. Seriously, it's right next to where she is. So, yeah, I'm actually going to put this thing slightly higher because it's useful in its situation. The Banished Knight's Greatsword is pretty powerful. Is that the next one up? No, the Knight's Greatsword. This one is also in a similar scenario, high C tier. High C tier, the Knight's Greatsword is high C tier. It's okay, it has Stomp, Uppercut, and as well as match scaling, which is weird, but whatever, right? Most weapons in this category have matching scaling anyway, so there you go. The Banished Knight's Greatsword is slightly better than it. Many people use this thing simply for its absurd abilities that its brother has, which is the Banished Knight's Halberd, which we'll get into in a bit. It's slightly better than the Banished Knight's Greatsword. I'm actually going to put it a little bit higher, like here-ish. It's a pretty good weapon in PvP. PvE is pretty good as well, because you can get it early game. Forked Greatsword. This weapon actually has a little bit of a buff to it. It actually has bleeding damage put on it. I've seen some people actually running this. The Forked Greatsword is a high C tier weapon. PvP, pretty good, as it has bleed damage. PvE, it's also pretty good, but its scaling is kind of bad and its damage is low compared to the other Greatswords. So, going to put it where it is now. Next up, the Flamberg. This is actually a difficult one. The Flamberg is a really, really old-timey weapon, right? This weapon was back in original Souls games. It has bleed buildup. It can be infused, and it has somewhat alright damage. As you can see here, its attacks are a little bit odd as well. Its attacks, it has a unique one-handed R2, which is weird. It's a sweeping. We'll get into that in a second, however, but first we'll get into its scaling. It can be infused, which is really good. It primarily scales with Dex, which is unique amongst the Greatswords. In fact, Dex is its only thing you're going to want it to scale with, and Arcane, it can have 100 on it flat, which is really good. I honestly suggest picking this thing up. This thing is actually really good. It's a high C tier. High C tier weapon. Especially with Blood Flame Blade, that'll be really strong. Alright, what's up next? The Gargoyle's Blade. It's in a similar place as the Black Blade. It's low C tier. You can actually enchant this one, I do, but that's the wrong weapon. You can actually enchant this one, I do believe. Yes, it can be infused. You can infuse this weapon, but its damage is somewhat low. Its damage is 325 with a B scaling for strength, but its stat scaling is kind of bad because it only has strength and it's no A. It only has an A and, you know, strength if it's a heavy weapon, so yeah, it's not the best. At least it can be infused, though, and its moveset is kind of good. The heavy infusion, two-handed, is pretty powerful, but the thing is, like, there are better alternatives, so I'm going to put it low C tier. It's not the worst, though. It's not like a D tier weapon. Alright, now we're getting into the really powerful stuff again. We're getting into the Halberds now. The Halberds. First up is the Knight Rider's Glaive. Holy fucking shit, this weapon is broken. The Knight Rider's Glaive is an A tier weapon. No, it's a high B tier. Mid B tier. This weapon is actually really strong. The Halberds in general have a really powerful moveset, especially their running R2 and their crouching R1. Sorry, their crouching R2 are really powerful, which means the entire moveset is a little bit strong. The Halberd, man, the Knight's Rider in particular, is really powerful, so it's got a B tier. PvE, it's not the best, although it does give you damage on horseback. I believe it does give you a little bit of additional damage on horseback. Yes, it's mounted attack. Yeah, so it does a little bit more damage on horseback. Its scaling is okay. 316. Ow, sorry about that. I accidentally hit my microphone there. How unprofessional of me. 316 There we go, 316, which is high damage for a halberd, and B scaling for strength, which is pretty good. So yeah, it's alright. I'd pick it up and I'd use it. It's from one of the Knights Cavalry. The Pest's Glaive can actually be gotten pretty early game, and I'm going to put it in low C tier because of that. It's alright, it's not the strongest, it's actually kind of weak compared to the other glaives. Has low damage, low scaling, somewhat low stamina cost though, which makes up for its weaknesses. PvE, it's okay. You can get it early game, which is good. You can get it basically immediately. All you have to do is, you can get this weapon before you even talk to... What the hell? Hello, kitty cat. Sorry, my cat's trying to play with me. You can get this weapon before you even talk to Melina. You can get this weapon immediately. So, there you go. If you really want it, you can have it. It's alright early game. I'd pick it up if you just want something consistent early game. Next up is the Ripple Crescent Halberd. This weapon is actually really strong. I'm going to put this in low B tier. This is one of the only weapons in the game that applies like a really powerful status effect naturally, right? Well, not quite naturally. Let me explain. This weapon cannot be infused, right? And it has really low damage, but it has a S scaling in Arcane because this weapon has a really strange ability. So it has a B scaling in Arcane, and it only does damage based on Arcane, right? It has no stats outright. B scaling it starts, and it eventually gets up to an S scaling. Its stamina cost is somewhat low as well. But as you can read here, this weapon is actually weird. This weapon is actually very strange in how it works, especially its spinning slash variant. This weapon is very strange. Because it only scales off of Arcane, infusing the weapon with greases allows you to do a lot of damage with their particular status effects, right? It can be buffed, and it cannot be infused, but it can be buffed. This weapon has a lot of status effects that are really powerful with it. Especially like Blood Flame Blade, but honestly what most people use it for isn't Blood Flame Blade. What they'll do instead is they'll put something like poison grease on it, or something along those lines. This weapon was made for status effects, and it's very unique in that regard. Usually people will put poison grease, or like drawstring, or blood grease, something along those lines. It's a very powerful status effect builder. I see people using it online a lot as well, so that's why it is in the low B tier. A golden halberd, despite being pretty early game, is actually pretty bad. Low tier weapon, low tier weapon, low tier weapon, low tier weapon. The golden halberd has split holy damage. Well, it does have high damage, and it has primarily scales with strength. Its weapons, its attacks, well, they aren't too useful, you see. They aren't too useful. Split holy damage is pretty bad. Keep in mind, you can get this thing the first thing in the game. In fact, you can get this before you talk to Melina. This is one of the first enemies you see in the game, is the boss that holds this weapon. It's a somber weapon, sadly, and it has pretty good damage overall. So there you go. But it's holy damage, and the thing doesn't have any like good Ash of War. It has Golden Vow, which just increases your damage by 11.5%. That's literally all it does, so it's not very powerful, although it is a halberd, so I'll give it a low C tier instead of a D tier. The Dragon Halberd is in a similar situation. The thing actually does have a unique form of Spinning Slash. The Spinning Slash skill actually strikes the ground twice. It strikes the ground twice with lightning, once when you first spin it, and the second time when you slam it into the ground. And it actually applies a status effect to your weapon when you use it, which is Frost Buildup. The thing by itself has no magic damage to be heard of. It has a B scaling in strength though, with 330 damage, which is pretty good. And that's about it, really. That's about it. At least it has that unique Ash 4, and it does additional damage to Dragon and Ancient Dragons. Pretty good. Okay. Now we're getting to the really powerful stuff. First off, this sickle is actually not the best. It's mid-C tier. I see some people using it online, but the Ash of War to this thing is actually pretty bad in most kind of scenarios because it doesn't stagger the enemy for long enough for the second attack to actually hit. But it does have natural like damage. It has natural magic damage, which is good. And it has somewhat high physical damage, but the scaling just really sucks. C across the board, and it never goes up higher. That's really bad. The Commander's Standard is a A-tier weapon. Not because of its attack pattern. Oh no, the weapon itself actually has somewhat low damage, 338 at most with a B scaling for strength, but this Ash of War, Rallying Standard, is incredibly powerful. 20% more damage, 2% in PvP, which is still insane. 30-second duration, 39-second with Old Lord's Talisman, which is crazy. All damage negation, 20%, 5% in PvP, which is insane. This is a monster in PvE specifically. This is a crazy, crazy thing. It's an aura buff, and it will not stack with other buffs of the same type. But it's the best aura buff in the game simply because 20% is a fucking lot. It's an A-tier weapon. Now we'll get into the Halberd. Honestly, this weapon actually does need a buff. It's powerful outright, but it doesn't have an identity. It has charge 4th, and its damage is somewhat good. 306 with a C scaling. Its scaling is really bad, though. I just increased its strength scaling a little bit, and it'd be pretty good. You can get this at the start of the game, keep in mind. You can get this immediately. It has charge 4th, and its moveset is very consistent. You can put, like, Blood Flame Blade on this to be really strong, so there you go. The Banished Knight's Halberd. This thing's an S-tier weapon. There's no debating it. This thing is insane. This thing is one of the craziest. Some people, like some venues, will ban this thing from competitive play. Simply because of how consistent it is. So people usually fall back to the Halberd, which makes me happy. It has C scaling in both strength and dex, which is alright. It has good damage. But just the power of this thing is insane. Its moveset combined with its damage is crazy. If this thing didn't exist, I would be saying this about the normal Halberd. But because this thing is a bit better than the normal Halberd, and it has a consistent moveset that is not held back by any gimmicks like most of the other Halberds, this thing is insane. This thing is crazy powerful. It also gives you good hyper armor. Its running attack is probably one of the best in the entire game. Its crouching attack can be pretty good too. This thing is crazy. Its scaling was changed a little bit a while back, but even still, it's very powerful. Honestly, with this in your right hand and a Clean Rot Nightsword in your left, it's very hard to lose a game online against unskilled players who aren't using something similar. The Lance, as they call it. Lance, as well as the weapon that comes right after it, the Glaive, are actually very similar. They're both low C-tier weapons. They both perform very similarly. I have heard some people, however, say the Lance is similar to the Banished Knight's Halberd. It is. It has charge 4th and it can be buffed. It has similar moveset, however, it scales a little bit better in dex. I might as well put it a little bit higher. I'll put it in top C tier. It scales a little bit higher with dex. I hear some professional players swear by this thing, however they usually don't use it themselves. It's very good for PvE, PvP. It's a bit of a monster, but it struggles in both categories, and it's overshadowed. The reason it struggles is because it is overshadowed by its brethren, right? Its older brother, the Banished Knight's Halberd. It is really hard overshadowed by that, so there you go. Okay. The glaive is in a similar scenario. The glaive actually has something that the other ones do not, however. It has spinning slash naturally on it. We got in somewhat early game. But it has equal scaling, similar to the Banished Knight's Halberd, so some people also swear by this thing, but I personally do not use it. These two are actually in similar boats to each other, right? They're both low C tier. They both are dropped by similar enemies. One of them actually has a little bit better scaling than the other, the saw and the sickle. The sickle scales with dex primarily, and the saw scales with strength primarily, but the saw does have bleed buildup. A little bit of bleed buildup. 55 to be exact. So they're interchangeable. I'm going to put the saw a little bit ahead. A little bit. The saw's a little bit better than like the Pest Glaive or the Omen Cleaver. Next up, the Guardian's Spear. This is actually a B tier weapon. Low B. Low B tier weapon. The Guardian's Greatsword Spear. Or the Guardian's Sword Spear. This is actually a low B tier weapon because this thing has massive scaling with dexterity, which is unique amongst the spears. Like, when I say massive scaling, the scaling is actually a B, and it has scaling, it has damage up to 340, which is insane. It can be interchanged. The running attack is really strong. That running attack is one of the best poke tools in the entire game. The running attack, I would have to say, is the best tool for outranging your opponent in the entire game. Some people say the Halberds, like, the Halberds R2 is pretty good for that, but no, this has the best zoning tool in the entire game. This thing is insane. The running attack with this thing is crazy powerful. The standard moveset isn't very strong, but I mean, bro, the running attack, if you enchant this thing with like lightning damage, or give it lightning scaling with its already insane dex scaling, bro, you are going to be a monster in PvP. PvE, it's okay. It kind of struggles with its weird moveset, but its moveset can be useful, and you know what? That running attack makes up for it all. Low B tier. The Gargoyle's Halberd and the Black Gargoyle's Halberd are both mid D tier weapons. I do see some people actually using the Black Gargoyle's Halberd a little bit more, because it is a little bit better, but they're both basically interchangeable. The normal Halberd does a bit more damage, but the Black Halberd has a unique Ash of War in a way. Well, it cannot be infused, but its Ash of War actually does something unique for it. Where, when using the Ash of War for this thing, the scaling really comes out and really shines, because it scales in Faith. It has split holy damage, while the other one, the normal Halberd, the normal Gargoyle's Halberd, it does not, but it can be infused. And it's an alright strength weapon, but its damage is kind of low. But Spinning Slash with the Black Halberd actually allows its holy damage to shine a little bit, so there you go. Alright, getting into the hammers now. Let's get into the hammers. Okay. Vizier's Bouquet. The Bouquet is actually this. I feel like this needs a buff. It's really bad. It's one of the only bleed weapons in the game that I would say is so bad that it probably needs a buff. It's a really bad weapon. It just doesn't have a lot going for it, you know? The Ash of War kinda sucks. It has very low damage. It has somewhat high bleed scaling, but the thing is, plus 10, it only has 100 damage and it scales in Arcane. Blood Tax is not very strong. It's similar to Repeated Thrusts. It applies bleed damage a bit faster and heals you. But bro, this thing is awful. This thing is awful. Make the blood tax a little bit faster, make the animation go a little bit faster, and then increase this thing's damage, and then you'll have a really powerful weapon. But other than that, this thing is awful. This needs a buff really bad. The Envoy's Horn is a mid-C tier weapon. Hammers in general are difficult to use in most cases. The power stancing for hammers at least has some good moves, although most people consider it to be one of the worst power stancing weapons in the game. But the Envoy's Horn at least has a ranged attack with it. PvP and PvE, they're both pretty good. The Ash of War, the Oracle Bubble, is pretty good. It has high damage, only a tiny bit of FP cost. It's a good zoning tool in PvP, but in PvE, the weapon really struggles. The Nox Flowing Hammer is bad. D tier weapon. It's really bad. It is pretty bad. Some people try and use it as a joke in competitive play, and what I say is a good player can get around this thing pretty easy. Its strength scaling is good, but the damage is just so low, man. It's so low. It's so low on damage. Its damage is so low, and its scaling is not even that good, because it scales with a D in Dex, so it's a C tier weapon. Finger Reader, or as it just called in the community, the Finger, actually is a D tier weapon. And no, I would say it's actually more of a low C tier weapon. Some people swear by this thing. Some people use this thing a lot. It has Claw Flick as a Ash of War, which actually increases the thing's size considerably and shrinks it back down. This Ash of War is very powerful. Its scaling is pretty good, B and D, although it doesn't give the best, but because its scaling is pretty bad, except for in strength, it does actually have good damage overall, one of the highest damages for the clubs. So, yeah, it's a C tier, low C tier weapon. Sculptor of All Knowing is actually like a high C tier. This thing gives a very unique buff when it's used. It gives it gives the buff of reducing magic and holy damage negation by 10%, just a flat 10%. It includes the target, however, and the user. But knowledge above all is very strong for a mage build. Because this is basically a buff you can just slap on the enemy and it doesn't count. It doesn't count as like any other kind of buff, right? Or a debuff. It doesn't count as any other like debuff, right? You can just stack this on the enemy if you want. It's very powerful because of that, so it's a high C tier. Marika's Hammer, I'm actually going to put as a high C tier as well. This thing has a very powerful Ash of War on it, and not only that, despite it having split holy damage, it actually has good physical damage. And it scales with Faith alright, but B scaling in strength is nothing to laugh at, and it's a very quick firing weapon as a hammer. Sure, the hammer's moveset isn't the best, but Goldbreaker is actually a very powerful skill online that some people use because it's difficult to avoid. And it makes you very safe, up until the end where you slowly get up. You're very safe from attacks while you use this weapon, so Goldbreaker is good. The club needs a buff, it's just not useful in any way. The curved club is pretty bad. The spike club is low D tier. These three weapons are basically interchangeable, but the spike club does a bit more damage and I believe gives bleeding damage. These it's 50 bleed, that's why it's D tier. These need a buff, just give them something else. The stone club, however, this thing is actually high C tier. It can technically be the best, like one of the best strength weapons in the entire game. You get it in a really awkward place, but this thing is actually pretty powerful. It's one of the best strength weapons in the entire game. It has a B scaling with a 298 damage, which is very strong. This thing is kind of broken. The R1 attack of this weapon moveset more vertical than other hammers, with each attack hitting the ground of the player, in front of the player. Sums it up best. It can also be infused with Braggart's Roar with this weapon with a high strength build. You are in business. This weapon is actually very strong. I see some people actually using this in PvP thanks to its just insane scaling it has. The mace is a little bit lower. I'm actually going to put that a little bit higher. I'm going to put it right behind the Dark Moon Greatsword. The mace is a little bit lower. I'm not honestly a big fan of the mace. It's pretty standard. It's a good strength weapon, but it's just okay. The Morning Star is a bit lower than that. It has, sorry, a bit higher than that. It has good damage, and it procs bleed, but it's just not the best. Both the Mace and the Morning Star are good in PvE. PvP, they really struggle though, especially over the Stone Club. The War Pick is a really special case though. The War Pick is very strange. It has the Kick Ash of War automatically on it, and it can be infused. But it does piercing damage rather than strike damage. And piercing damage you can get counters out of. Piercing counters. Its damage is somewhat low at 264, but the fact that you can get counter damage out of this thing, because it does piercing damage, is really strong. It's very good. I would use this. It's slightly above average because it has piercing damage, and piercing damage is by far the strongest damage type in the entire game, with hands down. Alright. So the hammer is, I think this needs a buff. It has no identity, it has alright scaling, poor damage, despite it being a plus 25 weapon, has 303 scaling, 303 damage, and B scaling. Its scaling is alright, but it's kind of poor compared to stuff around it, and it literally has no identity. It's just a hammer you smack people with. It's pretty good when dual wielded, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't have an identity. It is really outshined by every weapon above it. I would rather use the curved club than the hammer. I would rather use the jar cannon than the hammer. I'd rather use any weapon that is not in this needs a buff category than the hammer. It has no identity. It has nothing about it. The monk's flame mace, however, is in a similar situation. It's a low tier weapon, but it has a unique R2, which at least makes up for it a little bit. It primarily scales in dex, and its damage is somewhat low, and its scaling is somewhat low. But it's a dex hammer, so, you know, if you wanted one of those. It's, however, unfortunately, like, one of the rarest drops in the entire game. It is one of the rarest drops in the entire game, so I'm going to put this in a low C tier. Low C tier. It's slightly better than these two, but not as good as this. There you go. Alright. So the hammer's done. Now we get to the cancer weapons. When I say cancer, I do not mean to be offensive. I just mean literally these things. Some of them may or may not be made out of cancerous blood. But we'll get to that later. Right next, the Grit Escon. It's actually a high B tier, mid B tier weapon. This thing is really powerful. This thing is a really powerful weapon. We're getting into the heavy thrusting swords at this point. And the Grit Epka, or Epike, or AP, or however you say that, is a very powerful weapon. The moveset is very strong. It's primarily thrusting damage, so of course it's powerful. It's very, very strong. PvE, it's okay. Its damage kind of lacks in PvE unless you have a shield to protect yourself. PvP, however, this is a monster. It does give you a little bit of hyper armor on some weapons, but you need a very, very, very good poise to make use of that hyper armor, so there you go. The Godskin Stitcher is a high C tier weapon. It's very powerful. Its range is pretty good. It's a little bit stubby though. I mean, the Ipe, or wherever you pronounce it, however you pronounce it, is worse considerably, but the Stitcher is the second worst. So there you go, and it has good damage overall. I actually beat most of the game with this weapon. It has good damage overall. Primarily it scales with dex a little bit more than it does with strength, a tiny bit more, even though they both say C, there's hidden things here. But the damage scaling is pretty bad. So sorry, that's unfortunate. But it does have a unique R2. Sadly, it's not very good, but it does start with Impaling Thrust, so I guess you can get that. C tier. The Bloody Helance is a low B tier weapon. This thing is actually a PvP monster. His Ash of War is definitely hard to avoid if you're not expecting it, and it procs bleed. And it's a thrusting weapon that it procs bleed. Dual wielding two of these things is just mean. This weapon's art can also be followed up, which is mean. It's got this little quality, though, that made this thing kind of outshine any other weapon early game. It has low damage and low scaling, except for Arcane, of course. But this thing is a monster against Rivers of Blood. You basically just shut down Rivers of Blood, so a lot of people use it. And because a lot of people started using it because of Rivers of Blood, a lot of people learned how to fucking use it, so it's a good weapon. The Dragon King's weapon. The Dragon King's Cragblade is actually... Sorry, the cat touched me. He keeps touching me with his claws. It hurts. The Dragon King's Blade is a B tier weapon. This weapon is actually pretty powerful overall. The Dragon King's Cragblade is very powerful. It is a powerful thrusting weapon that has a somewhat powerful Ash of War that allows you to maneuver around very safely in the hands of your cloud form. It does a lot of additional damage against dragons and ancient dragons, which is always fucking appreciated. It cannot be infused, but the damage on the thing is actually alright. It primarily scales with dexterity, but it has fucking lightning damage on it, which is the main draw of this weapon. Lightning damage is the best damage type in the fucking game. For PvP, this thing is a monster, especially with this moveset being a large weapon. This thing's a monster. That's why it's in B tier, low B tier. I actually say it's probably a little bit better than that, better than those two. Depending on who you are, of course. Oh, hello, kitty cat. Alright. We're almost to the end of this. We're almost done. These are all the weapons. You can see the tier list by the bottom of the weapon page now. So, let's get into this. Now on to the katanas. The katanas are historically the most controversial weapon types in most Souls games. For some reason, even though they're honestly, in most Souls games, with the exception of Bloodborne, which only has one katana, these are not that bad in most Souls games. Hell, the moveset in Elden Ring specifically for the katanas is actually kind of mid. It is not very good. It is very, very bad, honestly. But let's get into this. The Uchikatana, I'm actually going to say, is pretty powerful, simply because you can start with it. It's a mid-C tier. You can start with this weapon, and it's pretty strong. It has very, very good damage for a low, just starting weapon. 281 and a 90, as well as a C scaling in dexterity. That's nothing to joke at. That is nothing to joke at. That much dex damage, as plus it has bleeding automatically. It's a starting weapon too, keep in mind. That's pretty fucking powerful. That's pretty good. And it has Unsheath on it automatically. You can get 2 of them at the start of the game and start power stancing with a katana. And power stancing with a katana is the way you use katanas. Normal stancing katanas are horrible. Power stancing is pretty good with a katana, so yeah, there you go. That's how you use the Uchigatana, or Uchigatana. Next up is the Nabakiba. I would say this is a high C tier. This thing is more effective of being Rivers of Blood than Rivers of Blood is. This thing has absurdly long range, longest range out of all the katanas. Good damage, good dex scaling. It has a dex scaling of B. If you put Blood Flame Blade and Spinning Slash on this thing, this is a really powerful weapon. PvE, Uchigatana and Nabakiba function similarly, but PvP, the Nagakiba always pulls on ahead. If you put Frost on this thing with Spinning Slash, this is an amazing weapon. It has low weight as well. Good damage, long range. This is a really good weapon for PvP. I see a lot of people using this. But it's still a katana, so the moveset holds it back. I'm going to put it in high C tier. In fact, I'm going to give it the highest C tier I possibly can. Next up is the Serpent Stone Blade. This also goes in high C tier. This is a very whack job of a weapon. It has a unique Ash of War on it, well, sort of a unique Ash of War on it. It has Double Slash, which is a very powerful Ash of War that may look familiar for some of you lesser skilled players. But the thing is about Double Slash is the reason it's unique is because Double Slash, like a lot of effects that have like a lot of blades that have a multi-hitting Ash of War that have a unique passive build-up, which this one has Poison, is really powerful and really unique on this weapon because it allows the poison build-up to actually get high enough to matter. Not only this thing also has primarily scaling with dexterity, and it has good damage for a weapon that builds poison, right? It's very good for a poison damage build. It cannot be infused. You're stuck with Double Slash, which is alright. Double Slash is very powerful, and it builds up poison naturally. So it also has a little bit of an effect. The poison buildup up here actually does more damage. And it does good damage as well. It does, however, have a somewhat steep dex requirement at early game, but you can get this thing basically immediately, but 22 in early game, not above 10th level, is somewhat steep. So yeah, I say this is one of the better katanas in the game. It's high C tier. Next up, the Meteoric Blade. This thing actually has a really unique set of heavy attacks, which I believe more katanas should have, but it kind of sucks. So let me explain. The Meteoric Blade has split damage between physical and magic. The magic damage is somewhat low, the physical damage is also somewhat low. Its scaling is pretty bad, C, D, and C. It has bleed buildup, and you can't infuse it with Ashes of War, and it has Gravitas, which is kind of weak for the weapon overall. In PvE, this is really good, because it is primarily a strength katana, which makes it unique amongst all of the others, and it does do magic damage, so if you want to do like a magic samurai build, you can, but honestly, there are way better options for that. Hell, even something like the Frost Nagakiba is better for that. So, this thing, we'll see. Moonveil. This thing sucks. Mid C tier. Moonveil is really bad. Moonveil is one of the worst weapons in the game as a whole for PvP. Let me explain. PvE, this weapon is pretty powerful, right? It has low physical damage, but high magic damage and high magic scaling with your intelligence, as well as high dex scaling with your dexterity. It also has bleed proc automatically, but what everybody uses this thing for is the unsheath ability, Transient Moonlight. Okay. This weapon has very little uses. This is the first weapon I'm actually going to say is a noob trap. This weapon in PvE is very good early game, especially for your first playthrough. You can beat the whole game with this weapon in your first playthrough. It's very early game. You can get it very quick with Rock Sling and the Meteor Staff. Very good. But in all honesty, that is the only good thing this weapon has. Transient Moonlight is easy and can be detrimental if they have Carrion Retaliation. Against an experienced player, this Transient Moonlight does less than nothing. It actually hurts you. The damage is low. Despite having split damage, it's still split damage. It's one of the best split damages in the game, right next to maybe lightning. Magic is very good. Magic damage is very high. Stamina cost is somewhat low because it's a katana, but it has a katana moveset, so it's very slow. Its guard is not too good except for magic, so if you're in a fringe situation, you can use it for that. And it does build up bleed pretty quickly. It has a 50 in bleed, which is higher. I think it should build up frost, not bleed, myself, but whatever. But yeah. This thing is a very bad weapon, because Transient Moonlight is, honestly, this is more detrimental than anything. So basically, against a good player who has just, like, you know... Against a good player who has Carrion Retaliation on their shield, it's a detriment, and you basically don't have an Ash of War. This thing is a noob trap. Oh, like, noobs are the only ones that use this. People who are brand new to the game think this is a really powerful weapon, but it is not. Speaking of, this is a low D tier. Rivers of Blood is probably one of the worst katanas in the game, if not the worst. Once again, this is a noob trap weapon. Corpse Piler not only has been nerfed relentlessly, but the thing is it has split fire damage scaling, which is horrible for PvP. It's okay for PvE. The only reason I'm not saying it's an F tier or it needs a buff is because the weapon is at least balanced, and in PvE it is very, 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 very powerful. It is one of the most powerful weapons in PvE. PvP, however, this thing is garbage. Now, I know there are a lot of people probably saying to themselves right now, what are you talking about? This is the most powerful weapon in the game. In real competitive play, not just simple online matches between a couple people, in real competitive play, this weapon is really, really bad. It has the katana moveset. It has split fire damage, which are two very bad things to start off with. It is a slow weapon. Not only that, the only good thing this weapon has for it is the running R2 attack, the crouching R2 attack when power stancing, and the crouching R2 attack when holding only one katana. I honestly, that last one is debatable though. Those are the only two good moves this weapon has. Corpse Piler is honestly awful against anyone who even knows slightly what they are doing. It does damage, yes, absolutely, but every weapon does damage. You can achieve anything you can achieve with Corpse Piler with Mogwin's Spear, and it will be 100% better. Not only does Mogwin's Spear do thrusting damage, which this weapon primarily does not do, this weapon has very high requirements, and you get it late game. It has good bleed buildup, yes, but that's all it has. It has split fire damage as well, like I keep saying, which holds it back in PvP. Because what stat increases your fire damage resistance? The one stat you should be leveling the most, Vigor, obviously. This has been said all over the entire internet for this entire time. Level Vigor, because it just shuts weapons down like this really hard. The weight is at least good, but this weapon was also nerfed a while back because, you know, players who didn't want to learn how to fight a super weak weapon that is just very, very repetitive complained enough to where From Software actually nerfed its damage. Now it's in one of the weakest states a weapon could be. This weapon wasn't problematic at first, and the only problem was the bleed buildup, and bleed itself was fixed. The people who complain about this weapon are honestly people who don't want to learn how to play the game. They just want to beat the game and get it over with. Now, I have no problem with people beating the game, right? In any way they want. I have to say this because I'm talking about Corpse Piler. Some people have a problem with people using this to beat the game. I think fair is fair. Any way to beat the game, so long as you see those credits, is a way to beat it. Everything is fair when there's no one involved but yourself. You can't hurt anyone by beating the game with rivers of blood. PvP is a different story, but PvE elitists, as they're called, will complain about this weapon. Bro, if you're one of those people out there right now, why the hell do you care? You're not getting a badge of honor for doing this. Shut the fuck up. Moving on. This weapon is very weak right now. It's the worst katana in the game, by far. Low damage, low scaling. It was controversial at one point in time, which it wasn't even controversial. Keep in mind, this weapon was never controversial, not once. It's just, it was a noob crutch that other noobs used against each other. This has been said countless times across the internet by multiple people. There we go, that's Corpse Piler. Dragon Scale Blade is a mid D tier. That's Rivers of Blood and Corpse Piler. Dragon Scale Blade is actually quite good. It does additional damage against dragons, 20%, and 10% against ancient dragons. It has a unique Ash of War Ice Lightning Sword, which buffs the weapon. It can be parried, causes a lightning strike, and buffs the weapon with 160 flat lightning damage, and it builds up frost for 45 seconds, which is very powerful. However, I'm actually going to put it higher. I'm going to put it mid-C tier. However, the weapon itself has really bad scaling. Hello? There we go. The weapon itself has really bad scaling. Primarily, it only scales with dex and a little bit in strength, and the damage is very low, but that Ash of War will at least boost it up to a C tier. Because 269 is pretty low for a weapon like this, and you can't even infuse it, and you can't change it. So it's a very limited weapon. Next up is the actual controversial katana now. Hand of Millennia. This is a high C tier. This weapon is actually controversial now, simply because of the damage it can do, and its really strong Ash of War. Well, I'll get into it in a second. First, let's get to the damage. It has somewhat low damage, but it has a B scaling in dex, and it has the highest, I believe that's the second highest dex requirement in the entire game, of 48. It is gained by beating Millennia, Goddess of Rot, after using the Remembrance with Elena. Now, the weapon overall can get very high damage thanks to its first of all, its Ash of War, and its somewhat versatile moveset with its reach. You see, this is one of the longest reaching katanas, right? This is the second longest reaching katana. The reason the Uchi Katana is as powerful as it is because of its reach. The Hand of Millennia is up there, and because of its reach, it's insanely powerful. Katana poise damage was reduced recently for PvP, but even with that, this is still a very good weapon, because its damage is consistent because of its range. And it does have bleed like all the other katanas do. However, Waterfowl Dance is actually problematic. Because of how poise works now, which I personally did not like the new poise update. Poise was kind of nerfed. I get that it's important, but I prefer Dark Souls 2 style gameplay than Dark Souls 1. That's just my opinion though. But this is problematic now, because you can basically, unless you're wearing full Bull Goat, you're always going to be just staggered and take the full hit. This is basically Rivers of Blood 2.0, but actually a fucking threat, because only the first 3 hits you can parry. This is not very good. I feel like this needs to be nerfed. This needs to be nerfed, but the weapon itself is just not good enough for that. Like, it's a katana type weapon. The only reason it's this high is because of the Ash of War. Other than that, this weapon should just... I feel like it's in a very weird state. The Waterfowl Dance should be nerfed, but the weapon itself should be buffed. That's my opinion. Next, we get into short bows. Short bows. Okay. bows are kind of mediocre in the game. Bows are probably the worst weapon type. At least daggers have something going for them, but short bows, or light bows, are pretty bad. There's only 5 in the game. We'll run through them really quickly. Whoopsies. First one up, the short bow. It needs a buff. It has no identity. Sure, it has its purposes, but the damage is really weak. You can't really do much with this. Plus, thing is, there's only a couple like Ashes of War for bows in the entire game, and it can produce no elemental damage. It's really weak, really low damage. Give it a buff, give it an identity amongst the powerful weapons. The composite bow is slightly stronger. It's a low C tier. It has a slightly longer range than the other one we had just spoken of, the short bow. It is gained from a nomadic merchant, which is good in Liurnia. First one I believe you see. And no, it's the second one you see. And it has mighty shot on it, which is good for PvP and PvE both. Good range, good damage, but it's still pretty weak, as you can see here, and it primarily scales with dex. Next up, the branch bow. Slightly higher. Red branch bow. It's okay. It has barrage, which is not too good, but you can always put mighty shot on it. Its damage is somewhat weak. Same fucking story. See the issue with bows? This bow is slightly lower for only one reason. The misbegotten short bow, while it does actually have slightly higher damage, and it scales with strength, which is rare for the bows. Its scaling is pretty bad, and honestly, it's not that good. It's a smithing stone weapon, like all other short bows, I do believe, but yeah, it says right here, if you use the arrow's reach talisman or at close range. This is good in PvP if you just want to use short bows. Probably the best PvP weapon, but that's it. There's no other good thing about it. The harp bow is a little bit of a different story. The harp bow is actually a mid-C tier weapon. First of all, because it has some of the best scaling out of all the bows, with the exception of some of the earlier ones. Low damage, but the harp bow is a somber smithing stone weapon, which actually makes it somewhat better. And it makes a harp sound when it fires, which is nice. Alright, that's the only good thing I could say about the short bows. They're really useless weapons. Bows need a buff. In the DLC, give us a buff for the bows. They need it really badly. Okay, moving on. Also, I do want to say about the harp bow, its requirements are one of the lowest in the game, and you can get it pretty easy. That's why it's slightly higher than all the other bows. Alright, now we're getting into the scythes. Scythes, or the reapers as they're called, are really weird. There's only 4 of them in the entire game. And actually, some of this has a pretty consistent damage. First of all, the scythe is a B tier weapon. The standard scythe is a B tier weapon. This is actually very powerful. It has natural bleed build up with a good moveset. The scythe moveset is pretty good in general. It can be infused with Ashes of War, and many people put Spinning Blade on this and put Bloodflame Blade on this. And it's a pretty good weapon overall. And it can be infused. It does good damage. A 306 with a B scaling and dex normally. Very good. For PvE, it's not the best, but you can be used. PvP, these things are monsters. Speaking of, Grave Scythe is even better. That's a mid B tier. It's a mid B tier, the Grave Scythe. This thing has an ability. So, it has an anti-block function at 40% damage negation on blocks. It has all the benefits the previous scythe does, which is great. More bleed damage, it has more damage overall, And the moveset is good. That is really good. This weapon is really, really, really powerful. It's a B tier. It is a... Actually, I'm going to bump it up to a high B tier. I feel like it's even better than Moog Spear. I feel like it's there. PvE, once again, they're not the best, but PvP, this thing is great. I would use it. The Halo Scythe. Wah, wah. Split holy damage. That sucks. That really hurts it. It cannot be infused, but it does have the rings. The rings, you fire out 2 quick projectiles very quickly, and they hit walls and targets. They do completely holy damage. It can't be infused with Ashes Worn. It's a somber weapon at the very least. I'm going to put this in mid-C tier. Alright, next up and finally for the size, the Winged Scythe. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's a good picture of where it is. It's basically at the start of the game. This weapon has split holy damage, but it actually has a fuckload of damage for some reason. This thing has a lot of damage and does bleed damage. For some reason. It has Angel's Wings. This weapon cannot be infused or buffed in any way, though. Angel's Wings is a really weird Asher. It's similar to what the sickle for the spear has, right? It is very similar to the magic variant of its own type, which is where you go up in the air and then come back down with a slash moving forwards, but it does holy damage. This weapon is a mid-C tier. Good, it has good damage, but it's split holy damage. The Ash of War it is very similar to, by the way, is the Ash of War from the Halberds. From... where is it? The War Sickle, and it is Loretta's Slash. Alright. Now we're getting into the finger seals and the... well, just the seals in general. After that's the staffs. After that, it looks like the spears. Oh, that'll be fucking fun. Yeah, after that it's the spears, after that it's the staves, and then the straight swords. Looks like the thrusting swords are after that. Then the torches, then the Twinblades, the whips, and then the axes. Alright. Let's do it. Alright. Sorry, I just took a shower. Ooh, I'm feeling fresh now. The finger seal. I'm going to run through these real quick because they all pretty much do the same thing, but I'm going to tell you like their uses and which one's best for PvP. Finger seal. This needs a buff. It has no identity. This has no identity. This does nothing. It's the worst seal in the game. It's really, really bad. I wouldn't personally use it. It has... so let me say this. It's the first seal you can buy in the game. I believe you can buy it straight from like the statues in Round Table Hold. Yeah, Twin Maiden Husks, Round Table Hold, 800 runes. It has no skill and it's the first one you buy in the entire game. It has a scaling. Its scaling is alright early game, but honestly, we'll get into the scaling and how crazy it can get later. Its max scaling is 324. Which you might say, hey, that's actually not bad. That's pretty high. Well, yeah, you're right. That is somewhat high. But the thing is, 252, 254 is its actual max scaling, and it obviously goes to S. This thing isn't very powerful because not only does its scaling only go to 254, it's also... let me get through all these videos, sorry. It's also got no Ash of War on it, which most of them don't, right? In fact, I believe all of them don't. It's a smithing stone weapon, which means it'll take a while to level up, which means you'll probably just replace it later. It's basically the starting one. But I will say, it's at least got a scaling, which I believe some seals might not even have. It does struggle because it doesn't have any specific spells it's good at. It's just the base seal. I see people using it online simply because it doesn't have any like cost increases or anything, or it doesn't have any debuffs or anything. So it's pretty good. 252 is pretty good, and it's It's scaling at 80 faith, which you never want to go up to 80 exactly, is 340, is 324, but honestly, you're never going to go up to 80. Alright, next up, the Erdtree Seal. This is the best seal in the game for whole faith builds. We're going to put this in the high C tier. It has no Ash of War on it. I don't think there are actually any Ashes of War for the seals. But this little thing here, is very powerful. It is the best seal in the game for pure faith builds, in my opinion, if you just want to buff yourself and just want to do like Elden Star or something. It is very powerful otherwise. It is upgraded with Somber Smithing Stones, which is amazing. It is one of the I believe it is the highest incantation scaling for faith alone, right next to maybe something we'll get on to later. It is very strong. It is a high C tier. Hello? Okay, I have to go through the normal route. Apparently the game doesn't like me doing that. The wiki doesn't like me doing that, apparently. Okay, there we go. Alright. Pretty strong. Pretty strong. The Erdtree Seal is definitely one of the better ones in the entire game. Next up, the Golden Order Seal. This one is a little bit odd. It actually scales with Int and Faith like most Golden Order spells, and you want your Int and your Faith to be within 10 of each other, right? If they're within 10 of each other, you'll get the max use of this. No Ash of War. It functions just like the Erdtree Seal. Golden Order spells actually get a 10% buff. The Erdtree Seal is a similar way, where Erdtree spells get a buff. Erdtree Seal has 0 weight as well, to keep in mind. So do a lot of the seals, but the Golden Order Seal gives a slight buff to Golden Order incantations, 10%. Its scaling is kind of good, but the thing is you need an equal balance between Int and Faith, which is hard to do unless you just want to over-level the shit out of your character. Which is alright. Oh, the Erdtree Seal doesn't actually give any passive buffs. I see, I did not know that. See, we're even learning things here. But even still, the Erdtree Seal is probably the best seal in the game. The Golden Order Seal is going into a mid-C tier. The Gravelstone Seal actually has the most spells it buffs under its belt, right next to Dragon Communion. This thing is pretty strong. It has somewhat low scaling, right? Because the Golden Order Seal, it has technically the highest scaling, right? 390. But your Faith and your Int both need to be 80. This thing has really good scaling, and it gives buffs to a lot of specific spells you might want, like Lightning Spear is good in PvP. Death Lightning can help you out in PvP. Frozen Lightning Spear can be good. Ancient Dragon's Lightning Spear can be good. So, yeah, it gives a buff. It's alright. For PvP, it's pretty strong, so I'm going to put it high C tier. Not as strong as the Erdtree Seal, but even still, I'm going to put it right next to it. The Giant Seal is also pretty good for PvP as well. It has slightly lower scaling, which is unfortunate, but I'm going to put it up there with the rest of them. Slightly lower. As the Giant Seal, while it does have Burn, O Flame, and Flame of the Fell God, as well as Flame Take Upon Thee, as well as Giant Flame Take Thee, which are really good spells. All of these are really good spells. O Flame is also pretty good. All of these are really powerful, really high-level spells. Godslayer's Seal is the next one up. This is not very good. Well, it does actually have somewhat good scaling. The spells it buffs you're rarely going to be using, so this is going slightly lower than the Golden Order Seal, because the Golden Order Seal at least gives you some unique buffs. Black Flame, as well as Black Flame Ritual and Scorching Black Flame are all pretty good, but you're never going to use them anyways. I will also say the Giant Seal gives a 20% buff to those, while the other ones give a 15 or 10. Clawmark Seal is up next, I do believe. Yes, the Clawmark Seal is actually really powerful. This thing I'm going to put into B tier simply because the spells that this thing has connected to it are pretty strong. While the scaling is low because it requires Faith and Strength both, you're probably going to have Faith and Strength scaled pretty well. And it gives power to Beast Sling in particular, which is one of the better spells in the game. Not only that, you can also stack this with a dagger we talked about much earlier in the video, and you will be very, very, very powerful. Frenzied Flame Seal. Technically, better than the Erd Tree Seal. Not as good as Golden Order, but the Frenzied Flame Seal is really weird. It goes up here with some of the best. Simply because the thing gives a buff to some of the strongest incantations of the game. Howl of Shabriri is really strong for its buffing abilities. Frenzied Burst is powerful. The Flame of Frenzy and Unending Frenzy is very strong. And it gives a 20% buff to all of these, which is very good. Next up, the final seal, and my personal favorite and pick of the litter, the Dragon Communion Seal. I think might be the best in the game, simply for what it does. It gives buffs to all Dragon Communion incantations, which some of them are very good in PvP. Good example, Dragon's Maw, the Rot Breath, the Decay Breath. It gives a 15% boost to all of them, which these are pretty good in PvP. A lot of these are pretty powerful. If the opponent doesn't react, they're going to get hit. And you can Scarlet Rot with Decay Breath pretty easily. You can apply Scarlet Rot pretty easy. Next up is this shit. Let's go over the spears now, shall we? The spears are one of the strongest weapon types in the entire game. I personally do not like the spears. Sam, I am? No, I do not like the spears. The spears feel a little bit over-tweaked, in my opinion. They've always kind of been strong, but now it's a little bit ridiculous. Starting off with the torch pole. The torch pole is the weakest spear in the game, in my opinion. I mean, it has like abilities to it, right? It does split fire damage. Obviously, it's fucking on fire. You can't apply Ashes of War to it, but its damage is good and its scaling is kind of mid. It has really long range as well. It's one of the longest ranges amongst its class. It's third longest range, right next to the Grand Sax and the Pike, which are no joke. But I think this thing is D tier. High D tier. That's just out of my personal experience. Next up is the fork. This thing's okay. It has natural bleed damage as well as fire damage slid, which is like the third worst, but don't worry about it. That's like right behind holy. Your fire is okay, you never want holy. Magic is pretty good and lightning is the best. It has split fire damage with physical damage and it has bleed buildup. But it can't be infused with Ashes of War, and it's stuck with Charge Forth, which with Charge Forth it is pretty good. It is pretty good. But you're stuck with it. So, if you could put like Ashes of War on this thing, I'd say it's a B tier. But right now you're stuck with that, so it's a C tier. And many people compare this to the Winged Sickle for some reason, I don't know why. That doesn't make too much sense to me. Alright, next up, let us continue with the Crystal Spear. This is a magical type weapon that scales with int, but its scaling is not very good, and the best part is you can't apply it, so you're stuck with Impaling Thrust, which is Impaling Thrust is okay. It has very bad scaling. Scaling isn't good, and the magic damage is more just a cherry on top, not something that it can actually use. Mid-C tier. PvP and PvE, all three weapons that I just went over without mentioning them, are basically the same boat. They're pretty powerful. The spear's moveset is pretty strong overall, but honestly, I will tell you when we found a really powerful weapon. Rotten Crystal Spear is just in front of its brother. It applies Scarlet Rot, it does slightly less damage. We've been here before. Clean Rot Knight's Spear is a difficult one. This one's going to go slightly high, sort of C tier. A lot of people swear by this weapon, but I do not personally think it's very good at all. It gives immunity. It raises your immunity by 50. And the weapon itself can give, like, you know, it can give hyper armor. But it's so rare to see that. Unless your poise is super high, it's not going to matter. It's a somber weapon, and it has a really bad, in my opinion, a really bad Ash of War, which is a sacred Ash of War that does holy damage. And it comes out in front of you. It's very slow. You're never going to hit anyone with it. It has split holy damage, but the weapon itself gives really high immunity, so there you go. The Death Ritual Spear is the next one up, and this is actually one of the only weapons in the game which can give you... One of the only weapons in the game which can give you a pretty big AoE, just with its Ash of War, right? So let's go over it. It does split magic damage, which is pretty good, and it primarily scales in dexterity. This weapon for PvP is actually really good. Its Ash of War is very powerful. For magic casters, especially ones with high intelligence, because its intelligence scaling is kind of up there. It's all right. It does way over 400 damage. Somewhat over 400 damage. It's actually kind of leaning on 400 damage a little bit, with certain buffs applied to it. It can go way over 400 damage with... It can go way over 400 damage with buffs applied to yourself, such as Golden Vow. And the Ritual Spear, the Spear Calling Ritual, is very good for PvP. So this is an alright weapon for PvP. Honestly, it is a high C tier. Alrighty then. Bolt of Gransax. S tier. This is an S tier weapon. This thing is really powerful. You can only get one per game, which is the only thing that holds this back, but it has split lightning damage, which is the best damage type in the game. Its Ash of War is slow, but at least it fires a projectile, and it gives you hyper armor during it. And it has basically 360-degree movement while you throw it. Dual wielding these two things is insanely powerful. PvP, it is great. PvE, it's alright, it has lightning damage, so it's pretty good for PvE. PvP, however, this is a monster. You shred through people with Bolt of Gransax. Dual wielding these things is insane. The crouching R2 attack while dual wielding. Sorry, the crouching power stance attack is really powerful on the crouching R2. The crouching power stance attack with this is really powerful. It's right there up next to like the Great Spears. Alright, next up, the Short Spear. As you would think, it's the shortest in the game. It's not very good. This needs a buff. Some people swear by this, and I understand why. They say it's a really good weapon. It's one of the only spears that can be infused, so I suppose it has some potential. It has impaling thrust on it naturally, but it just has such low damage, man. Look at that. Plus 25, 274 damage. You would think it's a split damage weapon with that low. It's not very good. The Iron Spear is another weird one. I'm going to put it mid-C tier. PvE and PvP, this weapon is not very good, so I wouldn't use it. Let's continue then. The Iron Spear is another strange one. No, sorry. I already put that one down. However, I will say something about the Iron Spear and the Short Spear. Something I will say real quick that I forgot. That's why I just said it's a strange case. The Short Spear and the Iron Spear, well, they don't share a whole lot. They do actually share the lowest range in the game, so keep that in mind. The Iron Spear does slightly more damage. Next up is just aptly named Spear. Oh no. My computer is starting to not really like what I'm doing on my device. Just gotta put it there, thank you. It's mid-C tier. It's mid-C tier. It's a mid-C tier. It has alright damage. Its damage is actually somewhat lackluster, but you can infuse it like unlike a lot of the other spears. It's okay. I see some people using it because of its range. Its range is a lot better than other things, but there are better options we'll get into later. It's just the third lowest, so it's not that good. Huh? Whatever. those both go there anyways. I accidentally grabbed the other one, but I was about to repeat the exact same thing I did about this weapon. This weapon's slightly higher than the spear, though. The pristine is alright. It has the same problem as the spear, but I hear a lot of people do use it. It has impaling thrust and it can be infused. Its damage is somewhat low, but it's higher than the spears. It's a 301, but its scaling is bad. So, yeah, it's okay. It's a very low drop rate at 4%, but it's not with the lowest drop rate. It shares the unique R2 with the spiked spear and the death ritual spear, which is something it's got going for it, but other than that, it really doesn't do much else. The pike. A-tier weapon. Pike's a little bit broken. The pike has the longest range in the game of any melee weapon. I do believe. Yep. Has the longest range in the game of any melee weapon, I am almost certain. However, it has low damage. 281, so it's medium damage. It's not too low, but its scaling is pretty bad. You honestly want to put like Frost or something on this, but you can infuse it with Ashes of War. Putting Storm Assault or Blade Dance on this thing is really dangerous. Its R2 is actually unique, and it's bad. Its R2 is really bad. If that R2 was better, I'd say this is probably one of the best weapons in the game. And it is one of the best weapons in the game, but I would put it S tier if that R2 was better. The jumping attack is also pretty bad as well. But just that range alone, man, is insane. Alright. The spiked spear. It's a mid-C tier. It gives bleeding damage at the very least, but it doesn't do much else. It gives bleeding, its damage is slightly higher than the pike, but it's not very good, and it has the unique R2, which the ritual death spear has. Honestly, I know some people use it on PvP because it is pretty good for shield poking, and that bleed can make you, that bleed damage can make it so you're a lot more aggressive, right? You can be a lot more aggressive with that bleed, but honestly, I am not a big user of it, and I personally do not like it. I think that they should at least increase the bleeding damage a bit. Cross Nagakiba. Okay, this needs a nerf, like hard. This needs a nerf. The bleed damage was nerfed back in the day, but this is honestly a very deadly weapon. It has a unique moveset compared to the other spears. It attacks both thrust and slash. But that's not why you're using this weapon. You're using this weapon because you want to dual wield it and beat the shit out of people. Its damage is mid, its dex scaling is high, it's very good dex scaling, and it has bleed damage. But the thing is, this weapon with Blood Flame Blade, while dual wielding two of them together, while your other one is a bleed, while your other one's a blood weapon with the blood ability on it, right down here, plus 25 blood. This is stupid. This needs to be nerfed. It is a really powerful ability, and some competitive formats ban this weapon outright. You can even change the Ash of War. Honestly, I would put Storm Assault on this thing, or a Storm Stomp. It's really powerful. I think it needs to be nerfed. The Clayman's Harpoon, I actually do see some people using. I'm going to put it high, sort of a high C tier. Now, this is a really weird weapon, because it's one of the only weapons in the game that does split damage, but you can make it do more damage. It does split damage, as you can see, and it does pretty alright damage. The damage is really good. The scaling is bad, but you know what you can do? You can make this thing do lightning damage as well. The lightning variant of this thing is very powerful, since it increases the dex scaling even further, even though it's primarily strength. Having both magical, physical, and lightning damage on this weapon is pretty powerful, but the damage is somewhat lacking, and it's difficult to use overall, and it has a low drop chance, so C tier. High C tier, though. Next up, the Celebrant's Rib Rake. Why they make their weapons out of skulls and crap, huh? Yeah, probably because they worship that god or something. They're connected to the Godskin Apostles, I know that. The Celebrant's Rib Rake, first of all. You get alright damage, I guess. The damage is somewhat low, and the scaling is somewhat low. It's not the best. It can be infused, though, at the very least. It has Barbaric Aurora on it naturally, which is alright. I guess. Hey, and PvP, it breaks their poise. There's nothing much to say about this weapon, honestly. It can be pretty good in the right hands. I know some competitive players love using this thing, but I'm going to put it mid-C tier. C tier is large because a lot of weapons in the game are just okay. Now we're on to the scepters. The scepters, the glintstone staffs. Before I say anything else, some of them have really weird abilities, and I'll be telling you what they are. So, let's get into this. The Regal Scepter is a boss weapon outright, and it buffs Rani's full moon and Renala's full moon. Rani's dark moon and Renala's full moon. It has alright scaling, and it has somewhat of a high intelligence requirement. A lot of videos for this one. It is the staff you want to go to if you want to make a wizard build. Like a first run-through wizard build, right? Because there is another staff that you could use, which we'll get into in a second. But I'm going to take this one and place it, just for its versatility, in B tier. Because it's something you want to use, it's very consistent, doesn't have any extra cost or anything, it has very good scaling. So there you go. Alright, next up, the Albinauric Staff. This is another good one. I'm going to put it in high C tier. Simply because this weapon scales with Arcane. This weapon scales with Arcane, as you can see here, and it has somewhat of a high scaling. And Arcane is something you frequently level up, because it is a pretty useful stat overall for a lot of weapons, especially bleed builds. So there you go. Alright, before we go into the next few items, I do want to say that there is quite a bit of nuance with the Staff of Loss that I'll be explaining. The Staff of Loss boosts invisible sorceries. I'm actually going to put this slightly below the Regal Scepter in B tier. The Staff of Loss has a really weird tick to it, right? Where it boosts Night Shard and Night Comet 30%. With 2 Staffs of Loss in your hands, as well as good intelligence, Night Comet can actually do more damage than Comet. Because another Staff of Loss does buff the second one, right? It'll only be attained once per playthrough, keep in mind though. So dual wielding Staffs of Loss is really powerful, and Night Comet becomes stronger than average Comet, and it has all the benefits of the Night powers that it has, I guess, I don't know. All the benefits of Night Comet itself. So the Staff of Loss is going into B tier simply for that combo you can do. The Grumir Glintstone Staff. This is one of the hardest weapons to get, as it has a very low drop chance from one specific enemy, the Gelmir Glintstone Staff. It scales with intelligence and faith, and it gives a bunch of buffs to like spells you're not going to use. I guess Rancor you might use. Rykard's Rancor. I'm going to put this low C tier. Crystal Staff is going in the same place, low C tier. It gives buffs to spells you're not going to use, like Crystal Release, Crystal Torrent, and Crystal Shatter. Its scaling is somewhat low, so there you go. Rotten Crystal Staff is going to be slightly higher, however, because this thing actually procs Scarlet Rot, which is good. It's a somber weapon and it procs Scarlet Rot. So there you go. I'll put this slightly higher because it has that Scarlet Rot ability. It only applies on physical attacks made with the staff, keep in mind. There you go. At least you got some like Scarlet Rot, so if you're a spellcaster and you're using this, you could be a little bit more aggressive. The Meteor Staff is actually very good early game. We're going to put this high C tier. It gives buffs, the Meteor Staff specifically, it gives buffs to spells that you are often going to be using. Right, you're going to be using a lot of the spells, so Rock Sling, you'll be using that. Collapsing Star, pretty good. Gravity Well, pretty good. Meteor, it's alright. Meteor Estelle, It's okay. You're going to be using a lot of these early game, and you can be it can be gained early game. So there you go. Staff of the Guilty is not very good. I'll put it in mid-C tier. Barbs of Punishment and Barbs of Sin are good, and it causes blood loss 25 with melee attacks, so it can be used as a melee weapon as well, but its scaling is very low, and it scales with faith, so it's not very powerful as a staff, unless you just want to kind of meme around as like a faith build, casting sorceries, I guess. There you go. It's not very strong. Alright, next up. The Prince of Death's Staff. This is the best staff in the entire game. It has the highest scaling in the entire game. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. For high level builds, this is the best staff. If you're like level 300 plus, staff is great. I'm going to put this mid B tier. The staff is really good. It's probably the best one in the game for just like high level plays. It gives buffs to spells no one will use. I mean, Rancor, maybe Ancient Death Rancor, sorry, and Ghost Flame Explosion, or Explosion Ghost Flame. You might be using those, but just alone you can do so much damage with just a comment from this thing. If you were playing online PvP and you trade into a comment with this weapon, yeah, you're probably dead. You never want to trade into a comment. Hell, even alone, just like Swift Glintstone Shard with this weapon actually does sustainable damage. So there you go. The next three staffs are all in D tier. The Astrologer Staff, I know some people like though, so I'll put it slightly higher. It can be pretty good. But the Glintstone Staff, as well as the Academy Glintstone Staff, will be slightly higher. They're all scattered out very close to each other, because all of these weapons, with the exception of the Academy Staff, have very low scaling because they're meant to be found early game, right? The Astrologer Staff is alright, but has low scaling. The Glintstone Staff has significantly lower scaling and is not very good. But the Academy Glintstone Staff actually has this really weird thing about it, right? The Academy Glintstone Staff is really good for early game. In fact, early game, so long as your intelligence is below 69, so long as your intelligence is below 69, the Academy Staff is the best in the game, even better than the Regal Staff. So for like Carrion builds who don't have the Carrion Staff yet, or just mixed builds who want to be very powerful mid to early game, that's pretty good. So the staff itself is very, 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 very powerful in early to mid game, and I give it a pretty good rating. Next up is the Digger's Staff, the Miner's Staff, the staff that people use to blow each other up because it has two spells which comprise of explosions, Rock Blast and Shatter Earth. It's alright. It's D tier. It doesn't have much about it. It hits kind of hard for a staff. 31. That's alright. Oh, sorry, yeah, 38. So it's alright. I believe that's the highest physical damage of all the staffs. But it's not good. No one uses those spells. They're kind of slow. C tier. Doesn't need a buff because it's at least balanced properly though. The Demi-Human Staff doesn't have any sort of buff. It has alright scaling, but it's unremarkable. Low C tier. At least it's got like a cool design to it. I like that. And it's the Queen's Scepter. Yeah, I think you do actually have to you have to stop doing a side quest. You have to stop doing box side quests to actually do this properly, I believe, to get this properly. Yeah, even the wiki agrees the Meteor Staff is just stronger, so there you go. This thing, however, is a fucking B tier staff. Slightly better than the Staff of Loss. This thing greatly increases your sorcery casting time by 8%. as if you have a very high dexterity. It was nerfed a while back, but this casting time of this, even still, is very quick. Casting, it gives 40 virtual dexterity. 40, which means if you have 30 dex, you're already at cap. This is very good for quick spellcasting builds. In PvP, this is insanely powerful. It's even, the Regal Scepter, simply for its versatility, is a little bit higher, but this is very good. It does cost a little bit more FP for spells, however, and it doesn't actually buff any spells itself. Next up is the Lazarus, or Letus Glintstone Staff. I can never pronounce these properly. This thing is B tier as well. Low B tier. It does more damage in exchange for more FP. Easy trade-off. Increases FP cost by 50%. High sorcery scaling, but no bonus to sorcery damage outside of that. It has very high scaling. It's, you know, it's the damaging wand. If you don't have good stuff, don't have good stats for the Prince of Death Staff, this is your next best thing, but I would personally use the Quick Staff myself. The Azure Staff myself. Well, I believe this is just called... Many people just call this the Glintstone Staff. But this staff in particular, the Carrion Glintstone Staff, specifically. Let me think, because these two staves are kind of interchangeable. These two right here, right? I need to think about this one. Because the Carrion and Glintstone Staff and the Carrion Glintstone Blade basically do the exact same thing, right? They're both 15% boosts to specific spells, but a lot of these spells are very, very similar. I would say they're both high C tier, because they both give very good buffs to very good spells. 15% is nothing to scoff at. Sure, it's not 30% like the Staff of Lost. It's not 30% like the Staff of Lost, but these are spells you'll frequently be using. Carrion Greatsword, great. Carrion Piercer is amazing. Carrion Slicer is good. Moonblade is incredibly powerful for PvP in the right hands. So yeah, these are all very good. Alright. Getting into the straight swords. Let's do it. First up, the Carrion Knight's Sword. Got on one of the westernmost sides of the map. This thing is actually good. High C tier. Carrion Knight's Sword has good split damage. Right, of course it does, because it's a Carrion weapon. Why the hell wouldn't have split damage? That would be weird. But the thing itself is very, very powerful. Okay, let me say something about this weapon real quick. Let's break the awkward silence. This weapon is good. Surprisingly, it is actually good at zoning, despite its its short nature as a straight sword. But the damage on this thing is very, very, very powerful. 430 overall, with good int and dex scaling. Good int and dex scaling for its stats and for its damage overall. That's pretty powerful. The thing actually has a very unique Ash of War, which is very, very good. It cannot be infused, however, which makes this thing bad. Its Ash of War is a big spam swinging sword that hits people pretty hard. With Terra Magica in this Ash of War, you can do a lot of damage. It's basically a Redux Moon, Dark Moon sword. I actually find it better because it's much more versatile. Alright. Next up is the Crystal Sword, as well as the Rotten Crystal Sword. They're both very similar. One just does slightly less damage. Discard the Rot situation again. Out of these three weapons right here, they're very good for PvE. PvP, the Rotten Crystal Sword is a bit better, but PvP for the Carrion Knight Sword is actually pretty good. The Carrion Knight Sword is a hard counter to a sword we'll get onto slightly later that is honestly very powerful, and I think the Carrion Knightsword is a little bit slept on in PvP. Next up is the Miliquin Knightsword. Mid-C tier. The thing has split damage between Holy, it has alright damage, and the scaling is kind of low. But it has Sacred Blade as an Ash of War, so it can buff itself, and that Holy damage gets really high. PvE, it's useless. PvP, it's very good. PvP, it is very good. But it has Holy damage, so it falls off a little bit. The Ornate Sword, the first weapon you can get in the entire game, is low C tier. Low C tier. It's kind of alright, I guess. It has, like... It has... really weird effects to it. First of all, it's a low damage, right? It's not technically a split damage scaling weapon, we'll get into that in a second though, but it has low damage and high dex scaling, which is alright, I guess, for late game. But the thing is, it has golden tempering, which is technically, this is where the split damage comes in. It's a very long Ash of War, one of the longest in the game. It takes a lot to do. It adds 100 flat attack power to it, which honestly, in my opinion, is not enough to justify how horrible this weapon is otherwise. At least it has slightly higher crit, which never comes in handy at all, even slightly. But it does have a somewhat unique moveset, and its dual-wielding function is pretty powerful, so it gets a pass in that. Low C tier, not D tier though. It doesn't need any work done. Next up is the Golden Blade. This thing does extra damage against undead, 30% specifically. Last Rites is a really weird Ash of War. It is just a buff you apply to yourself. And it does 10% more damage, 5% in PvP, which is very good. I see a lot of people using this in PvP simply before that damage boost, which is actually higher than Commander's Rally, or Rallying Standard. High C tier. Yeah, just behind this. Just behind these two. St. Turene's swords are a little bit awkward, contentious, if you would. They have sleep on them, one of the only weapons that does. Sleep is kind of fucked up. This weapon is overpowered as shit in certain scenarios. This weapon is actually kept in check by clever game design, and I have to hand it to From Software for this. This weapon is B. In PvE, this weapon is pretty good if you're fighting something which is, you can actually put to sleep. Godskin Duo, this weapon just completely destroys. Mist of Slumber just buffs how much sleep it applies. It applies 136 sleep build up per attack through 30 seconds, and it releases a sleeping mist. But this weapon has one massive fatal flaw, which is so absurdly detrimental that it puts this weapon not in A or S tier, simply because of it. This weapon has one of the lowest reaches of any straight sword. You can outrange this weapon with anything. You can outrange this weapon with some daggers. This is really bad for the weapon, and it drops it down significantly into the B tier, right? The mid B tier, just because of that. Simply because of just how detrimental this weapon can be. That short range just hurts so much. Alright, next up, the Regal Ecod, or whatever you want to pronounce it. This thing is okay. Let's go into this. So, it's founded the Third Church in America, very near the beginning of the game. It has split magical damage, which is good. One of the better split magical types. Second best damage type. PvE, it's a very good weapon, as it is a straight sword. The dual wielding power stance for the straight swords is very good, and it has a unique Ash of War that you can't change on it, which is the Twister again, which we have seen before. Simply because of how powerful this is, and it has split magic damage on it, I'm going to put this thing in Come on, computer. Come on. I know you can do it. I know it's a lot, but just handle it. There we go. I'm going to put this thing in high C tier. It's pretty good. Not quite as good as its older brother, but whatever. It is good. That is my opinion of it. It can be a little bit more versatile than its older brother. The coated sword is a basket case. It's actually pretty powerful. I'm going to put it in very high C tier because this thing only does faith damage, which is bad late game. It's one of the worst weapons late game, but it does scale with an A in faith. And the thing has guard negation. It has the ability Unblockable Blade, which is just a wide swing that you do with the weapon, which just goes completely through guards and shields. This is kind of insane. The skill can be parried, but it's difficult to do. PvP, this weapon is alright if you're fighting a shield poker, so it's in high C tier. Also, the ability to just get around, like, you know, shields completely with Unblockable Blade is really, 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 really powerful. There you go. Next up, the Sword of Night and Flame. This one's actually pretty good. This is low B tier. Sword of Night and Flame is a very powerful straight sword, probably the best straight sword in the game, simply because of its Ash of War, and its scaling is alright. Its scales with magic and fire, and it has very high damage because of that, because it scales with int and faith equally. Its requirements are a little bit insane though, as you would think. 12, 12, 24, 24, which is a little bit crazy. You have to get this in a very distant part of the game, and it's one of the legendary armaments. You have to get this in the same place you meet Rani, which is difficult to get to. It's a very out-of-the-way thing. But I'll tell you what, this is a good sword. Good damage. The Night and Flame stance is really powerful. It's like a tiny laser beam that you fire. And you can basically do two forms. The first one takes 33 stamina. And the second one takes 25. It cannot be charged and cannot be parried either. It's basically two versatile spells you have at your disposal. This is very good. It's a very good weapon. I like this weapon a lot, and it's a B tier weapon simply because it has split damage with the two, like, mid-tier split damage types. It has good damage and good scaling overall, so this is a very powerful weapon. PvE is pretty strong. PvP, if you're dual-wielding two of them, if you're dual-wielding, like, you know, two straight swords with one of them being this, that's pretty strong. That's pretty powerful right there. Alright, short sword and long swords both need a buff. The broadsword is F tier. These weapons have no identity whatsoever. None at all, and they need buff. The long sword is a bit better, and the broadsword can be good in some scenarios. I'm actually going to put this in low C tier. Some people do spec the broadsword to be pretty strong. But these other two need a buff. They have no identity. The short sword is one of the worst weapons in the entire game, and the long sword is difficult to use, but can be buffed. But I'd say just give them a nerf so they stand out more. The weathered straight sword is actually a high C tier weapon. It's one of the better straight swords in the entire game, surprisingly. The weathered straight sword, the reason it is so good is because its scaling and its damage are actually better than some of the lower tier straight swords. And the thing is, it can be gained pretty quickly. It's dropped by commoners, so it's very good. But it's sort of a meme. I'm putting it mid-C tier now that I think about it. It's sort of a meme. So there you go. The Lord Sworn's straight sword. High C tier. Like most of the straight swords. Does alright damage. It has crit for some reason, which I'll never know why, but it does alright damage. Has alright moveset. Like, as I've said, the straight sword moveset is not very powerful. You want to be using the moveset of the dual stance, the power stance moveset for the straight swords. It's the best one. But 281 with D and D scaling in both strength and dex is pretty good. It's pretty good for a straight sword. I would personally use it. Oh, we're getting close to the madhouse. The Noble Slender is a high B tier weapon. This is a very strong weapon. The Noble Slender is in this weird state where the weapon itself has good piercing damage. Like, this weapon does piercing damage, right? Not only that, it actually just has good damage in general. It has scales high with dexterity. It's one of the best dexterity weapons in PvP, which makes it very good. In PvE, it's not the best. It's low damage, but hey, it at least has thrusting weapon attacks. And so the running attack and the first attack of the weapon themselves are very powerful because of its unique scaling with dexterity, right? It's basically supposed to be an easy to use weapon, even right here. Wandering Nobles made to be easy to wield. It's a very powerful weapon. I'm putting it in B tier. I do like it a lot. It can be gained right out the beginning of the game as well, and it has good scaling for a weapon at the beginning of the game, which most weapons do not. High B tier. The cane sword is weird. Many people tell me that the cane sword is really broken and really overpowered, but I don't think so. It's unique amongst the straight swords. It's unique amongst the straight swords for its really weird scaling. It has a C in scaling, but its damage is low, and its scaling is also low, so I'm going to put this in low C tier. Yeah, low C tier, a little bit better than the broadsword, right there-ish. I'm going to put this in low C tier just because it's not very good. A lot of people tell me it's powerful, but until I see otherwise, I'm going to say that it's low C. It's not horribly designed though, so it's not lower. All right. Okay. We're getting closer to the apocalypse here. Next up is the Hawk Talon. The Hawk Talon is bad. It has spinning slash, and it has double slashes on its R1 and R2, which are pretty good. It can be infused, and the Ash of War can be changed. But the damage is bad. The scaling is pretty good, though, so there you go. I wouldn't use it, but hey, the running attack is alright. Mid-C. I'd say it's slightly better, slightly worse than that. There you go. Alright, the final straight sword before we get on to some of the craziest weapons in the game. I do want to say, though, about my Noble's Slender opinion before we get out of the straight swords. Some people will call me crazy for doing that, and I will nerf this back down to like here-ish. But honestly, the Noble Slender I see a lot. The Noble Escant and the Noble Slender I see a lot in the game. So, and it does do good damage for its level. And it's very good out the gate, so there we go. The Lazarus Straight Sword, or the Lazarus Glintstone Blade, it's higher than that. It's higher than the Anchor. It's definitely like here-ish. The weapon itself, as you can think for it being a Glintstone Blade, dual scales, split damage with magic. It primarily scales with magic. It has 193 physical damage with 230 magical damage, so it's alright. It's not the best, though. It, however, does have Glintstone Pebble, which is better for something like a spike to be on, but hey, it does have it, and that thrust attack can really help you out. So there you go. And over here it'll tell you two-handing this weapon increases guard boost by 10%. Can be pretty good. It can be a pretty good like little combo you do here, but I personally am not a big fan of it, although I can see you being able to use this in some unique ways if you're very good at the game, which I somewhat am. Now we get into the most cancerous weapon type of all. The thrusting sword, starting out with the rapier. Let's do this. I hate thrusting swords so fucking much. They're the most powerful weapon type in the game, right next to maybe great spears and spears. their moveset is incredibly forgiving and is easy to recover from on a level that is insane. First of all, the rapier is high C tier. Yeah, high C tier. Not quite as good as the Flintberg. It has crit on it, 130 crit for some reason, which is the level of a dagger. Very good moveset. It can be infused with Ashes of War. Its damage is somewhat low, 235 and B in scaling, which is not the best. But damn, is this thing powerful with like mage builds. If you keep this in your right hand, it's basically an upgraded dagger. You can use this thing like a high-end dagger, right? 130, that's fucking insane. I would use this thing as a high-end dagger, less of a thrusting weapon though, and that's why it's so high. The Escon, the Estoc, is pretty powerful. It is a very strong weapon that can be infused with Ashes of War. It has good damage and insane scaling. This thing is a high C tier. PvP, all of these weapons are insane. I was going to say this afterwards, but I have to clarify, these two weapons in particular, PvP aren't the best at. Rapier is more of a high-end dagger that you can use. The Estoc is alright, but is very good in PvE. It focuses in PvP a little bit though. It can be very good in PvP. The Noble's Estoc, however, is a different story. This weapon is a goddamn monster. PvP, this weapon is high. This is higher than even the Noble's Slender Sword. This thing is... The Noble's Estoc is insanely powerful. This thing is really, really, really strong. This weapon has a special R2 shared with the Estoc. Not only that, it's just really good. The damage is really good, and it has almost equal scaling with strength. Unlike the Estoc itself, which is leaning dexterity, which means you can get more damage out of it because it scales off strength. It's a very, very good weapon. It's made to be easy to use, and it is. It can be infused with Ashes of War. You see this a lot in online play. A lot on online play, especially at lower levels. Okay. Disclaimer. You're about to hear me rage. Hard. The Clean Rot Knight Sword is the strongest weapon in the entire game. This needs a nerf. This needs to be nerfed. This weapon, hands down, is the strongest weapon in the game. There's no debating this. Everybody and their mother in high online competitive play is using this weapon. It has good damage for a thrusting sword, and it scales mainly off of strength, which is insanely powerful. You can get more damage out of it like that. It was purposefully nerfed in PvP, but it's still insanely powerful. Putting Lightning Blade on this with a lightning infusement, it makes you a goddamn monster. Let me give you an example. Let's say you're in full bull goat armor, because you can do that. Or, hell, even just like the second best armor in the game. What is that called? The armor that makes you look like Sigurd. I forget. Say you're in that armor with a lance in your left hand and a clean rot knight sword in your right. The lance itself has, say, bleeding on it because it's only there because, it's only there for the hyper armor, and the Clean Rot Knight Sword has lightning on it. And it has the Lightning Strike Ash of War, which means you can buff it. That is an insane setup right there. That setup is really powerful. This weapon needs to be nerfed. Don't nerf it into the ground, but just make it fair. This is an insanely powerful weapon thanks to its moveset and its strength scaling. And it can be gained early game. This is basically immediate. This is immediate. This is an immediate weapon you can get immediately out of the gate. Not only that, it gets crazy. This is the longest ranged thrusting weapon. It has an insane range to it, coming out way ahead of the others. This is crazy. This weapon needs to be nerfed. Let's continue. Roger's Rapier. It's also pretty good. It's a B tier weapon. Roger's Rapier is very, very powerful. Because first of all, it always starts at a +8 regardless, which is good for scaling. but it does actually have good damage to it. 277 and has a B, and it has a B scaling in dexterity, which is where a lot of the good damage comes from, and it has low stamina cost. It's a B tier weapon because of that. It has double thrust and it can be infused, but it comes pre-equipped with the glintstone thrust, the glintstone phalanx. I can never say that word properly. So all in all, it's a pretty good early game weapon. So B tier. It's probably the best early game weapon. And it's a thrusting sword, which means it's kind of overpowered naturally. The Asper Rapier, however you say it. This is a high C tier weapon. I know some people would put this in B or even A tier. It is really powerful. It procs Scarlet Rot and it's a thrusting weapon. So actually, you know what, I am going to, now that I think about it, I am going to put this in B tier. Now that I really look over its stats again, because it's been like a few days since I've seen these. This is really powerful. It can't be infused with any good Ashes of War. It can be infused, but there's no Ashes of War you'd really want to put on this. Except for maybe... Storm Stomp would be good. The thing is, you want Ashes of War that attack hard, attack quickly, and lock people in, so like Sword Dance would be good. Sword Dance would be good with this. I don't know if you can even put that on it. I so rarely see this weapon like played without Impaling Thrust or Storm Stomp. So I rarely see this weapon played like that, so I really don't know, but honestly in my testing I did a little bit before this weapon is very powerful because of that. So it has good scaling as well, and you can put different stuff on it. I would put Bleed and Scarlet Rot on it myself, Blood, because the damage is low, but you are pushing them so hard, you can be so powerful. Just, if you want to primarily use your lance, use this in one hand and a lance in the offhand. Be aggressive with your lance, put like lightning on your lance, and then just use this for the Bleed and Scarlet Rot you can apply, and you're just going to chase people down, you'll kill people. It is really good. It is really good. Moving on. Frozen Needle. I'm going to put in low B tier. Frozen Needle has Frost build up automatically. It's a thrusting weapon, so it hits very hard. Good, somewhat good damage, kind of low. Not really, but for the thrusting swords, it's average. It has a B scaling in dex, as you would think, for most thrusting blades. It cannot be infused with Ashes of War, and it has Impaling Thrust automatically, which is not the worst thing it could have. It has really good build up, though, and its range is alright. The heavy attack, however, fires off like a little projectile, similar to the thrusting weapons that are in the Dark Souls 2 DLC. It fires off a little projectile that hits enemies, and it can apply like frost and everything. It works well with the axe. It works well with the not the axe talisman. It works really well with the lance once again for that specific purpose, since you can zone people with the lance and then hit people from a greater distance with the projectile. All right. I'm gonna rapid fire off the torches real quick, because I'm assuming you don't want me to grade the fucking torches. Alright. Let's do this. Let's do this. First one up, torch. It needs a buff. This thing literally has no identity. It does good fire damage and good damage overall, but it needs an identity. It doesn't do anything else. Beast Repellent Torch. Low D tier. Really bad weapon overall. I mean, it literally like is hostile. Let me give you an example. Certain creatures will not attack the player. The affected creatures are lone wolves, dogs, giant dogs, boars, sheep, bears. Not rune bears, however, not lesser rune bears. Rats, giant rats, basilisks, and crystal snails. If spotted by the creature will stay focused on the player. as if they were ready to attack, but will, yeah, keep their distance and not attack. This is a little bit misleading, because the only thing you would want to use this for is fucking rune bears, and it doesn't work, so there's no point in using it. Low D tier, but at least it has a point. Steel wire, a little bit higher. Yeah, they rhymed. You can actually breathe fire with this particular torch, which is very, very, very nice. Fire breath, that's what it's used for. It is a short range ability that leaves fire on the ground, but I've seen a lot of people use it simply because it leaves fire on the ground. It can be good for PvP if you just have it in your offhand. It's gained very early game by Radon soldiers, which are very, very early game. They're in Kaled, so you can pretty much immediately get it. It does good fire damage, and it hits pretty hard, although the torch moveset in particular is very bad. Okay, the terrain torch. Low C tier. The terrain torch, the sentry's torch. The sentry's torch is low C tier. It has torch attack, but you can have it in your offhand or two-handed, and it does actually have, like, very good. It reveals hidden pathways pretty easily as well, although you can just get, like, Margit's Shackle to do that for you. But at least it has faith scaling, so it's better than some of the other torches thanks to its reliable damage. Alright, the Ghost Flame Torch is one of the best in the entire game. Simply for exploring, this is very powerful. C tier. High C tier. The Ghost Flame Torch is very difficult to get to, however, it builds up frost, has alright damage, and mostly magic damage with intelligent scaling. But this thing is like a flashbang. This thing is so bright. This thing is one of the brightest torches in the entire game. It might actually be the brightest torch in the entire game. This thing is hugely bright. So, yeah, I would use this. I would use this if you just want to explore around and you can't see anything very well. This thing is very, very bright, so you can absolutely use it as you so wish, really. The Saint Terrain Torch is the only torch that has any value, and it's a, whoopsies, it is a B tier, low B tier weapon because of it. What do you think it does? Of course, it puts people to fucking sleep. It has a 72 passive buildup. 72 passive buildup. In fucking sleep, and it fires Fires of Slumber. Fires of Slumber is a very powerful ability, similar to, you know, breathing fire with the steel wire torch, but it doesn't do much damage. It does not deal any damage, but inflicts sleep buildup. It inflicts sleep buildup very quickly because it lingers on the ground. It has 72 sleep buildup normally. It actually does good fire damage as well, 202, and it has good scaling with faith despite its bad moveset. The torch moveset might be the worst in the game. There you go. Those are the torches. Now we get onto the Twin Blades. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? There. The Twin Blades. Let's start out by saying that the Twin Blades have a very awkward moveset. In my opinion, the Twin Blades actually have a better moveset with one hand than two hands, but many people disagree with me. Let's start, shall we? The standard Twin Blade, I feel like, needs a buff. It's actually pretty bad. You can get it kind of early, somewhat. It's in the Burnt Dragon Ruins. It's all right here. There's even like a map link right here. You can get it like somewhat early for your playthrough, because I'm assuming you're going to do multiple playthroughs. It's in the mountaintop of the giant area. I'm assuming you're going to do more than one playthrough here, so Twin Blade, it's a good late game weapon if you just want to do one playthrough and then stop playing, so it's come somewhat early compared to some of the other weapons which may take you multiple playthroughs. But it really sucks for when you get it. Like, you can get, like, the Twin Knight Swords easier. So, it needs a buff. Just give it something else. Give it something it can do that makes it stand out, and there you go. Twin Knight Sword is a mid C tier, slightly lower than mid, but whatever. The Twin Knight Swords does good damage. It has higher damage. Good. It has potentially have good bleed build up, especially because it has 100 bleed up naturally, and it has naturally a C in strength, which means it primarily scales off of strength, which is very good. So yeah, C tier. Godskin Peeler is actually pretty good. You can get this pretty much just immediately out of the game, I do believe. It's one of the better weapons. Yeah, it's in the Windmill Village, which is really, really, really nice. It has Blackfire Tornado, but it can be infused automatically, and it has good dex scaling, and its strength scaling may be a D, but it's not actually that bad either. And once again, bleed buildup with these weapons is insanely easy. Insanely easy, thanks to how much they give, despite their quick and snippy moveset. I would honestly say this is one of the best weapons in the game, but it is held back because its moveset isn't the best. I'm going to put it slightly up there, yeah. Next up. Oh, God. Oh, sorry. The Gargoyle Twin Blade is actually a low B tier weapon. Slightly better than this. The Gargoyle's Twin Blade has Spinning Slash on it automatically, but it's primarily a strength scaling weapon, and it's one of the highest damaging weapons in the entire game thanks to its moveset. Well, one of the highest damaging weapons in the Twin Blade moveset. It is very, very powerful, so I would suggest use it, especially put bleed on it with that B in strength. It's pretty good. It still has very high damage naturally. PvE, it's very good. PvP, all the Twin Blades are really, really powerful, but we'll get into my PvP rating of them later. Alrighty then. Let's get into the next thing. And that next thing up is the Gargoyle's Black Blades, which are actually a high C tier. They're slightly... Okay, this is a weird one, right? Not a C tier, they're a high B tier. They're slightly better than their non-blackened through what I assume to be the Rune of Death cousins, simply because they actually have split holy damage, and their Ash of War makes it really powerful. But I know some people would disagree with me and say that they're worse, so I'm going to put them pretty close together. The Black Blade is not the best, but split holy damage in the game can be at least useful online. Next up is the, well, a Discount Rivers of Blood, which is actually a mid-B tier weapon. Mid-B tier, it's okay. It actually builds up bleed naturally at 55, which actually makes it suck. But it has split fire damage, and it has alright C scaling in dexterity. So I'm going to actually put it a little bit lower, right beneath the Gargoyles. But it's Ash of War. It has a unique Ash of War on it, which actually makes it somewhat powerful, that makes it very hard to hit you. Bloodblade Dance is kinda weird, though. It makes it very hard to hit you and does good damage, but... just use like Nagakiba if you want to do that, or just use like the Knight's Twin Blade, and you'll build up faster. We're nearly on the home stretch, and now it is time for whips. A whip. A whip. There. Whips are a very odd weapon type, right? Let's start out with the standard whip. This needs a buff, it has no identity. It does low damage than all the other whips, with the exception of, I believe, yeah, the Giant's Beard and the Candle, which actually have their own things going on. Very low damage, very low scaling. It has some of the worst scaling in the whip category. In fact, it might be the worst. It has a D and C at 25th level. And the Ashes of War you can actually put on the thing are kind of limited. It can be infused, and I would honestly put, like, I would dual wield whips and put, like, frost on them. There you go. That's what I would do. The Thorned Whip is pretty good, actually. I'm going to put it mid C tier, sorry, sort of high mid C tier. The Thorned Whip is primarily dex scaling, in fact it's almost entirely dex scaling, but it gives passive bleed damage naturally, which is very, very powerful, and it's very good. Dual wielding 2 of these makes it pretty easy to get going, right? Pretty easy for good damage. You can infuse it for more bleed damage if you want to, but I'd put Frost on it. 105 Frost is kind of ridiculous, so yeah, I put Frost on it. It's kind of... Okay, hey everybody, this is Shin after making this video, and I have some news about this particular weapon, the Urim. I'm actually going to move this up to B tier. I'm going to move this up to a mid B tier. After some consideration and a little bit of research and study, I tried using this thing with a slightly over-leveled build, that being 175, and it does work pretty well for what it is. It actually does have a very, very tricky to use but popular true combo on it. I'm going to put it a little bit lower than those. So it does have a very popular and tricky to use true combo on it, so I'm going to put it there. Thank you very much for watching. The Dialos Petals. It's actually a very good weapon. The Hellos Petals gives good bleed damage, has a very consistent moveset. Dual wielding 2 of these is very powerful. They can be infused. Once again, I'd just go cold. Somewhat bad scaling, but good damage overall for the whips. I would use it. I would use it. It's probably the best whip in the game. Probably the best whip in the game. Magma Candles, I believe is the next one. Yes, the Magma Candles. These are mid... no, they're like D tier. They primarily scale... They have very low damage overall. They primarily scale with dexterity, but if faith is in there, and that has split damage between fire, and it's exactly split as well. Split down the middle. They have Sea of Magma as an Ash of War, which is good in PvP for getting enemies away from you, and you can walk with it, but honestly, the damage on this thing is so low. There's no real point in using it for anything like that. It's really bad. I would not use it. It can't even be infused, and it's a somber weapon at the very least, but its damage is so low, I wouldn't use it. It's a D tier weapon. The Giant's Red Beard. And it goes into the ocean of mid C tier weapons. Some people consider this to be the best whip. It has Flame Dance, and it does, as you would think, have split fire damage. It's actually very high, and it scales with a B in Faith and a B in Strength. It has very good scaling, but the Ash of War kind of holds it back. Flame Dance is not too powerful. It's very wide, don't get me wrong. I'm actually going to increase this a little bit. I'd say it's just about as good as the other whip. It's very wide, don't get me wrong, but unlike this whip, which can be infused, it has a lot of potential damage because of its infusions. This one can't be, and it's only fire damage, and it doesn't give a status effect at all, unlike this one, which does. So there you go. Alright, finally we're on the axes. I would like to ask you a question. How do you like your axes? Let's go through these. The Iceberg Hatchet. It actually is one of the few weapons that naturally builds up frost in the game and does additional damage against dragons. That makes it pretty good. Low C tier. PvP, not very good. As far, by the way, before I continue, the whips in PvP are not very good. Unless you're very smart with your movements and you have infused whips with cold on them, I'd say they're not very powerful. But if they both have frost and cold on them, you can make things work. Frost and bleed on them, you can make things work. This one has low damage, but a good scaling in dex. It's alright. It's one of the actually better hatchets in the game. The Ripple Blade is a little bit strange. I would say it's around there. The Ripple Blade has a similar story to the Crescent Sickle. It completely scales based off of... It just entirely scales based off of Arcane, and it gives a lot of boost to greases that you put on the thing, but the damage is lower than the Sickle. I'm actually going to move it up a little bit. The damage is lower than the Sickle, so I personally wouldn't use it. The Stormhawk Axe is pretty good. High C tier. Well, more high mid C tier. It automatically comes with Thunderstorm, and it cannot be infused. Thunderstorm is a unique Ash Force simply to this weapon that is very much like Storm Dance, right? Not Storm Dance. Sorry. It is much like certain other Ash of War... Stormcaller. Yeah, Stormcaller. But it does buff the weapon with lightning damage, which is actually the best part of this. It buffs the weapon with lightning damage, and the weapon is already very high in general. 333 damage. To dual wielding two of these things is pretty strong. So I would use it. The Rochus Axe, which is something you get in a dungeon, I do believe, is kind of mid. Some people say it's one of the best weapons in the game. I disagree. It has split damage scaling between magic and physical damage. It has B scaling and strength, which is its best scaling, which is good. And its Ash of War is very bad. Its Ash of War is a slam with a bunch of skeletons hitting at the same time. But the thing is, skeletons are actually delayed before you, so it's not very powerful. But it does good damage at least, so it's in the C tier with a lot of other weapons. Hand Axe needs an identity, buff it. The Forked Hatchet is an F tier, not F tier, sorry, a low C tier weapon. It does actually give bleed damage, and I hear some people love this weapon online. But it's not very powerful. At least it has a unique, it has a unique kind of moveset. The moveset itself is the same as normal, but it comes out considerably faster despite the in-game stat page shows. So it's a little bit of faster weapon, and it does have bleed on it, but it's a low C tier for me. I'm actually going to put it slightly higher because it's slightly better than some of these weapons. Eh? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, that actually works slightly higher than some of these weapons. Like there-ish, I would say. There you go. Actually, you know what? I feel like it's a little bit worse than Envoy's Horn for versatility. There you go. That's the Forked Hatchet. Not my favorite. The Battle Axe is a sort of mid to low C tier weapon. It actually has some of the highest damage out of all the axes. 313 outright, but the scaling really holds it back, so mid C tier. The Warped Axe, on the other hand, is really strong. High C tier. For PvP, the Warped Axe is one of the only axes that actually matters. If you're wondering, hey, why aren't you talking about PvE and PvE? The axes are really good for PvE, and PvP, they're not very good at all. The Warped Axe, on the other hand, only scales with strength, and with plus 25 heavy, it gives you an S scaling in strength, right? That is insanely powerful. That is insanely powerful. High-level fusions with this, as it says right down here, are very good, and it can be infused. High C tier. The Jawbone Axe, I feel like it's a D tier weapon. Some people say it's really good. I don't think so. It's a very high damage axe. With B tier scaling. But the thing is, it's overshadowed by the Warp Axe, because you're only going to use this if you have really good strength anyways, and with the Warped Axe, you can just get more damage out of the thing. Although, some people do say that with magic builds with this can be pretty good. So you know what? It can be infused as well. So you know what? I'm actually going to put it higher. I'm going to put it low C tier. Alright. Next up is the Iron Cleaver. This is actually very good. C tier. Mid C tier, specifically. The scaling, it can be infused, and the scaling and damage on the thing is similar to the Jawbone Axe, although, as you can see here, it has a really different move set. It has a bunch of chops, which you would think an axe would normally. So it is mid-C tier. Good for PvP. Good for PvP. Not the best weapon, but good for PvP otherwise. Alright, next up, Highlander's Axe. Once again, a mid-C tier axe. The axes are just C tier. It has similar damage to the previous axes we've talked about. 313, although the scaling is primarily in strength. It does, however, have dex scaling, but it is, because of its high damage, it is here. But it has some trouble. The thing is with this weapon is, once again, it's overshadowed by the Warped Axe. The Warped Axe feels like it's just overshadowing all of these weapons on the tier list. There you go. The Celebrant's Cleaver, honestly, is an F tier weapon. It's not very good. It has damage, I guess, and it primarily, it's just the Highlander axe, but worse. It almost scales the exact same way. But hey, you do get something. It has a special strong attack, causing the player to run forward with the cleaver and raise their hands. So that's at least nice. It's a bad weapon, but it's not poorly designed. It also grants burns on hit. The final weapon, the Sacrificial Axe. It's a low B tier weapon. The Sacrificial Axe has a very powerful, unique ability which gives you AP when you kill an enemy. And the scaling and damage actually is kind of good. 325 C and D. It's overshadowed by the Warped Axe, but you can infuse it. Well, I would personally infuse it with the Heavy Infusement. There you go. Or the Keen Infusement. Or just Quality. Quality in general will be very powerful as well. There you go. That's what you gotta know. That was my full Elden Ring tier list. To give you a rundown, here are all of the weapons. There you go. Alright, everybody. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you stuck around for all 6 hours, type the word pineapple. Yeah, pineapple in chat if you stuck around for all 6 hours of this. Because this was a long video to make, and it took me a lot of effort to actually put this down and put all my opinions down on paper. Because even sometimes in the video, I would pause the video, pause the recording, just to think about where a weapon should be. But I think this is a pretty clear moveset, and it does show a very strange state of the game, where thrusting weapons are OP to shit. So there we go. Thank you all so much for coming today. Please do like, comment, and subscribe. I will be making more Elden Ring content soon, as well as more Nihon content soon. Thank you all so much for watching, and goodbye, ladies and gentlemen, and all people in between. This has been so fun to make, but I need to go the fuck to sleep.